It's a beautiful Friday afternoon, and we are here to seal the fate of two more groups inside of realme BGIS 2025 Round 2. My name is Salty. I'm going to be your host and caster for the day. Joining alongside is going to be Crips on the panel. But Crips, the first segment of the tournament where we bid goodbye to some teams inside of Groups 1 and Group 2. They play their last matches. What are your thoughts about them?
I honestly thought that some of the teams that have come in from BGIS, the grind, would perform much better owing to the fact that they have
Yep.
a lot more experience under the new meta. That was absolutely not the case. We
Yep.
were taken for a ride. We were completely bamboozled. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. I want this tournament to be full of surprises, and it was.
It certainly was, right? And I believe BGIS is like the stage where you actually make your mark, the stage where you make your presence felt, right? And for all these youngsters who are coming up to show their skills, something that they have grinded over the course of the year and finally getting the platform, I love the fact that the grind teams are getting pushed down and down because this is where you unearth hidden gems. Talking about hidden gems, we found a couple yesterday as well. Just before we proceed with the day, of course, highlights of yesterday, Aztec with that blinder of a performance. I believe he got like somewhere around 12 eliminations. And then, of course, he himself was overshadowed by Bro is Pro with 17 eliminations. What is your take on those two performances? Because I feel like they were extremely close to breaking the national record that stands inside of BGIS.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Viper's record was under a lot of heat. I really thought that Bro is Pro is absolutely close to breaking that record. But it's just so weird that both of those superstar performances came through on Sanhok.
Yeah. I mean, of course, right? On the map, you kind of go all guns blazing. You do not really have to fear which team is going to come in and, go in for a third party. You know you have to rely on your gun power. But talking about gun power, ladies and gentlemen, where does enormous gun power take you? It takes you a lion's share of that enormous prize pool. You can see it right there. How many zeros are there on the screen? 2 crores rupees on the line. But it's not just 2 crores. It's 2 crores plus because there's going to be an esports crate that will be added inside of the game that will make this prize pool even more grand. Talking about the first position, 60 lakhs on for the win. Second position gets 30 and the third position gets 20. And look at the individual award scripts.
Yeah, there's plenty of individual awards as well. The realme MVP gets 3 lakhs. And how do you get to all this money? How do you get to the very top? You do it by securing as many points as possible. We've been following the new point system for a while now, and if you're not familiar with it, here it is on the screen. The team that gets the chicken dinner gets 10 points, the team that finishes second gets 6, so on and so forth until you reach the 8th point. After that, if you're anywhere between 9th to 6th position, you get absolutely nothing. And since each finish will net you 1 point, a lot of these teams will have to go frag hungry.
Absolutely right. I believe there were a lot of teams who tried to go in frag hungry. I'm looking at 7C officials. A wonderful performance yesterday from Group 1. Team LOLs as well played beautifully. The recovery after that map of Erangel was brilliant. And then, of course, the second set of 8 teams that we have in front of our screens. 2 OP official will be one of the teams that I'm going to be eyeing out today, Crips, to make that comeback from that bottom 8. Because I still believe that top 7 is for qualification. The points difference is extremely close. So why not expect a couple of changes on the script? And talking about the script, we move on to Group 2, ladies and gentlemen, where it was Blitz Gaming who absolutely took the lobby by storm.
Yeah, they flipped the script. Everyone expected rival Apex and Aerobots to perform well since they are some of the more experienced teams in the mix. They have been the teams that came in from grind. In fact, Aerobots had to go through round 1 as well. And still, they are not anywhere close to the top. So whether these teams will be able to come on top or not, we'll find out in just a few minutes. And this is going to be the schedule for the day. This will tell you exactly what to expect from all of these teams. We'll be starting with Group 2 matches today.
Yeah.
Starting with Erangel, going on to Miramar, and then Sanhok. And after these 3 matches are done, we'll be starting with Group 1, where they will also follow the maps in a reverse order.
Honestly speaking, I love this little gap that has been placed. We could have easily finished one group at once and then moved on to the other, but then this gap that is providing that little bit of leeway to try and work on your mistakes and come back tomorrow, I believe that is going to be the boon for majority of the teams out there. Talking about the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, Group 2 is being topped by Blitz Gaming, who took it by storm, like I said, 50 points right from the get-go. In the first point, they had amassed 36. Look at the second position, their closest rivals, Team Ocean Rivals, without a chicken dinner, 37 points. Quite surprising.
Yeah, But unfortunately, some of the bigger names in this entire series, like Aerobots, they have only 10 points, and
Yeah.
9 of them coming from finishes. They almost never make it into the top 8 of the matches, so that's a massive red flag for them. Apart from that, you also have Supari Gang. These guys have been trying in BGIS since the last 2 years, but they're never able to get past round 2.
And that is kind of like a sad story, to be honest. But hopefully this time around, they can flip the tide, flip the tables as well for themselves. They've got themselves as 1400 damage points, but it's just that they can't translate that into points and those finished numbers. Talk about caster predictions. Here we have it. The squad of 7 is back. And this time, though, majority of the teams are going in with Ocean Rivals. Sardarji and me are going ahead with Swaggy Sports. Icy Baby actually is still relying on Aerobots, and Maisie, of course, with Rivals Apex. I want to know your thoughts. Why Ocean Rivals, and why do you think they are going to make the cut today?
I mean, it would have been too obvious to pick Blitz Gaming since they're already on the top. So I thought maybe let's just go for the team that has the second highest points. And they did all of that without a chicken dinner. So I do believe they have what it takes to get to the top. Although I must really admire your pick for Swag, because these guys did not really perform well. So what you've picked is a very bold choice.
I feel like I like the style with which they come in inside of the lobby and with which they take those fights, right? Talking about the head-to-head, I believe there is going to be a little bit of a clash here. Borderland Uprising. 13 eliminations from this team, Rivals Apex with 15, but it seems like Borderland, their consistency has kind of pushed themselves up. Rivals Apex are nowhere near.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising. You have some of the more intense names like Trigger in Rivals Apex. Imagine at one point that boy was an orangutan. He was a superstar, man. And now for him to struggle in round 2 like this, it's very uncharacteristic of him.
Well, talking about the head-to-head against the players as well, it's Aztec versus Pro is Pro. The two highlight performances of yesterday, to be honest, and they took, I believe they took the headliners for themselves. They're like, all right, fine, we're going to be the ones who will be in the news tomorrow. Aztec coming up with that performance, blind 2,000 points of damage, 12 eliminations, but then Pro is Pro just outshined everyone inside of the lobby. 17 elimination scripts. It's basically 40% of the lobby was under his KD. They were being engulfed by this lonesome player, because imagine this, you've got 64 players, 16 eliminations means you've got 40% of them. This man has got 17. So I believe that performance, if replicated today, Blitz Gaming, they are going off the charts. They will be completely untouchable by the rest of the competition. But since we're talking about competition, we talk about Swag Esports, we talk about Aerobots Esports. I want to know your thoughts. Aerobots and Rivals Apex, how well prepared do you think they are for round 2?
I definitely think Rivals Apex looks like a more well-rounded team, especially given their performance yesterday. Like, they definitely had a lot of good shots. They had 15 finish points, which is good enough. But is that going to be enough today? We'll find out in just a few seconds, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be starting off with the games very soon, so let's head back into that.
We've got that temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay. Let's go. Temperatures high, but it make way. We came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
When Jonathan Gaming himself accepts that this device makes your gameplay extremely smooth, extremely brilliant, then you have to accept it, because when the GOAT speaks, you listen, right? And here he suggests that this is going to be the device that will make your life quite comfortable inside of the game. We're going to talk about all of that a little while later, but before that, before we move into all the hot conversations, ladies and gentlemen, like we said, a big thank you, a big shout out to all our sponsors. The Realme B3 Pro 5G, an amazing device for just a segment of your budget. 21,999, extremely affordable, but let me tell you, this is the segment's fastest 90 FPS gameplay that it provides under the hood, Crips.
Exactly, and it also has an insane 2500 milliseconds response rate, so that is just crazy. Your touch controls are super smooth with that.
Yep.
Pair that with the 6000 mAh battery, it's like a titan. You don't need to charge it for more than a day.
Absolutely, right? Of course, flash charging for about 15 minutes will last you throughout the day, and after a full charge, you can go 2 days of non-stop usage. Seamless gaming, effortless multitasking, everything under the hood. Enough about Realme B3 Pro 5G, of course. Coming back to the competition, coming back to what we have at stakes. Group 2 playing first today, of course. They start off on the map of Erangel. And yesterday we saw it was Error Esports who actually kind of captured that map of Erangel. So I believe it might just be a shot for them to maintain that momentum if they do have it, because I believe it's a question mark, especially after the break.
Yeah, I do believe that it was Borderland Rising who got the chicken dinner in Erangel.
Okay.
They were really disciplined towards the end. But yes, Error Esports as well. These guys were absolutely insane throughout the day, not just in one particular map. I also would like to bring attention to Borderland Rising. I absolutely love the rotations of these teams. I mean, sure, they were decent enough in whatever map they got the chicken dinner on, but they were almost never stuck in a cluster situation. They were almost never in a situation where they were getting destroyed by more than 2 teams.
You know what, like Borderline Rising, you brought up the conversation. I loved one thing about this team in particular is going to be their quick thinking, right? To outmaneuver their opposition and to actually channelize that inner aggression, to go in for third parties, to go in for those wide flanks. That was brilliant. And to actually make that aggression translate into points was even better. Talking about the teams playing right up front, of course, the first set of matches, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Group 2 who steps onto the battlegrounds right up front. It's going to be Rivals Apex, Blitz Gaming, you've got RTE as well, Renaissance Esports, very calm, very composed yesterday. It's just that they missed the storm by a margin, but hopefully today they are able to make a mark. A couple of names here as well who are worthy of mentioning. I believe K4C could not really perform to the best of their capabilities yesterday. They are somewhere reeling at the bottom. But this is the beauty of round 2, right? One big game and you await the chance to stand at the foothills of greatness, barely in contention to qualify at that top 7 mark.
Exactly, and right now the team which is in danger at the exact 7th spot is Team D4T official. These guys have just 12 finish points, 6 placement points. 18 points is the cutoff for now. If you're able to somehow grab all those 18 points in a single game, you will be in the top 7, right? And then all you have to do is just maintain your composure for the remaining 2 games of the day. You might just make it through.
Sounds a little more difficult than you actually make it.
It's a lot more difficult. I'm making it sound a little too easy. I apologize for that. I don't want to trivialize this.
But I love the narrative that is brought in as well, right? You imagine this. There will be a lot of teams who are striving hard. They've only got 6 matches to show their true potential, but the competition is so tight that it does get a little difficult to showcase their true potential. But one big game, you are back, and I believe that is that one shot, that one opportunity you want to actually make your mark, ladies and gentlemen. Erangel comes on your screens right about now. Ladies and gentlemen, to kick off the second day of round 2, we are here at Erangel yet again. The big bird, as usual, goes back to the skies, and this time we've got that beautiful dragon pattern. Of course, we'll have to see which are the teams to personify the dragon to eliminate teams out of this map itself. Erangel is going to be our home ground, your co-pilot, Salty and Grips. Online, the flight path, of course, talking about that, Siverni to Milta Power is where we go. A flight path majorly cutting off that northeastern quadrant of the map. I want your thoughts, Grips. Where are you going in this flight path?
I would really love to revisit the military base and Novo. It's been so long we witnessed any teams venturing in that area. Yes, we had Team MDN go there just for a couple of seconds yesterday over there, but nobody really decides to take military base for themselves, even though the circle was half and half split over there in the round 1 game yesterday. But that being said, most of these teams obviously prefer to stick to the mainland, and some of them are still, getting to their spots. Arch most likely going towards Zarki. North George Pole will be occupied by Aerobots, and they've been occupying the North George Pole area since quite a while now. Of course, yesterday they also got a chance to third party onto South George Pole container area, so let's hope they're able to capitalize on that. But here we have a drop contestant. You have Vipex. He's got a shotgun in his hand. People trying to jump up on him. Look at that number. He's on the ledge of that house trying to find an angle. But Vipex, he's trapped in the corner. There's no way out. And that's going to be first blood. Vipex bites the dust. His teammate Abhay also has been finished off, but by a completely different team. It seems like the decision to split drop has heavily backfired on BTE.
And it will, especially in rounds like these where you do not have information of where your contemporaries are landing. It's mayday for every single team out there who take those blind drop locations. But to be honest, for VTE, this game is almost down the drain. They know, as a matter of fact, they've lost a player early on. There's no way they can actually save him up. One of the teams, the rivals Apex, they moved out of this location, but the Supari gang, they're holding their ground, which means that VTE has to be a little more careful when they start making their moves.
Yeah.
Will they go in for that revive? I don't think so, but they cannot go out in the open, especially when Thug WTF, he is connecting such nutty shots with that AKM.
Hold on though, you have a very long range knock. You have Team D4T players getting knocks onto Aerobots. And these guys are not even in North George Pole. Take a look at the map. These guys are so far away from each other. These have to be some of the longest shots of the match. And we're not even a minute in.
Not even a minute in, the circle pushing us towards the George Pole region, pushing us towards the shoreline. That is exactly where majority of the drama lies, because not a lot of teams are comfortable with those positions. Not a lot of cover in the Gatka region as well. Look at that. Barely a few rocks here and there behind which you are going to get stuck. You ought to be stuck, especially when a team catches your rotation off guard. Team 4-man Legacy, of course, this time out, they are going to be feeding on Illusion's finish. You've got that one finish point to work things up, get off the mark, but now they need to find proper positioning. Still outside the circle, though. And I believe it's going to be a little hard for them to make that entry. If they do decide to make that northern rotation from shooting range, which the territory is completely open, I believe they can for sure get themselves a good position. But will they be able to cross that George Pole Bridge will be my question, Crips.
I don't think they would even want to cross the George Pole Bridge. There's still plenty of the northern side of Erangel in the zone. I believe for a team like Aerobots or even TSG for that matter, they just need to conserve their numbers and get control of the compounds near the bridges. So even if they don't get prime positions themselves, they can at least ruin the rotations for all the other teams and grab a bunch of finish points.
Talking about ruining rotations, I believe there are a couple of names. One of them will be D40 right at the container spot, and I believe that is going to be the most high traffic region inside of this circle, at least for now. Yes, of course, you've got that migration coming in through Pochinki as well. Multiple teams trying to make their mark from that eastern edge of the circle. And I believe this is where the flight path and the first iteration of the circle go hand in hand. Once the flight path moves towards the northeastern quadrant and the circle going towards the western quadrant means the majority of the teams are going to be thrown into a disarray on how do you make sure your rotations hit the mark. For now, the Supari gang, of course, after having cut down their losses, they are still on foot. Something which I'm not really a big fan of because you can get stormed by all the teams around you. You've got the presence of Swaggy Sports, you've got the presence of the Elite Warriors as well. Have to be a little careful, Crips.
So all of these teams who are towards the eastern part of the map will now come towards the western edge, and this will turn into a hotspot.
Yeah.
Towns like Rozhok and Pochinki are going to be heavily contested because those are the two only urban areas which are on the edge of the circle, and every team will have to crash in towards them. If not, you have to somehow avoid these two major towns and go take the smaller compounds somewhere in Gatka.
To be honest, Gatka compounds are already occupied by rivals Apex. And to dethrone them from that position and to reoccupy those compounds, it's going to be a hard task, especially for every single team out there. Because nonetheless, I still believe experience from the grind, experience from playing against the tier 1 teams of the circuit quite often makes a difference, especially for the likes of rivals Apex. Now, a little bit of a story time, a little bit of the archives that we talk about, Trigger, one of the fanciest players that we have inside of Rivals Apex, has got an enormous history in the BGMI circuit and in the circuit of a different battle royale game that used to be played. He's one of the most OG players that we have in the community. But now, look at the way tables have turned, starting his journey from a team who is supposed to be a quote-unquote academy lineup.
Exactly. What happens when a bunch of veterans get signed up for an academy lineup, have to grind all the way through from round 2, climb up, and then make your way into the grand finals? If he does make it there, it would be a historic story.
What actually makes this fact even more interesting is that inside, while he was playing in the playing 4 of Orangutan, Trigger was knocking out everyone. I'm not just talking about knocking inside of the game. He was knocking everyone's brains out inside of the game as well.
Yep.
Inside of the game, outside of the game. That team, that lineup was actually feared and touted to be land specialists.
Yep.
Now, Rivals Apex, as they prepare for round 2, it seems like their journey has taken a very topsy-turvy tide. And honestly speaking, Orangutan, on the other hand, they are in flying colors. That is what the tables have turned basically means. It kind of seems like Trigger has lost his path, is still trying to make a mark, is still trying to get back to his old footing. It will be very important. But on our screens right now, Error Esports, yesterday was a fantastic day for them.
Has he lost it, or was it dropped from him?
Well, tough question.
Yeah.
Something which only the OG management can answer, but
That's
seems
rhetoric.
like...
I don't want an answer.
Oh, well, let me just break it to you, right? In terms of the stats, yes, Trigger is not as effective as he used to be in those OG days, but that also has multiple factors, Scripps. You talk about how the team is structured, you talk about different roles in different lineups. You can't really compare a player from Team A versus Team B because his roles are vastly different.
Correct.
And I believe that here inside of this game as well, Rivals Apex, at least for the start of the game, they've got themselves that nice little position. They knew that the Gatka compounds were the only hotspots in this entire region because you don't really get hard compounds elsewhere. Rivals Apex made that quick decision to move out of that region and find themselves in those high grounds, in the forest lands.
Meanwhile, Renaissance Esports, they're taking pot shots at their opponents who are still quite a distance away, so no immediate danger for them just yet. Renaissance Esports as well, yesterday they had quite a lot of good positions, but they were unable to capitalize on them. And if you take a look at the map, there's still plenty of teams outside the blue zone. Blitz still making their way inside. At least they're somewhat close to school, so they shouldn't be tanking too much more blue damage. Borderland Rising, nice little tour of the military island. They have their own private island, and now they're making their way up. Meanwhile, Terror Esports are just starting to leave the Milta Power area, and they're going to be very slow to rotate, so I do hope that they have plenty of first aids to keep themselves outside the blue and sustain themselves. The circle does move towards the George Pole as well as the Mount Everest sort of area. I want to see which one of these teams decides to take up Mount Everest first, but I do believe Aerobots Esports, who almost always land at North George Pole, will have a field day for themselves, and they're already getting knocks. I hope that they can farm up quite a lot of finishes with this one. Nick already biting the dust. TSG, they did not really have a good game yesterday, and now again they're off to a bad start.
I want to see the follow from Aerobots Esports after this because they know, as a matter of fact, of the hospital region that they have under their control. I believe none of the teams have yet been spotted. Information is to be relayed to the rest of the opposition of where the teams lie. But do Aerobots take control of the Everest, which is the dead center of the circle? Do they want to be the epicenter of action is going to be my question. On the other side, the D4T, they were the late survivors back yesterday, but today they are being hunted down by Ocean Rivals. Have a look at this. A couple of their players were knocked out. One of them has been picked up. Ryzen SK still on his knees, but D4T, they are not stopping. It's Devil who will try to smash in, but he gets broken open. This man also lands on his knees. D4T, they are basically back to 50% of their overall strength. They will have to make a fallback. Ocean Rivals extremely strong in holding down their fort.
I do not understand this decision from Devil. He lost one of his teammates up on the high ground, and while the efforts to resurrect their teammates were back on in full swing, Devil decided to swing in to the house by himself. You cannot really go into the house by yourself when your entire team is not with you. And even Hitman falls, this time at the hands of Error Esports. It seems like D4T has just become the buffet and every team wants a bite.
Every team wants a bite, and they are going to get the bite this time, though it's Renaissance Esports who actually gets a knock on towards Professor X. D40 official, where are they gonna go? What are they gonna do? One player surviving. He knows Professor X has to be left behind as that sacrificial lamb. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got Ocean Rivals who know that as soon as they climb up that cliff, there are going to be multiple teams in position looking to third party.
Yeah.
And it's a good decision.
Yeah, so
Always stock up on your utilities, replenish them, and keep yourself hydrated with those energy drinks.
but they also probably wanted to get that finish point for themselves. Now they're just gonna hope that nobody else steals it, and as they suspected, it was stolen away by Error Esports, so that's one less finish point that goes to them. But hey, now because of this, Error Esports have already declared that we are the kings of Everest for now. We can steal frags away from anyone we desire.
This circle, it makes me anticipate of all the fights that are starting to brew up, because have a look at this. Not really a lot of compounds under contention. It is going to be those lackluster hard covers for majority of the teams in the outskirts. You talk about Team Elite Warriors on the south side. You talk about Borderland Rising on the east side. Rivals Apex as well, who are clinging close to the shorelines. These teams will have to struggle without a lot of cover under their belly. It's going to be their vehicles. Talking about vehicles, Archex. Harry, I was expecting better driving skills than that. This man directly took a plunge in the water. Meanwhile, his rest of his teammates, they are going to make that rotate, finding their space inside of George Bull City, but no threat to be found unless Team Foreman Legacy from their backlines decide to take shots against them, Crips.
Yeah, but Team Foreman Legacy might just be a little late to the party. Arch have already crossed the longer bridge for George Bull. They go all the way past South George Bull, and they're going even further into the zone, closer towards Hospital. So while there's plenty of zone space to be taken for Team Foreman, if they don't hurry up, all of these compounds will be gone. As of now, you have the duo from Veteran Esports inside of the South George Bull container area. Swag, on the other hand, they're moving and they're right in between two teams. I feel extremely nervous on their behalf. They wanted to take the compound that Aerobots are in. They move away from that. And just as they turn, they realized that they were also in between K4C. So they really have nowhere else to go now.
Talking about nowhere else to go. Swag Esports on our screens right now, still trying to vie for those high grounds, and that high ground advantage will be denied as of yet because of all the shots that are being taken from multiple sides. Look at this, Archex from the backlines. It's going to be Harry. He knows that there might be someone who is still present. In fact, wants to let the four-man Legacy, who has completely been wiped off, just not have those lingering player presence in the backlines. Just a team getting wiped out in front of our eyes. You have got to wait to find out if there are going to be more. The spray down from Harry was ever so brilliant, just knocking down every single player. I kind of missed that on the finish feed, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, he just plucked them out of that monster truck. This man is a monster himself. Look at the way Arch Esports are spreading out. They had some of their players late rotating from North George Bull, while their teammates who were the first ones to cross the bridge had already secured the entirety of South George Bull for themselves. So they have two players ahead, scouting and securing space, while the other two players still back outside of the zone, trying to make sure that anyone else who crosses late, for example, Team Foreman, these guys were wiped out by the late rotators. So they get the placement points, they get the safe zone, and they get the finishes. What a way.
A little bit of a bait and switch, to be honest, because the initial players with the vehicle itself kind of distracted the likes of Team Foreman Legacy, that they were going to cross on over, but to leave a player behind, it's kind of trivial. But to see this inside of round 2, especially from these inexperienced teams, it's so good to watch that they are also learning the nitty-gritties of the game. Beautiful spray down, of course, coming in from Steak as well.
Yeah, but look at the circle. It's hard shifted towards the left-hand side of your screen. That means the Everest area is no longer in zone.
Talking about the Everest area, Team Error Esports, now they are going to be proactive to try and make their way inside, but this is going to be a double-edged sword, because you know it, as a matter of fact, as soon as you climb down from Everest, you are going to be exposed to all the gunshots and all the third parties that might happen. Extremely deadly to be up there for your opponents, but when you come down, you are nothing but a feast. You are nothing but a prey for everyone who's just waiting for an opportunity to pounce. Talk about Blitz Gaming, they also get themselves a little corner of space, a pocket to clean things up. Scouting ahead inside of the circle, to ensure that the compounds are completely left vacant, but they've spotted the likes of the Elite Warriors at a distance, and they know that as soon as the shots get fired, I believe both the Renaissance as well as Elite Warriors can come into the picture to third party.
Yeah, we'll see whether Renaissance is in danger from Blitz or whether they're in danger from Air Esports, and they clash against each other with their vehicles out. Insane goes down thanks to Tuba, and Fake has the flank on them. Demon trying to make sure that everybody in Terror Esports stays alive, but he doesn't have the crossfire anymore. He's been wiped out. Renaissance Esports take 3 knocks, but they wipe out a whole team, and they have very little time to get their players back up on their feet, although the third party arrives.
The cavalry arrives for Ocean Rivals as well, and they are matching the timing up to the fray. It's all about Fake, but he's going to go down. One lone survivor for Renaissance is going to walk away, but is he going to survive is going to be the question. No, he doesn't. He's been shut down, but the party does not stop. It's the battle between the tabletoppers, Blitz Gaming. They go hot, they come in heavy, and they charge Ocean Rivals. Just one player who is still holding his ground, and that's going to be Ironclad, but I'm expecting those explosions to come in from Blitz Gaming, and Shadow does lob in the nade grips. It seems like Ocean Rivals, they are in pain.
Ocean Rivals was supposed to be the third party, but then Blitz Gaming came in as the fourth party, and these guys want to put on a Blitzkrieg. Bro is bro, surviving on a sliver of his HP. The MVP from the Sanhok game yesterday has just a tiny pixel of HP left. He jumps out of the car, and he's still mowed down by Ironclad. Ocean Rivals not just pull off the third party, but they survive the fourth party invasion. And you also have Team Aerobots taking pot shots from them at a distance. And they survived that as well. They survived a 6th party attempt. This was an assassination attempt that failed.
When these homies pull up on your block, they make that thing go gra-ta-ta-ta-ta. That was Ocean Rivals right there. But this time K4C on another attempt to make the swaggers of the lobby get thrown out. This time though, Ice is going to be the first one to fall as the nade connects. A little bit of a time as the ridge separates these two teams from battle, but I believe it's the airstrikes that's going to make it count. K4C looking to make their mark. Swag Esports looking to make their comeback trips. This is going to be a pretty important fight for qualification.
And looks like Legend finds himself a pocket of space. Ice might just be able to get back up on his feet. Swag and K4C quite isolated from the rest of the circle right now. But look at the position that Aerobots has captured for themselves. They've got the center of the circle and they've got good compounds. They might just be able to keep tabs on everybody, Salty.
Talking about team tabs on everybody, TSG, the only team inside the circle apart from Aerobots. They know that there is a team pulling up right next to them. It's going to be the Elite Warriors as the cavalry comes in. I really want the perspective to switch onto that fight as it brews out slowly and steadily. Monty, of course, being in the front lines along with WTF, but they need a lot more numbers as entirety of the Elite Warriors are knocking on the doors. Thug WTF being overwhelmed with the presence of the throwables. This man is still clinging on to his team life as he makes the fall. No, wait, he actually goes in for a parkour move, something that the Elite Warriors might not expect, Crips.
He's hanging on to the ledge of the house. He's basically Spider-Man right now. And Monty has no idea where he went. My goodness, the entirety of Elite Warriors were upon him, Salty. He just juked the hell out of them. He escaped their sightlines, and he's bought enough space for Monty to give him back up.
It's not just Monty and not just TSG right now. It's Archex as well who has joined the party. And I am trembling, to be honest, to find out who are going to be the victors. In fact, from the distance, it is going to be Aerobots who take down the likes of Archex. A very poor pit stop out in the open, and that bites the dust for them.
Well, Team Elite Warriors will be thanking their lucky stars, thanking Team Aerobots. They saved them from the pinch that Archex was trying to put onto them. And now only one man survives from Archex. It's Lyrax hiding inside that vehicle, hoping to get himself some space. Meanwhile, Mukul, he just got himself another opportunity. Naughty Boy does get the knock onto Monty, but this fight has still come to a standstill.
And I believe the Elite Warriors, they have sharpened their swords and they are ready to make a comeback. 16th on the overall standings, but slowly and steadily they are beginning to make a mark. Look at Borderland Rising, though. They are right at the edge of the circle, completely out in the open, no covers whatsoever, but at least they've got the virtual heat map in their head where the fights are taking over. The shots from the compounds, they know as a matter of fact that the fight has been cleaned up. Now there's only one team that they need to capitalize on. Shots did target coming from Baz. A little one of those did connect, damage being dished out as well. But for Borderland Rising, there is no compulsion to try and make a mad dash inside the circle. They can stay, hold their position, and try and break open TEW and their formation.
TEW, they were at the absolute bottom of the scoreboard yesterday. By virtue of wiping out TSG, they have just got themselves some much needed points. And those points, while it's just one team worth of frags, this will propel them at least 4 position points in the entire leaderboard. One fight can change your fate. Oh my god, such a long distance knock. Aimgod, he's the star of Aerobots. He's been completely destroyed at that range. Maybe we have been underestimating Team Elite Warriors after all.
We sure have, right? The smackdown was there. Team Elite Warriors now are going to be made to think a little bit, how do they enter the circle? Because as soon as they leave their compounds, they are in completely open terrain. Meanwhile, Lyrax from Archex, the only solo player surviving, I believe he's got the gunpowder and some standard cover for himself. He can be a real nuisance in TEW, and their position inside of the circle can gatekeep the likes. But it's not just him, even Borderland Rising. They're the ones taking pot shots. Aerobots Esports have spotted the likes of Rivals Apex, who are determined to prevent them from entering the circle. But it's not just them. Swaggy Esports right up front. This is going to be a battle for Rivals Apex, which might result in their demise.
Rivals Apex must clear out the likes of Swaggy Sports before they can make their way into the zone. They need to make sure their backlines are clear, otherwise they'll be in way too much trouble. But Yuva gets a knock, and Naman is down on his knees. Rival Apex are being hunted down by not just Swag, but even by Aerobots, who are trying to gatekeep both of these teams from coming inside the circle. Resurrection complete. Trigger makes a mad dash in the vehicle, jumps out, but he has way too little HP to finish that fight. Ice gets the better of him, and he finishes off Trigger as well.
Rivals Apex, they get finished off. Swaggy Sports once again just going strong. We knew it. The pocket of space for Rivals Apex was just not enough. They did try to make in that mad dash because they knew that they had to clear in their backlines. They had to clear in their high grounds before they make their progression towards the circle. But that was denied by Swaggy Sports. Love the way they have maintained their composure, but now the ball is going to be in their court to try and make their way in. Luckily enough for them, they've got that little bit of a ridge to try and protect themselves from all the shots that might come in from Aerobots Esports. But as of now, I believe the protagonist in this entire story has to be Lyrax, the lone survivor from Archex. 12 points on board already. If he can maintain his composure, get those position points up his kitty, I believe Archex are going to be the biggest benefiters from this game itself, Crips.
Yeah, he just needs to stay alive longer than 3 more teams, and at that point he will be able to get at least a bunch of position points so that they can make up for whatever trauma he has gone through in this game. A rat experience in Erangel in such an open grassland, it's really not something that you would want to have. Lyrax, he's actually vying for kills. He's not just trying to stay alive and survive, he's actually trying to get the knock onto Mukul. The nade was almost
Nice.
perfect. I take my words back, it was perfect. But now how will he get the finish?
Well, he just have to get 3 more knocks. That is how he's going to get those finishes. Lyrax in position. This little ditch could have actually turned into the Death Valley had the Elite Warriors lashed him Molotovs at him. But so far, this man, he feels like he's up in the hills, smashing superstars, feels like a pop star, but needs to continue that run for himself as well. With Falcon Jordan trying to go in on the flank, with Silva trying to hold that angle, and with one of their comrades trying to res it up. It seems like the Elite Warriors, they're extremely calm and composed, but from the north side, you've got Swag Esports as well, who are starting to make their presence felt. And as soon as they spot themselves out, they get taken down. Ice is going to bear the brunt. Predator will have to go in for the rest, but look at the way they've been pinched down.
Swag Esports holding on. Their composure is cold, ice cold all the way through. Get their teammates back up on their feet. Will they be able to pull off this defeat? No, it seems like Arch still have their number. And Archex, even that one person alive, is actually getting a lot more finishes. His spree has finally been put to an end by Mukul, but Swag are just simply not out of danger. If they get ice back up, one of their other players goes down. it's just a never-ending series of revives from that team.
The only exit strategy that Swag Esports might deploy is gonna have to be this the smoke path, right? There is no other way they're gonna protect themselves. But look at this K4C from the distance. It seems like Borderland Rising. They've kind of lied low throughout this entire fight, but now they are starting to make their positions inside of the circle. They found themselves a pretty little corner from which they are taking shots against K4C. Might actually be successful in shutting them down, but this time Aerobot, they spot the lads from Swag Esports, and in one quick fray, both of them are gonna bite the dust.
Yeah, Swag Esports were just playing Revive Simulator 2025. Aerobots now having the weight of the world upon their shoulders, need to get these finishes. Otherwise, they'll be stolen away by Borderland Rising, who were playing it really safe towards the southern edge of the zone so far. That nade seems heroic, and Hero is in quite a lot of danger. Cue in the villain music, cue in the risers. Jodley's the only one surviving from Borderland Rising, but he might just be able to get back up from his teammate who's still far away from them. I take my words back, there's still two players of Borderland up on their feet, but the moment I say that, Vice bites the dust. Jodley survives with a sliver of HP, and Vamp has his number. The suppressive fire keeps him down, keeps him prone, and Hero's closing in the distance, but he gets knocked down by some completely different team. It's Rahul who's providing them cover.
This is such a messy fight, to be honest. K4C just taking their grave at this point, trying to hold back down. The play zone will engulf the rest of the comrades, but now look at this, Borderland Rising. They were in such a beautiful position, have just dug their grave for themselves. The split did not work out. K4C split them in half, spit roasted them, but this is going to be a little difficult for them to survive with ARZ and the Elite Warriors in prime position. All four players for TEW still standing tall. Have a look at this. Aerobots, I know they are outside the circle, but I know they have visibility on both these two lineups. And if they are successful in going in for those finishes, they are going to be the biggest benefiters. There's no doubt about it. They will pin down every single player in their tracks itself.
It's a 3v3v4. Never mind. It's a 2v3v4 now, as Borderland are unsuccessful in reviving their fallen comrades. Borderland Rising had an amazing chicken dinner yesterday, but this time they are at the mercy of Aim God, who's raining down fire upon them. Falcon has his number. Aim God down on his knees, but at least the zone hasn't completely pushed Aerobots out of their cover just yet. And as you are Ghost for the res, he's been sprayed down by Falcon as well. This Falcon is hungry. He's flying over them like a pack of vultures, ready to pick on the dead.
And why not? He is the Elite Warrior after all. And they still hold their position. For Aerobots though, it's die disarray, to be honest, because they have no other option but to go in for that mad dash. Not a lot of smokes available. Carry does have those 5, but as soon as he steps out of this hard cover, I'm pretty sure he's going to be peppered from multiple directions. He does have the buggy though. He's not going to be able to keep it alive. Tries to evade, tries to eject, tries to protect himself from the shots, but it seems like Borderland Rising, they keep on peppering him down, lock him in position. So far, the biggest contributors to this chicken has to be the Elite Warriors, but Borderland Rising, I still believe, Trips, they have got a chance.
Never mind, at least Aerobots will no longer have a chance. They had the best compound in the entire damn circle. They had this game which was supposed to be destined for them, but they lost it. And Plasma will finally bite the dust. The Elite Warriors do the impossible. They get their chicken dinner. The team at the absolute bottom of the scoreboard today has finally something to celebrate.
And this came in as a result of a shift in mentality, because I believe they knew what they had to do, right? Protect their numbers up until the final circle, lay low, but they were hitting some nutty shots right from the beginning, right? You mentioned it, the shot against Aim God was brilliant. Today, it seemed to be the different day for the Elite Warriors. They just wake up on the right side of the bed, and so much improvement in gameplay to kind of showcase for it. I believe that the comeback is on the cards, Scripts. One good game that we are talking about, it's already there. You back it up with one more and you're already inside the top 7.
Exactly, and this was a good game for multiple teams, not just Elite Warriors. I mean, we spoke so much about Aerobots yesterday.
Yep.
Coming from the grind, they were supposed to be the messiahs. They were supposed to be the leaders of this entire group, but they were rather yesterday. I mean, they left a lot to be desired, right? But today, they make it to the top 3, plenty of finishes for themselves. They were on the 10th position yesterday. They should definitely be in the top 7 by now. Elite Warriors had 2 points yesterday. 2 freaking points across 3 games. And now they have a chicken dinner with plenty of finishes. This is going to be a massive jump for them.
And to be honest, this is what we wanted for the storyline as well, because I always want the tables to kind of turn as we move towards the ending stages of a particular group. We are about to close down Group 2 as the next two maps are about to be played. But Crips, with that being said, teams from the bottom, they are coming up. Teams from the top, they get wiped off instantly. We saw that fight between Blitz and Ocean Rivals. For a brief period, I felt like Ocean Rivals, they were actually brilliant. They were holding down their turf so brilliantly. But outside those finish points, they could not really amass a lot. But kudos to their consistency, because all the 4 matches that they've played, they've been consistent.
Exactly. Borderland Rising have amazing rotations, but Ocean Rivals are the kind of team that have the firepower to make sure that even if they're stuck in a dangerous situation, they can get out of there. Like, Ocean Rivals were the first team to pull up. They were the third party.
Yeah.
And then come Blitz, fourth party. And then Aerobots in the distance, fifth party. My goodness, they had so much heat to handle. And they got a bunch of finish points out of that.
Well, Ocean Rivals, we'll have to find out how many points did they secure. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, if you did miss any of the action, do not go anywhere, because we always bring up the highlights for you. That is what is going to be coming on your screens right about now. With the flight path, of course, being onto the right-hand side of the map, I felt like we are in for an Everest circle. I was expecting those high grounds to be contested, but that was not the case. It was, in fact, a battle for the low grounds. If you have the ditches, if you have the dips and valleys, you will be the ones being in profit.
Yeah, and it's just stonks all over the place for these teams. Borderland Rising, I had a lot of expectations for them. At one point, they were just in their cars prowling across the entire southern circle, and they were getting so many finishes. But then, everyone just sort of decided to focus on them. Elite Warriors were knocking them down left, right, and center. And when Aerobots tried to get a piece of the pie, Aerobots were also destroyed by Team Elite Warriors. So it's almost like one team is pressuring Borderland, the other team is relieving pressure from them by shooting down their enemies.
It's a game of push and pull, to be honest. But you talk about the way Aerobots kind of stayed in that circle. They knew that they might actually succumb to the Eternal Flames, the blue zone. They stuck their ground and they focused on getting those eliminations on those frag points. And I believe they were absolutely successful in doing that. We will talk about them a little while later. But for now, the MVP of this map of Erangel, it is going to be Falcon Short with 7 eliminations and 937 points of damage. It was brilliant that Team Elite Warriors had such hidden talents that could not really come in yesterday. But now that they have the experience, now that they have a little bit of an idea of how the lobby paces out, they are displaying their true potential here inside of round 2.
Yeah, they are indeed displaying their true potential. Falcon Short with a stunning performance, 7 finishes, followed closely by Varun. He was the one responsible for that massive clutch against Blitz as well as the fourth party. So plenty of good stuff from this man as well. And there's, of course, a lot of players from Borderland Rising as well as Aerobots, but we'll talk about them later.
We certainly will talk about them later. Look at that, 58 eliminations acquired from team fights. 1 vehicle finish, pretty interesting. Do not really remember which one was it. And even the longest finish, I believe, from coming in from Kratos, 325 meters. Quite interesting out there. But talking about interesting, we do have the point standings on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. And Elite Warriors stand taller than everyone. 20 points is what they have acquired. Add in the 2 points from yesterday, I believe they are in a very comfortable and a stable position. Borderland Rising, another consistent performance. Ocean Rivals, another consistent performance. 11 eliminations for Team Ocean Rivals. But look at Aerobots. I believe the comeback story that we've been talking about is already here, Crips.
My goodness, Rivals Apex just get only 2 points, and with Elite Warriors getting 20, Elite Warriors have now overtaken Rivals Apex on the overall standings as well. That's absolutely insane. Although I do feel bad for Blitz Gaming. Their timing to go in for the fourth party was absolutely on point, but still they lost. It's all thanks to Varun and his clutch performance.
Well, we talk about clutch performance as we move into the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen. It's still Blitz Gaming at the top, but look at that. Team Ocean Rivals, they come in hot, chasing down the likes of Blitz Gaming, 49 points, closely following up. There is going to be Borderland Rising, 39 points for them. The gap at the top, it's enormous, but as you come crushing down, you get to see Error Esports, you get to see Renaissance, you get to see Elite Warriors, Aerobots and Rivals Apex in that vicinity of 5 points. 27 to 22 is where the hotlands lie. And then we flip pages. Swag Esports at 21, D4T at 19, Crips. Where will teams get to breathe?
I don't think they get to breathe, bro. This is an anaerobic exercise. It's gonna execute every single muscle in your body, every single cell in your brain. You will need everything to push forward. The magic number for now seems to be 22. There's a lot of teams stuck at the 22-point mark, and that has now become the new benchmark, the new cutoff if you want to get across round 2 into the top 7.
You know what? The sad part about this is going to be the fact that the top 7, of course, they directly qualify to round 3. Right, but the team on the 8th position, they've got to be in a very dicey spot where their qualification is not guaranteed, but they're not completely out of the picture.
Yeah.
If they do amass enough points, which is higher than the rest of their comrades who also did not qualify, then they make the cut. Out of 32 teams, 16 of them still make it from the overall standing. So it is going to be a very interesting dynamic as the next 2 maps do come in front of us. But as of now, ladies and gentlemen, like we said, the competition is heating up. Multiple teams in that mid-pack, everybody standing at 22 points. We're going to be coming back with the map of Miramar after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Got that temperature's hot, but it had to make way. We came here to slay. We came here to slay. Let's go. Got that temperature's hot, but it had to make way. We came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! B3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro is the choice.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता. नहीं आता. अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ. वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार. आता है. नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया. आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर. यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले. चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर. ओ यस.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to realme BGIS 2025. You guys are watching round 2, day 2. We've had an incredible set of games so far, I see. Welcome back to the desk. You've been watching from the sidelines and now you're back here. How do you feel? What are your thoughts about the first game?
Interesting enough, we are expecting comebacks. We are expecting unpredictabilities, and seeing how that we are down towards last 2 maps in general here, this is potentially one of the last shot for some of this team to actually qualify into round 3. And interesting enough, this is not like the grind. Grind, they have a second life, you know, they're going to be coming to round 2, yada yada, you know, all the teams are going to be seeded. But this time, teams like Aerobots, teams like Rival Apex, if they don't qualify towards the top 7, chances of them, you know, making it to round 3 means that they are going to be eliminated. Ooh, scary.
That's absolutely scary. But you know what else can be scary? Your opponents. They will be absolutely terrified of you if you are armed and equipped with this lethal device, the Realme P3 Pro 5G. It's got an amazing, the smoothest in the segment, 90 FPS refresh rate. It also has a very responsive touchscreen, which by the way is now powered by AI, so it's super fluid.
Wow, it is indeed as well. On top of it all as well, it is also having a glow in the dark feature. Basically, it means that right now on the screen, it is in this color, but when the lights go down, it turns into a different color, which you guys just missed out on.
Can
the
we
slide
show
just
them?
now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we can turn the lights off, maybe give them a little display.
Okay, maybe some other time. But
Yeah.
for now, we have to continue on towards the game in general. And of course, in the game in general, the most important thing when it comes to gunplay is that you need to have fast reactions. And of course, with the Realme P3 Pro 5G, instantaneous sampling rate of 2500 Hz, segment stables 90 FPS performance literally gives you that opportunity. So be sure to check out the Realme P3 Pro 5G. That is very, very important. So now, Crips, I know for a fact that you are a big fan of Ocean Rivals. And interesting enough, just today in the morning, I had a little bit of a chat with Sadajit on his live stream, and guess who popped up? It was Ryzen from Ocean Rivals, and he asked me that today, he asked me, who does he want to drop clash? Who do you want us, he asked me, who do you want them to drop clash onto? And guess what? I said Blitz Gaming, and guess what happened just now? Boom.
I love you for saying that. I mean, it's first of all rare that the players would tune
I know,
into the
right?
live stream just a few hours before their match rather than practicing. And even when they show up, they're like, who do you want us to drop clash? It's like they want to pick up
so
some
much
fights.
confidence,
Yeah,
you know,
much confidence.
so much confidence, which is cool.
And I mean, okay, fine, it wasn't exactly a drop clash, but it was something even better. It was a
know,
fourth
right?
party repelled away. Like, that's just insane. The amount of firepower you need for that is through the roof. And Varun just pulled off one of the most impressive clutches of round 2 so far.
Well, I'm looking forward to see even more here, considering the fact that the teams here, especially in round 2, have 2 more maps to go. And guess what? We're going to be heading into the hot desert plains of Miramar to decide of who is going to be qualified to round 3 and who is going to be eliminated right here, right now here. Without further ado, let's jump into game. Do or die for some of these teams, who's going to qualify and who's going to be eliminated. Now, without further ado, the flight path is going to be starting from the south side of Persona, heading all the way to the north side of La Cabrera, in between La Cabrera as well as Torre Hamunada. And as of yet, our Aerobots will have a very, very decent start, considering that they do lean towards Persona, Minas, or maybe even Valdemar in their usual rotations here, creeps.
Now, we saw plenty of teams fight early on in El Pozo yesterday, but all the teams who dropped in Los Leones kind of avoided the early fights yesterday. I would like to see some nice Los Leones fights as well, especially when teams are trying to contest the tall building, the Khalifa building. Meanwhile, the El Pozo drop clashes, yeah, sure, they're interesting enough, but I said it yesterday and I will say it again. I am yearning to cast a Picardo Stadium fight. It's been ages since I saw one, but this happens yet again. Team Error yesterday were in a fight in this exact same church yesterday, and now they are at it again. It seems like these guys in K4C have absolutely no remorse. This is an ego clash. They knew for a fact that they were in danger yesterday when they dropped here, but they still don't change.
Well, speaking of changing right now, it is going to be a tough one as well. Champ does have the high ground advantage. He's looking to try and get a couple of chips in, but he is in a little bit of trouble. He needs to run away, considering the fact that he needs the rest of members coming from K4C to provide the assistance. But guess what? Vegeta was able to get one opening knock, so that's going to be a little bit of saving grace for now. But they do have to wrap things up as of yet. None of them have a lot of mats to work with. Hero gets knocked off for now. And this is going to be a 3v3 situation. Vegeta is pressing his way through, and they do find Team Error in the corner as they do wipe them out potentially here. And I think there's only one left guy, and that's going to be Insane and Demon, who's nowhere to be found, trying to look for angles for this fight here.
Yeah, but will he be able to find angles? And even if he finds an angle, will he be able to get that shotgun to work in range? The pump action shotgun is kind of useless without a choke, especially when you're that high up on the roof.
Well, moments away. Good boys, Jot. It's gotta make this count. This is very important for both these teams right now. They need these points to actually qualify for round 3. And this early drop cash, they have to wrap things up. Winner takes all in this kind of scenarios. As you can see, K4C, they don't have a lot of mats. They do have Team Error kind of surrounded right now, but it is going to be a temporary ceasefire. It's just not worth taking those unnecessary risks unless K4C flushes them out. They have the 4-man all completely up right now.
Yeah, but take a look at what Gods by Jod is doing. He's the only person on the ground floor. He's trying to lure K4C out of their hiding holes. They're all just holed up inside the church. Meanwhile, you have Demon with an M249 perched up on the roof. Insane with a shotgun also on the roof. These guys just want K4C to leave so that they can get all the finishes as they exit. They want the exit frags. Both these teams, they love to hot drop and contest Chumacera, but they ignore the rest of the Chumacera area. They just want this particular church.
Well, he does give you a lot of advantage in terms of information, right? So it makes a lot of sense. And Terra Esports, they are still inside of zone somewhat, but still, it is going to be a little bit of awkward situation. Chumacera, like you said as well, does have one of the highest vantage points. And right now, being high up means you have information, but considering how long this fight is dragging out, either of these teams needs to start to make a play. As you can see, Terror, it's up to Insane. He doesn't have the mats to work with. They're trying to bait out some reactions. And while all this commotion is actually happening as well, you can see Arch can barely hear the gunshots coming in, but they do drive by Chumacera. And I was expecting a little bit of a confrontation, but seems to me K4C, they find an opening once more. It is going to be a 2v4 situation. Does K4C want to take the risk and go in for the push? But seems like they are smoking out to try and exit potentially. Interesting. Oh, here comes the rush. They do find one more, and that's huge. Finally, after a moment of brilliance, but it's up to Insane to go in for the clutch, and he finds two with the pump action. And guess what? K4C now turn tail and potentially look to reset once more. Insane doesn't have mats. He is going to try and play the numbers from high ground. Getting a couple baits here. This fight is dragging really, really long right now, Cribs.
Way too long.
Insane?
Free fire with the pump action shotgun. He gets the knock onto Brave. Insane goes through with the trade instantly, and Hero finishes him off as well. Hero will have to absolutely be living up to his name. He will have to be not just a hero, he will have to be a superhero to somehow get his team out of this precarious situation. Demon and Gods by Jod, both of them bleeding internally. They are hemorrhaging their HP away. And this has come to a very awkward standstill in the staircase. This one narrow corridor can be full of shrapnel if a nade is well timed and cooked right.
What a clutch from Insane, but for now K4C still manages to get the full reset once more, but they don't have mats again. Slowly but surely taking out members, but good boy! With the shot once again, he finds another 2-knock with that shotty!
2v2 now, I see. This can go either way.
They have to push right now. Demon gonna be shooting blind through the smokes, and he finds another one as well. Finally, K4C losing more than ever. And now towards the last member, here comes on 1 HP, and Demon clutches it up big time. Terra Esports finally makes it on top with 4 finishes. But guess what? This fight has drawn the commotions of Arch to come in third party, and now they are here to take them out. They don't have utilities. They don't have mats. Cribs. I don't know what to say. Terror. This might be the it for them as well. The Molotov clips onto this was wow, good spot. He's gonna be surrounded and they get taken out. And eventually, the only victors in this region is gotta be Arch.
An amazing 2v4 clutch by Terra Esports. Such a hard fight. So much effort. Such an amazing clutch. And for what? For nothing. All of it to be stolen away by Arch. Terra Esports worked really, really hard for that fight, I see.
Well,
a 2v4 clutch in that Naira staircase is very difficult.
You know, hopefully, if with that 4 points, it's going to be okay, right? Considering the fact that, hey, they have one more game to go, but all things considered, some points is better than no points. In this case, K4C will be back to the lobby with absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, we do see another stalemate once more. It is going to be Ocean Rivals going on to Veteran Esports. Arch find the opening knock right now, but he's pinned down towards one corner of the room. He's trying to bait a couple of shots in, but DPS comes in. But the UMP run and gun will be successful in taking him down. So that's going to be Wolf, 99 getting the knock on towards him. As they do need to look for the resets, but the nades comes in. Ooh, that's a little bit too close to be for comfort here. As veteran esports looking to continue this fight.
Vipex, he's going to be regretting that nade. It ended up finishing off his teammate. He really thought that he would put a spanner in the works for OR, but that is not the case. They've now retreated back to the first floor, and it's going to be incredibly difficult for Vipex to climb up those stairs and scale the building. It can be easily covered by the S12K. It can be lethal in that staircase, and it is. Even Varun down on his knees. This has fully devolved into a team fight, and one of the best teams in the tournament in this round have been eliminated at the hands of the veterans. Ocean Rising had a phenomenal performance. The second highest ranked team knocked out by the veterans, who were the first ones to be eliminated in the last game, by the way.
A little bit unfortunate, but revenge is a little bit sweet here coming from veteran esports. They need these points to kind of scale back up, but hopefully with these points, it is going to be A-okay. But seeing how the circle is, it is going to be shifting towards Power Grid as well as Picado. And it seems like teams like TSG, Veteran, Arch, as well as RTE, they do find themselves a decent amount of space to work with, whereas the rest of the world, where Blitz, Swag, and also Borderlands are all going to be coming from the northeast quadrant. And guess what? Northeast mountain terrain, not exactly the most efficient in terms of rotating right now. So it is going to be a very, very long one. And of course, another team as well on screen, Aerobots coming from Valdemar. Fortunately for them, they do have a little bit of room to work with through Ladrela. But aside from that, I think not much they can do about it if they get gatekeeped.
Yeah, I don't think Aerobots will be gatekept just yet. Ladrela offers them quite a lot of high ground areas so that they can look down upon the other teams and, you know, not get looked at themselves. So that should be fine as long as they stick to that rotation path. Arch, though, they have abandoned that church where they got those 2 free finishes, and they're now moving closer towards the convergence of those roads. That is not a good spot to hold, but if you're just passing by and if you're able to get that pass by in like 20-30 seconds, it should be good enough. You'll be out of danger. But for now, Blitz Esports are knocking on the doors of rival Apex, I see.
Well, this seems to be round 2 here coming from rival Apex. We've seen this happen between them and Blitz Gaming, but Blitz was the one that comes up on top. So hopefully, with this opening knock, they are going to be able to wipe them out. Bro is Bro. The star, the MVP, seems to be trying to make a play, but he gets clipped off instead. Tiger is the one going to be just taking him down. Shadow is going to be next to fall as well. Blitz Gaming, their disconnection has caused them to join in this fight one by one, and they fall like dominoes. This is not looking good for Blitz Gaming right now.
Absolutely not. God Mode was in no position to trade his teammates, and now he's in no position to move his car away. Somehow able to get away to safety. But that was a very disconnected fight from them, Blitz. I mean, what happened to them? Was it all just the one-man clutch from Bro is Pro who propelled them up yesterday? Did they not have teamwork to begin with? Because so far they've seen 2 fights, one in Erangel and one in Miramar. Both of them initiated by them, but they failed.
Yeah, which is a little bit unfortunate, right? Ironic. And rival Apex was the one that actually lost to them as well during the Sanhok map, where Blitz Gaming got that amazing run from Bro is Bro yesterday as that debut match, which is very, very unfortunate. But all things considered, Blitz, even though they've down 2 men, they still have a decent, healthy amount of points here to secure themselves into the top 7. Whereas rival Apex, you can see, they are currently in 6th position with 24 points. They need all these finishes, and currently they've got themselves 3. So it is going to be A-okay to try and push up even higher, but getting the chicken dinner is what they're going to be eyeing for right now.
Swag Esports still taking a little bit of damage from the blue zone, but they don't really need to worry much because the northern edge of the circle is actually relatively free. The only team that can pose somewhat of a threat to them is rival Apex, and rival Apex have already revealed their position, you know, by shooting at them, so now Swag can easily avoid them and there's plenty of space left. On the other hand, Picado completely occupied by Error Esports. The northern hill of Picado is shared by Borderland Rising as well as the veterans. Now, veterans have just managed to win their first team fight today. I hope they can keep the momentum up, but the moment I say that, they lose one player to Borderland Rising, I see. This could just be the beginning of a caster's curse.
Oh boy, I hope it doesn't help them as well. Alok, pretty much going to be caught out in the open. Nothing much he can do about it, considering the fact that he was caught rotating in this kind of engagements. Borderland Rising, they will be roaming around. They do have themselves a pretty decent amount of compound, but unfortunately to say, in terms of spatial control. They don't really have a lot, but they do have a lot of cover to protect those vehicles. So that is going to be a little bit of a standstill for now. But God mode, it's all by himself. He will continue that fight against rival Apex. He gets one knock, but he's going to be stranded as well. And he's going to get completely overrun by rival Apex. And just like that, they finish all of Blitz Gaming. And it will secure themselves 4 finishes in total and also the reset outside of Power Grid.
They finished what they started. Actually, no, wait. I take my words back. Rival Apex didn't start that. Blitz was the one who started that fight, but they will come to regret that dearly.
Well, they may not have started it, but guess what? Rival Apex was there to end it.
To end it, yes.
In this case, they get themselves 4 finishes and looking to try and pull ahead from the rest of the pack. We've talked about how the Grime teams has been struggling during day 1, day 2 itself. Aerobots and also Rival Apex are going to be the teams that are trying to solidify into the top 7. And currently, Rival Apex on 6th place, Aerobots also in 7th place. And on the finish features now, we saw one of them getting knocked as well. Not looking too good. Aim God actually getting knocked off. And it's going to be Swag is going to be here to reap the rewards. Aim God, star player, completely finished off. And Aerobots has to do this without him once more.
Aim God was responsible for almost half of Aerobots' frags in round 1 as well as the grind. And now without him, this team just lost a major chunk of their firepower. Sure, they have a decent position. Sure, they have 3 members still alive and kicking. But will those 3 be able to live up to the hype? Will they be able to contribute as much as Aimbots did?
Well, for now, Yuba and also Carry has been holding down themselves pretty good, considering the fact that yesterday, especially even just now as well, they were doing a lot of work in suppressing the rest of the world. And hopefully the momentum is going to be a-okay, but even then, we're down towards 12 teams, and as of yet, the circle is about to shift in. Everybody is looking to try and push through this fight.
Looks like Swag Esports, they are going on a finishing spree. They don't just target all their nemesis, but they also got a knock onto a member of TSG. That's 2 different members of 2 different teams that they just got the finish on.
Yep, at the same time, look at the screen as well. Circle is going to shift into its power grid. Everybody needs to push through that. Rival Apex in the middle. Aerobots on the north side as well. Borderland on the east side. But from the southwest corner, look at this. RTE, TSG, Arch, they're all going to be going into the run-in as well. And who's going to be the ones that stop them? It's going to be Error on the south side as well. As you can see, they do have Edwin as well as Taz. They spread out into the southern corner. That's going to be a big problem they need to overcome.
Yeah, Error Esports need to commit to a 2-2 split, or they need to regroup. Whatever they do, they have to do it now. They won't have time to do it later on. Arch and Renaissance Esports still outside the zone have to make their way back in. But Borderland Rising is contesting Rival Apex for these ditches. This can be one of the best cover areas with no compound in this circle. And right now, Rival Apex have this area for themselves. The only better area than this is the one occupied by Aerobots, and that is the warehouse of Power Grid. So both the teams from the grind have the 2 best positions in the zone right now, and Borderland Rising wants this position for themselves. That's why they're trying to force the fight. They're trying to force the issue here.
Yeah, but at the same time, it seems like it's going to be very difficult as well. Borderland, they regretted that decision. They are going to be backing out from that fight, and they are going to be clashing directly into Veteran as of yet. As you can see, the flush comes in, but the STFK from Abai is going to be the one that gets the knock onto him. So this, just like that, Borderland is stuck scrambling whether or not should they commit to this fight or towards that. But Bas looking for the push, but the needs from Abai gets him instead. That's going to be Borderland losing another member once more.
Yeah, that's what happens when you try to clash with 2 teams at the same time. On one hand, they have a duo trying to fight Rival Apex. On the other hand, the other duo was fighting Veteran Esports, and they end up getting nowhere.
Oh boy, this is not looking good for them at all. Veteran Esports now have a little bit upper hand. Fortunately for them, they do have 5 finishes, so that's a little bit of a plus sign for them. They do have a decent amount of compound, but they do not have abilities to pick on top of the mountain, because little did they know on top of the mountain is going to be members of T4M. In this case, Team 4-Man Legacy will be the ones looking down at this. Meanwhile, southwest corner, the absolute chaos that is about to approach here. TSG, RTE, they're all here. And it is going to be RTE that is looking to push in forward. Renaissance Esports not having a single solid ground to work with yet. They've got one finish, but aside from that, they're still right at the edge of the zone.
Tug stuck in that little ditch over there. He's being subject to a lot of Molotovs and nades. On the other hand, his teammates intermission's been spotted in the distance. Rook tries to get the spray down onto him, but misses. What about the other members of TSG? Are they in any position to bail Thug out of that position? He's kind of stuck. And nope, he will get a knock. He will get the finish. Tanjiro down, but he's been instantly traded by Fake. And that should be the finish as well. A 1-for-1 trade by both these teams, I see.
Yeah, that's the timing that they needed, right? Renaissance Esports, they were on the edge for the longest time. They are able to find an opening, but the question here is, even though there's an opening, little did they know, guess what? There's a team on the left, there's a team on the right, there's a team everywhere. What do we do? In this case, look at the circle. Where is it going to shift? Oh, fortunately for them, it's not that far away. So that's a little bit of saving grace, but they still need to push through this barricade, which in this case, D4T looking to push up with their aggression. The nades has been locked in. D4T, as of yet, they're still hesitating to look for the opening pick. Can they find it though?
Yes, they found it! Professor X deals the blow, Fake down on his knees, and it's just down to one man on the side of Renaissance Esports. He's running away for his life. He's surviving by the skin of his teeth. Rook has to play some absolute banger chess moves, but he walks right into Professor X's nade. But wait, Professor X is now in danger. He's been shot by Aerobots.
What? Where did that shot come from? Aerobots is all the way in power grid. But seems to me, Aerobots does have the biggest vantage point here to pressure everyone from the west side because of all those covers. And little they know, no one has those angles to actually push up towards the power grid. So that is a little bit of plus sign. However, Circle coming in, 10 seconds left. As you can see, Professor X is down towards his last tick of health. It's going to be fine, right? I think it's going to be fine. Seems like resonating through the zone is going to be a-okay, but can he make it through in time? And seems to be it is going to be okay. No!
Oh, not again!
The play zone! The play zone! Oh.
The play zone is a paid actor.
You hate to see moments like this.
And they almost gave us a glimmer of hope with that.
I know,
Anyway.
right? Anyway, blue zones, it's fine. But all things considered on screen right now, we do see Error Esports going ahead with his Arch. Edwin does have a little bit of a pin down onto them for now. They do find the opening on the run. Slyrax, Error Esports looking to try and simplify themselves in towards the top 7. In this case, they are in 4th position. They do find 2 knocks once more. Ratata goes down as well. Snake will be pinned in towards those cars here. As Taz trying to find a way to shut him out.
This should do the job.
It should be.
Nope, it misses by a mile. Just bounced off at the last moment. Arch pulling off a survival cosplay once again. Last time it was Lyrax who was the last man for the team, trying to keep himself alive. This time that responsibility is on Stake's hand.
Oh, but seems to me Raze did find him right at the pixel on the noggins as well, through the cracks of the ditch. And he was able to take him out, so that is going to be 7 finishes coming from Error Esports. Meanwhile, we do have 9 more teams as the circle is about to collapse onto its power grid. Error Esports going to try and dodge the initial fight here, trying to set up a preemptive roadblock to try and set things up against TSG. In this case, Team Supari Gang also looking to try to make a comeback as well, but guess what? They are getting pinned by both Error Esports, D4T, as well as Aerobots.
This is going to be a massive cluster. And if they can't find a way out of it, they need to at least find a way to the edge of it so they don't get sandwiched. At least they will not be having to fight all these teams at once. At least they can isolate them to some extent. Although that's much more easier said than done.
I know, right? Look at this. No man's land everywhere. There's just open fields after open fields. And guess what? Rayan with the Mini 14 gets a couple of love taps over. Edwin will fall. But Error Esports, will they be able to pick them up? It seems like there is a little bit of disconnection here for Edwin. I don't think they can actually save him. So a little bit of a scuffle here coming from Error Esports, but all is well. Circle going to be in favor of rival Apex and Aerobots once more. Seems to be the grind teams have figured out the formula to predict the circle right now.
Yeah, Aerobots have the prime position right now. Plenty of power grid under their control. And they've got Yua watching the backline, so in case Swag decides to knock on their doors, Yua will be the early warning system for Aerobots. On the other hand, you have D4T, who are also quite chill right now. They will have no trouble getting inside the zone. Borderland Rising was struggling to find a place for themselves to call home, but now they find themselves at the absolute high ground.
I don't know if that's home or not, but seems like that's a little bit too high here. And if they don't have the right vehicles to drop down, they might get sprayed down or fall to the death. In this case, with the top for now, Arrow Esports. They were a little bit of scuffle. Elvin was able to rejoin back. It was able to reset this, but Supari Gang gets the nice jump on them. And that means they are going to be a little bit of trouble. But the question here is, will Subari Gang be able to push through? Because they find a little bit small cracks for Illusion. But in top of the minimap, little did they know it's going to be D4T. And we've known this fight to be drawn out for the longest of time. And everybody is trying to find some sort of space to push through. And it seems like there's nothing that they can do about it. It's all about waiting for those patients coming from the zone here. Error, Adwin. They are going to try and gatekeep this way through. Team Subari Gang is going to be the ones that is having a little bit of problems with that. But it seems like Error, they will push through into the next phase. But Rival Apex, they find another straggler, and that's going to be Kratos and Tango, who tried to rush in and gets taken out.
Rival Apex, they've been holding this area for quite a long time. This was at the center of the circle at one point, but now it's slightly off-center, and they are actually happier about it because nobody else will be vying to contest this area. Nobody would want to push them. They have the liberty to start the fights at their own volition.
It is tough, but speaking of starting the fights, right? Tiger finding the opening knock onto his Error, who's been holding down the soft zone for the longest time. But considering how long it is, Rivals Apex looking to try and join in the fight. They've got 6 finishes thus far. But speaking of joining the fight here, seems like the West Side, we do expect a little bit more company. Swag finally makes that move, and D4T, who was in a deadlock for the longest of time, finally has a little bit of trouble. Professor X getting picked up once more. But Swag, seems like they're throwing up a couple of nades, but it doesn't seem to connect. But Professor X actually getting knocked by Subari Gang this time. And D4T, they're stuck.
They are stuck. They have no way out. These guys are burned alive by the Molotovs, and finally they've been put out of their misery. D4T completely eliminated once and for all. But my goodness, Professor X was getting res knocked so many times.
And Rez knocked again.
Again!
But finally, in this time, they will completely get fully finished. But this time, Subari Gang was able to help out Swagger Esports, give them a little bit of room. But in return, does elevate them in terms of pressure a little bit more. But with 3 more seconds, seeing how the circle is, if it shifts out of power grid, that means Subari Gang is going to be A-okay. Unfortunately to say, the circle is going to be heading towards power grid once more. And Aerobots does have all the high grounds to their advantage. That means the only way to take them down is gotta be working together to surround them. In this case, TSG hasn't been able to push through. Swag Esports is gonna look to pick off all the fishes and the stragglers who's pretty much lurking outside the zone, and they don't really have a lot of time to work with as well. 20 seconds before the zone pushes in.
2-man lineup for TSG, 2-man for veterans, both of them trying to keep themselves alive in this game. But Swag, by virtue of having all their players on their feet, will be able to get at least one. They do lose one player to the knock, but Nick will be finished off by the play zone. It's just down to Illusion now to keep the hopes and dream of his team alive. He knows he's got no chance at winning the chicken dinner, so he is just gonna try and make veterans' lives a little harder. Maybe get some finish points before he finally succumbs.
Well, in this case, he's used up a lot of his bullets. He doesn't have a 5.56 anymore. He's got to use his AK to spray his way through. 3x on the AK is still very difficult to actually set it up, but he does push through for now. Swag Esports not spotting this out, which is kind of surprising as well. Not wanting their heads to be popped off from the side of Aerobots, but interesting enough, despite us talking about Aerobots for the longest time, where is Aerobot shooting? Okay.
Aerobots has no reason to leave their compound. They are safe and snug inside the warehouses of Power Grid. Meanwhile, it's rival Apex who've been moving from hill to hill, trying to pick up fights, as many finish points as possible wherever it is convenient for them. And they also realize that they don't have the best possible position, so they're just going to make sure everybody else has a worse time than them.
Like, this is one of those slow games where everything is done very tactically as well.
Yes.
TSG, they finally get eliminated by Swag, and we are down towards the final 4 team. Rival Apex having the highest percentage now in terms of winner chicken dinner with 32%, followed by Swag, who's 4 men alive, and then Aerobots, who's currently in 3rd place with 24%, and then 2 for veteran.
Aerobots enjoy the high ground advantage for the time being. That is until Naman starts looking at them. He knows for a fact at least one of these warehouses is occupied. What about the other one? He has no idea yet. Yet being the keyword.
Exactly. Speaking of yet right now, Rival Apex, they've got 8 finishes. Here he comes. Rival Apex. Gonna get a couple of pot shots in. It seems like Aerobots still has those vehicles to reposition as they try to push forward as well. Rival Apex currently dominating majority of the zones, but their backs are exposed, and the ones that can really mess them up it's gotta be the guys coming from Veteran Esports right now.
Aerobots finally leaving their compounds. They're trying to go into the open. Meanwhile, Swag and Veteran Esports have been trying to get up this hill for a very long time, but they've been both failing. Legend falls, Abhay falls. Both the teams lose 1-1 player each. Zero barely surviving by the skin of his teeth. And Ice, well, he's just gonna have to be ice cold all the way through to just get to the center of the zone. And even then, his safety will not be guaranteed. Rival Apex take the western edge, which will make sure that they cannot get flanked. All their attention just has to be right ahead of them.
Exactly, Vipex as well, last man standing coming from side Veteran. The circle closes in, do they want to go in for the reset? Swag Esports find the knock onto his Tiger, that gives them a little bit of breathing room to work with, but they do need to pick up on Predator as well. They've got 6 finishes as they slowly inch into the zone. As of yet, the slow circle is helping them out as well, and I really like how the teams are taking advantage of that. And as we get utilities being inch by inch, Tiger cooking up a nade. Where is he going to be lobbing it over?
Oh, that connects! Lovely knock from Tiger. But rival Apex will still not send it in because they too have lost a player. And wait a second, Drigger doesn't just get knocked by the nade, he gets finished off. Rival Apex lose a member. It's now down to a 3-man roster. Swag now putting the heat on to Veterans. Abhay and Vipex, both of them go down. Looks like Veteran Esports will finally bite the dust and we are down to our last 3 teams. It's a 4v3v3.
Boy, this stalemate is going a little bit too long. Swag, they have to win a winner chicken percentage, but rival Apex still has more space to work with. They will be able to get the reset for now. Tiger is going to be backing out and giving away pressure. Meanwhile, Swag looking to hunt him down. Oh, close call. Tiger tries to zip away. Does he get connected? No. He will not survive. Legend will take him down, and now Aerobots finally shows themselves, and guess what? They're gonna get sprayed down. Swag Esports finally taking on the fight on all fronts, and here he comes, zipping through. Legend finally gets taken out in the open, and they will get shut out themselves.
A double knock from Yuva. That's exactly the kind of performance Aerobots need to get themselves back up on the leaderboard. They have everything required to get this chicken. They survived that nade as well. Yuva would have almost gone down. But look at Naman. He's laying down some smoke so that he can close in the distance. At the same time, Ice is trying to scale up that hill. Aerobots need to fight in both of these directions at the same time. Tiger not able to revive anymore. Naman down to the last person from his team. It's a 3v2v1. The numbers are stacked against everyone else, but that's a huge nade! Foul, down on his knees. Carry lost most of his HP, and Yuva almost died. He has to win this 1v1 against Predator right now. Otherwise, the Ice will come in from the other side, and that will be a massive crunch, I see.
Exactly, and now Naman might be the ones to play spoilers as well. Predator finds carry as well. Aerobots, they're in a little bit of a scuffle. Yuva gonna be prone out in open, and now Swag Esports with 11 finishes. He sees them as well. Naman goes for the shot.
Oh, no!
And Naman, he actually clutches his way through, but now Naman going for the DPS.
What?
But it's Naman
What?
that comes on top, that takes him out. But the one that takes the chicken dinner is gotta be Aerobots that takes it. Yuva with his patience. Oh my goodness, what a play. What a play.
The grind teams are indeed coming back really strong. Aerobots had so much patience throughout that entire game. They held down to that power grid warehouse. And the moment they left that warehouse, I was really scared for them because rival Apex had them surrounded. And yet, through all the difficulties, they persevere.
Exactly, and on top of it all, Aerobots who risk being eliminated here just now with that performance. Getting this chicken dinner means that is going to be 10 points in the pocket for them. But for them, you have to give props to Yuva because that was very, very shaky coming from Aerobots because it seemed like Swag Esports was coming up on top. But again, it comes down to who's going to be playing spoilers, and guess what? Naman.
Oh my god.
I
I really thought he would be able to clutch it. Like,
Yeah.
he one-pumped both the members of Swag Esports so easily. Jesus, I really thought that would have been like a 1 versus the world clutch for Naman.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the BGMI gods are not gonna bless us with yet another clutch just yet because this is only the second game of the day. I'm sure we'll have plenty of such heartbreaking and, you know, the moments that bring you on the edge of the seat all throughout the day.
I know, right? It was such a slow start. Everyone was playing very disciplined, very tactical. They were trying to figure out what's going to be the next strategy and plan. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, okay, Naman pulls up a very, very good 1v2 situation. But unfortunately, just unfortunately, Yura was just like right at the edge. It's not like, oh, I saw Naman there. You know what? I'm gonna take him out. But before that, Naman, I think you're gonna do something over play. But he somehow
Yeah.
picks 1v2 and then boop. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
He's gonna be like, thank you so much, Naman, for wiping out Swag. Your job is done. Boop.
I
Done.
know, right? We gotta see that in a replay for
Yeah.
sure, because there was a moment that it felt like it could have gone anyone's place, right?
Yeah.
Rival Apex was having a very, very big game in the particular round. They were just in the circle. They were dominating everyone from east side, south side. And it felt like Rival Apex was the one that was about to take a chicken dinner. But
Yeah.
the moment they missed their shot against Rival Apex, things just took a downhill for them.
Okay, I haven't seen the numbers, but I do believe that Rival Apex might just have more points than Aerobots. Because while Aerobots were sitting pretty and
Yep.
tight in their compound, Rival Apex were the ones who were picking fights with every single team. They at least have 6 different eliminations from 6
Yep.
different teams at the minimum. And they might just have more. Like I said, I did not see the numbers because they were just too high.
Agreed. It seems like I last I remember it was like about 8 to 9 finishes, right? So that is still a pretty decent count, and also the top 4 finish does secure themselves a decent amount of placement points. So it's not the end of the world yet. But same can be said for Swag Esports, who's also got like about 10 to 11 finishes in that final fight. Same can be said for, I think, Team Subari Gang. A little bit, they were able to find a couple of pickles here and there. But aside from that, it seems like, especially now, when the cutoff is getting closer and closer, they are looking to try and push forward a little bit more. And I feel like the big runs here is going to be Aerobots and also Rival Apex, because they were the ones that somehow were able to push up even further in the lead with this opening debut in the previous map. And now.
Exactly. I mean, just to throw some numbers out here, Aerobots had only 10 points yesterday. Across 3 games, they got 10 points. And now in one single game, they got just enough points with the placements alone. With the chicken alone, they got 10 points. That's double what they had yesterday. And I haven't even considered their finish points yet. So
Yeah.
they might be even higher. I think they're definitely in the top 7 now.
Yeah, at least try to pull a little bit more into his top 7, right? And of course, you know, when we talk about the top 7 will be qualifying for the next round, while the rest of the world will be eliminated. Unless for the top 8, there is going to be up for consideration where the top 16 of the 8th place, highest points out of every single group will advance to round 3. So you don't really want to be in that spot, you know, at this
Absolutely
situation.
not. Yeah. So while Aerobots is one of those teams that will definitely make a comeback, even Rival Apex will, because they were getting a lot of finishes. Let's take a look at the highlights, and I'm pretty sure we will have plenty of moments from Rival Apex over here. Of course, we start off this fight near the 3rd circle of Power Grid. 3rd and 4th circle, all of these fights started to really become intense, and that's when you see Rival Apex pick up fights with everyone, right? We just saw them squad wipe D4T. You also have them taking shots at Team 4-man. Error Esports were one of their victims. Swag were one of their victims. That's 4 teams accounted for. Who else did they fight?
Well, that's actually even veterans also was part
Yes,
of the
that's a
factor,
5th
right?
team.
So there's so many teams that they had to actually commit towards the bottom left as well. So that was something that I think a lot of teams were a little bit worried as well. I think D4T was one of the bigger ones that was a little bit unfortunate, considering the fact that Professor X was one of the biggest problems for some of his teams, right? He kept getting knocked, re-knock, pick up, re-knock, re-knock. It's just a little bit unfortunate, but we came down to this final moment, right? I think this final moment, it felt like Swag Esports had the upper hand, but Naman getting popped 1 pump on that 1 pick and then getting the 2nd pick, which allowed Yuva to say like, hey, you know what? I'm gonna be here. I heard all this commotion. Naman got a 1v2. It's okay. You're low HP. Pop, 1 tap. I'm just gonna take it away from you.
Abhay, surprisingly, the MVP of this game with 6 finishes, which is quite rare considering Veteran Esports were nowhere near the top few teams to survive. In fact, they were quite early to be eliminated. And even then, Abhay managed to make this game worth it.
Yeah, they still had a little bit of decent placements here. So hopefully there's going to be A-okay. But like you said as well, the MVP, he is going to be star right now. He does have 6 total finishes of 1,000 damage in total, followed by Legend77, who's got themselves 4 finishes. Naman also getting 3 finishes himself, Drigger with 3, and Raze getting 3 himself. But the overall match summary here, the longest finish is going to be 344 meters, which is pretty high, but considering the fact that this is Miramar, what surprises me is there's only 1 finish. I was expecting more than that.
Yeah. I guess a lot of these teams were not using vehicles to traverse the areas of power grid because it's quite bumpy. You can't exactly use it as cover. But let's take a look at the point standings. And yes, we were right. Even though they finished second, rival Apex have more than enough finishes to take the top spot. And a surprising contender, Swag Esports, 11 finishes for them. Even though they were not nearly as aggressive as rival Apex, Swag Esports held their ground whenever someone tried to push them.
I'm actually worried for some of these teams because this is going to be very, very close for some of these teams. Even Borderland Rising, who's all currently in the top 7 here with this performance, may be putting them in jeopardy if these teams start to continue their journey here. Blitz Gaming, Ocean Rivals, they get eliminated, it's fine. They were already top 2 for the longest time. They have more than 40 points, which is A-okay for them. But now, the moment of truth. The overall standings, of course. Let's see. Let's take a look at the bottom right now. Aerobots on 7 with 36 points, with Error Esports as well with 36 points. Follow right under them is going to be Renaissance, which is 28 points. That is only 8 points away.
8 points seems like a lot. So Renaissance will have to work really, really hard to make their mark in here. Even veterans, for that matter, they probably will be on the second page, but they had such a good game, and even then they are not anywhere close to qualification.
Even rival Apex is 38 points, right? So that means any one of them can still go down if they do not play consistently in this next run. And here in bottom half, Veteran Esports, Elite Warriors, D4T Official, and Terror Esports, all 20 over points. That means the only way they qualify after this requires them to get a chicken dinner with at least 6 to 7 finishes at least.
And there's only one game left, I see. How are they going to do it with just one game left? Especially a team like Elite Warriors. I did not expect them to be anywhere close to top 8. They were at the absolute bottom. By virtue of getting that chicken dinner in Erangel, I thought, yeah, maybe they can actually make a comeback. But no, the immediate next game, they're back with 0 points.
Hey, expect the unexpected, man. We started the day, especially for Group 2 yesterday as well with game number 4, where Pro was able to rack up 16 finishes all by himself. So, in this case, we are going to be heading into Sanhok, and in this case, Sanhok was the ones that made miracles here for round 2 in both days. So I'm curious to see whether or not are they going to be able to see a miracle coming from these teams.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely banger in a match. Sanhok has given us some amazing clutches from Bro is Pro as well as Aztec. So let's jump into Sanhok after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
Temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay. Let's go. Temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay, slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
I grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gate. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion. I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, John Wild Master. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025, and you guys are currently watching round 2 stages here. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Salty as we take you through the commentaries for today on how the journey continues. And as of yet, we are going to be joining into its third match as of now, and it is going to be the decider one for Group 2 on who is going to be making it to the top 7. On this case, round 3 with the top 7 teams on who is going to be eliminated here. Salty, last game.
You know what? I have that same excitement as well. Even my hands are itching, especially after we had a look on the overall standings. So many teams, especially the ones who are in the mid-pack from the 8th position to almost the 11th position, barely like what 10, 12 points which separates them. that is tight competition.
Yeah, it is very, very tight indeed here. And considering the fact that this is the segment's smoothest 90 FPS gameplay, and for all those players that are competing right here, they have to use our realme P3 Pro 5G, because that is what gives them that smooth sensation, the insane gameplay, and of course, the optimized smartphone performance scheduling to enhance screen touch response rate. That means they have to have very, very precise movements in the game itself. So reactions is very, very important.
No, see, it's basically, even if their movements are not very precise, the AI touch control and the instantaneous sampling rate of 2500 Hertz, it makes the touch feel very seamless, and of course makes your gaming experience much better. And just like you mentioned, right, if things do decide to fall apart, you know you've got that 6000 milliamp hour battery to kind of hold your back as well, so you can go through gaming sessions for hours. But talking about gaming session for hours, for Group 2, it's not going to be holding for long, because the one match which remains, it's going to be the map of Sanhok. And I'm so excited, IC, because you know it, Sanhok has been the most topsy-turvy map or so far inside of the realme BGIS 2025. We've seen tables turning, one chicken dinner from anyone from the middle pack, be it the likes of the Elite Warriors. Maybe they start the day with a chicken dinner, one more, and they will be through.
Exactly. Mathematically, it's still very, very possible for some of these teams to actually break through the top 7 here, especially after seeing two particular teams. One is going to be One IQ Esports from Group 1, and Group 2, we had Blitz Gaming pulling a very, very big number here. So Sanhok, especially yesterday and today itself, yesterday itself, has been an absolute banger to watch here. And I hope to see that maybe one of these teams who's eyeing to make a comeback replicate that.
You know what? I think the biggest spoil sport will be if Blitz Gaming, they decide to bring out their true aggression on the map of Sanhok, just like they did yesterday. Imagine Bro stepping into the battlefield once again. This time he comes up with actually 18 eliminations, breaking the national record. That will be something interesting. But at the point of conversation right now, the 8-point difference between Err Esports and, if I'm not mistaken, on the 8th spot, who was it? Was it Renaissance somewhere? Renaissance Esports, right? The 8-point difference that has been created, I believe that is going to be the vacuum. We saw from Group A, you still remember, right? Revenant X-Park had that lead. They never sacrificed it. Hopefully, teams like Err Esports will be able to retain that spot for themselves.
As of yet, Aerobots and Rival Apex are currently the ones slightly ahead. But all they need to do right now is just be very, very consistent, play somewhere in the top 8 at least for some positional points, and then maybe 2 or 3 finishes, and they might pull a very, very lead. Unless, like you said as well, Renaissance Esports pulls their biggest chicken dinner with at least 12 to 13 finishes to knock them down. So that is going to be something that may or may not happen in this scenario.
It's not just Renaissance as well, right? You saw the teams on the second chart. There was Veterans Esports, there was the Elite Warriors, and so many other teams who are in the 20-point region, 20 to 22-point region. They're 15 points away from actually qualifying. So all in all, it's basically one last push, and I'm hoping that these teams can actually engulf that almighty push for themselves. But one very interesting point of conversation, Rivals Apex, today it seems like they've kind of held their ship strong, at least stronger than yesterday.
Definitely. In 2 games in a row, Rival Apex and both Aerobots, the grind teams, which we were kind of hyping up yesterday, finally used this experience, practiced what they've done, and then executed their strategy. And we can see a lot of movements, especially from Erangel and Miramar. They were able to get center zone, right? So this is where experience plays a very, very huge factor. And knowing day one, you don't have a lot of information, right? After one day, and giving teams like them who have grind experience, who knows how to study the homework, observe the maps from every single game, they were able to find out so many loopholes to just go inside the zone, which is pretty much demonstrated in that 2 maps itself.
This is what experience does, right? I personally feel like you cannot bypass this factor whenever you are playing in a competitive circuit. Experience on how to hold the central zones in different parts of the map will be very important. We saw the first map of Erangel, right? The circle forming on towards the hospital regions. Now, a lot of teams who actually come in from the southern parts or possibly are more acquainted with the eastern circles will not be able to divert their way, maneuver their way in those central circles. So I do feel Rivals Apex as well as Aerobots, they have channelized their aggression, and Aerobots specifically, I feel like they have done a very important thing. They are focusing on finish points. They're like, all right, fine, we might not be able to survive till the very end. We might not be able to get those big chicken dinners like Blitz Gaming. At least let's ensure we get those 6 to 7 eliminations per game to keep ourselves alive.
Exactly, and of course, teams such as Team Subari Gang, who is in the hot seat here, then for them, they are so low at the bottom, and we will have so much expectations from them as well, considering the fact that Subaru Gang, they have been trying it out multiple times here to qualify past round 2. But in this scenario here, the only way they actually qualify is that they get the chicken dinner and also get themselves 13 to 14 finishes in that game to potentially take a stand to qualify top 8. So,
Yeah.
it's gonna be it's not impossible, mathematically possible, but it seems like based on their performance in these 5 maps, they need a miracle right
They
now.
certainly need, right? And I believe one of the ways for all of these teams who are in the outliers zone right now is try and drop clash the table toppers. The only way you can start break open the lobby on the overall standings is to just drop directly on top of them. Take that challenge, and if you actually win, now you position yourself, because imagine the mentality boost, imagine your confidence after you win that first fight. You've shut down the table toppers, now it's time to make a mark. Hopefully on the map of Sanhok they will.
Hopefully it is, but of course all competition will have a winner and also a loser. In this case, realme BGIS 2025 round 2 is about to begin here for this group, and to decide who is going to advance will be right in this map right now.
The map of Sanhok, of course, one of the maps which we always used to close out days, to close out groups, and to seal the fate of 16 teams that are in front of us. The Gladiators, they themselves are in that passenger seat, but now they're going to eject themselves and land on the battleground of Sanhok this time around. The flight path, it does move in from the sides of Cave towards Hartain, a flight path which does kind of move in from the central parts of the map, but it's still deviated towards that western corner. I believe that teams traveling towards Khao, team traveling towards Mongnai are going to have a difficult job, are going to have a difficult task in hand. We've seen that happen yesterday as well. But right at the get-go, me and IC, our only attention will be on those drop classes, potentially, if we have at least some.
To be honest, I want to see Blitz go up against Ocean Rivals, to be honest. Like that's
Why
gonna
not?
be a major one, but as of yet, Blitz is going to be heading towards Khao, Ocean Rivals is going to be heading towards potentially Hartin, but they are a little bit split off. Not sure exactly what's going to be happening here, but Rival Apex is going to be jumping into Camp Bravo. But if someone plays spoiler for them, they're going to be in a little bit of trouble. And speaking of spoilers here, seems like Swag, they narrowly gotten the chicken dinner just now, but this time they are in contention with Renaissance, and in this case, Renaissance Esports also up for contention to try and get towards top 7, and they need to wrap up the fights. But the circle, ooh,
Wow!
what is this circle?
This is a game changer, to be honest. BGMI gods have always been preferring the western zones for a while. We saw that on Erangel. We saw a repeat telecast, possibly on the map of Sanhok. If the circle does stick on towards that western shoreline, so many teams are going to be thrown off guard. And you talk about throwing off guard, there is going to be 2 teams right in front of us, Swag Esports as well as Renaissance Esports. You mentioned them at Camp Charlie. Very important for them to actually finish off this fight early on so that they can make their way up inside the circle. Because one of the biggest problems, one of the biggest challenges circles like these pose in front of the players and the IGLs is how on earth do you find that entry point? How on earth do you cross over from one island to the other? All those conversations are going to be on hold because Renaissance Esports, they have broken open the fight. 1 knock under their belly.
Well, both these teams, they need this finish, they need this points, they need a lot of points in order to qualify. In this case, Renaissance gets the opening knock, means that it is going to be a little bit of plus sign, but Renaissance Esports needs so much finishes and chicken dinner to maybe break past that 8-point gap towards top 7. And then as of yet, they are still at a stalemate. Swag, they get the reset, they pick up 0 for now. But as you can see, Rook, they do hear all these movements coming from Swag, but they do not want to take risks. You can see everybody's just playing chicken right now.
And they have to. There is no other way. Renaissance Esports, all that they're trying to do is to try and chop down the wings of a bird. Look at them coming in from both the flanks, and of course the high ground advantage is there as well. But the 2-2 split from Swag, I believe, might be the necessary distraction for Renaissance Esports. It's a battle between strategy, it's a battle between composure. Whoever stands their ground at the right moment will have a chance to shine, but I believe Renison, they've actually sent in a wide flank to wrap Team Swag Esports from their backlines. Is it going to be effective, I see?
Exactly, Toba is a little bit far off. He does have those M4s. He's got a decent amount of ammunition, but if Swag decides to go out the wrong way, they are going to get shot. Meanwhile, they are still scouring the insides, trying to bait out reactions coming from Swag Esports. They heard all these movements. And as you can see, Legend77, the best option here is to pump them with shotgun. But it's not happening anytime soon. Meanwhile, on the screen right now, we do see Aerobots having a little bit of a scuffle. They are getting shot in from the side of Veteran Esports. They rotated rather early as well. It's only 4 minutes of the game. They rotated past towards Cam Alpha. And now they are in some serious fight. They are going to be going under the ditch of this valley in general. Hopefully to try and push up towards the mountain terrains. But now here comes a collapse coming from Resonance as well as Swag. They get the opening knock. That's going to be one finishes in the hands of Resonance. But is it going to be enough? Swag, they've lost 2. They need to back out.
They will have to back out. There is no way they will have any chance to find the exit in this fight. And talk about Renison Esports. It seems like they come in, make themselves relevant, make themselves revenant, and now make themselves felt as well. Beautiful stuff coming in from the wraparound, but they will be looking to close on to this fight. Finished it off. 2 players trying to escape from the region of Camp Charlie, and Renison have an idea of where they are heading. Talk about where they are heading. It's DSG who are heading downstairs because here they are in for an absolute feast. D40, Professor X, he's the only one who can put up an offense, but no shots being taken. Monty out in the open, but this time, Professor X from the backlines gets shut down. DSG, they managed to survive.
Bye-bye D4T, but what a save from Illusion as well. It seems like Sumari Gang had a little bit of a scuffle, but because of this, 3 finishes, a decent amount of loot, they are going to be A-okay. But all things considered, here comes. Third party comes in. Veterans going to be on the high grounds as well as they take a couple shots in. But little did they know, wait, no, a minute. The gatekeepers, the cut-off teams, Aerobots, they narrowly escaped another team, and now they are going to be going head-to-head against T4M.
And I like this approach from them. They're not scaring away from a fight. They want to take the aggression to the opposition, but this comes with consequences. A couple of their players, they're going to get take bot shots, foul. 619 falls yet again. Airbots Esports under heavy pressure. How are they going to handle it? They will try and disengage from the action, but the pressure surmounts from T4M. Look at that, Sky Argil pushes in. He knows it's a 1v2 fight, so he's holding that angle and keeping the pressure alive while the rest of his comrades make their way in, I see.
Well, it is going to be unfortunate here. Sky, forced going for the reset. Yuva does have a little bit off angle with the parties, but Sky will be able to spot him out. He goes in for the pick. Here he comes. The trade comes in, but he gets the pop.
Nice!
The nades from Aerobots actually knocking too. Carry tried to continue that fight, but he's going to go down as well. And just like that, T4M still has a little bit of a glimmer of hope, but it is going to be very, very difficult. Aim God, the masterpiece. He's going for the flank.
No!
He shows his back, and he's going to get knocked instead. Nate will finish off the members coming for T4M. It's up to Foul 619 to do it.
Exactly right, a 1v1 up against T4M. No! Foul 619 gets shut down, and Team 4-man Legacy, their legacy is going to stand tall. Aerobots have been shut down yet again, potentially missing out on that round 3 entry. But look at this, no time to celebrate because Error Esports, they are here for the party. They're here for the third party.
Oh my goodness, speaking of third parties, Error Esports, they will be the victors for this. But I don't really want to talk about T4M because as of yet, the cutoff was 8 points. Now it's 10 points for Renaissance to actually make a comeback, and can they do it? That's kind of the question. Yeah, as of now, this is an opportunity for them. But T4-man Legacy, close guard. Last man standing, he will eventually bow out, and Error will claim victory in this situation.
You know what is the moral of the story? It's not always the brave who take away all the fruits of the war. It's the clever, the cunning ones who actually walk away with everything, and Error Esports timing it to perfection. But switch conversations, it's going to be VTE who go up against Ocean Rivals, and it's not really going well for them. At least 2 of their players are brought down to their knees. It's Vipex in a 1v1-2, will make it a 1v2, runs in with the shotgun, brilliant around that corner, gets that first knock. Now, of course, he hears the footsteps, waits for the timing. The jump shot is there, but Veterans, they've been shut down. Ocean Rivals, once again, showing what they're made up of.
Ocean Rivals showing absolute domination in this scenario here. But fortunately for them, there's not a lot of company here, but the gunshots has been heard, and they are team sneaking back up as well. It's gonna be TE looking to try third party this. Terror Esports was there, and now Blitz. They're going to try and replicate the fight here. Shadow going for a little bit push. K4C in a little bit of trouble. Gets a nice nade in, but he's not going to be able to do too much. Bro is going for a couple of sprays in, but gets him down low. But he will get knocked himself. Shadow going to be looking for the push, and they will get the wipeout.
And of course, yet again, right, Bro just being ever so reliant every single fight. This is the man who leads the torch for this team. Blitz
Wait,
Gaming.
what?
Yeah, this fight is done.
Wait, where did OR go? Or Ocean Rivals? They
They got
Huh?
finished off by Terror Esports. While that fight was breaking in, Terror Esports came in for the third party. Ocean Rivals were already on their knees. And like I said, it's the cunning ones who come in with the third party and they blow open the competition.
That was so fast. Like I remember Ocean Rivals just like they were regrouping, resetting, and then out of nowhere, we finished that fight and they're gone.
I don't mind, I say.
What?
I mean, I kind of expected that, considering that now, slowly and steadily, of course, you have to accept your aging. But it's fine. You've got the young ones to hold the mantle for you and take it forward. We are here for the party, man.
That was too fast, but that's just low. That is just low. Anyways, Blitz now going to be blitzing their way through. They are going to be pushing up as well, and that's what it is going to be a little bit of a king of the hill action. And just like that, Blitz Gaming, they find two opening knocks. And
Well-
Terror Esports, who seems to be the ones that dominate early on, and this time they're all having their backs against the wall. Nades being shot in, but Blitz Gaming looking to close out this game for now.
And why not? They've got themselves the start. They've got themselves 6 eliminations. Terror Esports, currently terrified with Blitz Gaming and their presence, will have to back off from this fight. They move back from the hills. They know, as a matter of fact, this fight was already theirs. An advantage was gained. It's a better decision to actually fall off. And now, with 2 players standing, it is going to be a task for them to keep themselves alive and vie for those position points. Meanwhile, I would love to take a look at the circle, because it's been a long time. We haven't seen the shift. The zone is currently at stage 2 right now, but I'm waiting for that stage 3 to converge, because this is going to be game changer for the teams. Is it going to be Camp
Oh,
Alpha?
wow.
Is it going to be Ruins? Well, why not both?
Why not both? Still uncertain so far. We do have Rahul on Borderland on top of that bridge, so he will be able to take a lot of pot shots in. However, he is exposed from every single angle. But my biggest question here is still going to be the guys coming in from Renaissance Esports, because they are just 8 points away from taking down Aerobots from that 7th position. But on screen, rival Apex also a little bit of a scuffle. They do find a knock on towards Arch, but Arch, they're getting shot from afar. The third parties from all across the map is there to engage on this. Kratos looking for a little bit short, guys. Here's Cook Nick. He's going to try and push him up, and what a great sense here. Great read from Kratos. He gets that knock, but he's all by himself.
He is all by himself. Oh, single player standing, of course, Archex. They're going to find themselves the ending of this fight. But like I said, too early to celebrate, because Error Esports, the cavalry, is slowly approaching them. The soldiers on foot, of course, you can see one of their players, Taz, has been kind of cornered behind that rock. A nade was being cooked, but I believe Lyrax has more important missions to complete right now. The objective is to bring back his fallen comrade, and that is going to be stake. Meanwhile, Error Esports, this is very surprising, because the amount of time that they are taking allows Arch Esports to reset once again. And I believe the time was taken because Error Esports, they're in fact falling back. They are disengaging from this fight, hesitant to take it against Archex right now.
Oh boy, this is going to be tough here, but considering the fact the circle is split between 2 sides here, Error Esports, they have no choice but to split up right now. Like you said, Raze, they do have a little bit of vehicles. They are forced to be hunkering down towards the shoreline. It's not exactly the most ideal situation, but they are sending Raze across the bridge to try and pick up one of his members. Not a big fan of it, but at the same time, I'm surprised he's actually getting away with it, to be honest.
They're making it work. And as long as it works, so why change it? Error Esports, like we said, it was a very gutsy rotation, but they are still surviving and they're still safe on the other side of the waterlands, of course. Greener pastures for Error Esports, not so much for the likes of Blitz too, because they have no clue that Error Esports, they're going to be coming in, slapping them from the back lines. But oh my boy, Jord What did you do right there?
Did you just miss an entire clip?
Yeah, he missed the entire clip.
It might be the shivers, man. It might be the nerves kicking in, but it is the final game for them, and it is going to be a very, very tough one. But they do need high finish volumes. They got 4 so far. They need this chicken, and there is still 9 teams left alive. Circle pushing in. Guess what? Blitz is here to come in. Virus looking for the sprays, but ooh, nice dodge coming for Terror. But no, they got their car stuck, and they are in a little bit of predicament. Virus pulls up the shot. He's got the DBS. He gets the 2 pump in. Boys shot is out, and Blitz Gaming looking to dominate once more.
Of course, Virus all by himself did not even need the cover fire, but at least the retaliation was there. Terror Esports getting torn apart yet again. Blitz Gaming, they're on a roll. And it's almost as if ICI casters cursed this out, because Blitz Gaming, they were on a similar footing yesterday on the map of Sanhok as well. We expected they are going to come back strong on this one, and they do so already. Break open the lobby, 8 finishes already, and 4 players are still going strong. And look at the position that Pro has for himself, the high ground advantage, but also almost the dead center of the circle. This man is looking to dominate yet again.
Exactly, and even then, like you said as well, the people who's cut off on the bottom right here is Rival Apex and also Aerobots. They're all down for the count. That means there's opportunity for anyone to try and overtake this. In this case, teams like Resonant does have a very, very good opportunity. Team Elite Warrior as well, they need the big one. But no noise has been made yet from either of these teams. Renaissance finally making a little shoreline down to the south side, but they are expecting company, and that's going to be Arch X inside his tow bar. Now, outside the zone, they are in a predicament. Here comes the spray. They get the knock on Ratata, but Fake will be knocked off. This is not looking good for them.
Absolutely right. Renaissance Esports, they knew, as a matter of fact, this is a kamikaze mission coming in from Archex, and Archex do not care if they go down, taking Renaissance Esports with them. One of the players is going to survive, but look at what condition they've left Renaissance Esports. It's going to be Rook, who's quite low on HP, trying to make that mad dash. Another one of their players is still quite safe and healthy, but I do not think he is in a good position. Talk about Renaissance Esports. They themselves are stuck being gate-kept by Error, who has found that southeast quadrant and the southeast edge of the circle. Beautiful connection coming in from Taz. Rook falls.
Rook does not have mats. It's so unfortunate for Renaissance Esports as well. They need to make this work. And with that being said, they only have 1 player left. The chances of them qualifying might be eliminated right here and then, and they do get wiped, and that is going to be a very, very unfortunate run here for Renaissance Esports as they try to qualify, but they will be eliminated right here and then. But the game continues. We're down to 6 teams left. Error Esports, 3 finishes.
Yeah. Difficult for them to make their way in from now. They have found themselves the edge of the circle for sure, but to actually move in, you need to go in from cover to cover. Well, on the other side though, for Baz, there's actually a fish in the waters. We can see him through the X-ray. Baz cannot. Predator barely survives on a sliver of
oxygen,
HP.
man.
Is gonna heal himself up at least for now, but I don't know how is he gonna enter the circle, because look at that, 100 meters, but this 100 meters might actually feel like a marathon for this lad, because from both ends, it's Bodul and Rising who's got an enormous control over the southwest part of the map.
Very, very tough one. I hope they didn't hear him. But in this case, Bodul and Rahul was on top. I'm pretty sure they have a little bit of a rough idea. Baz is still looking for that fish. But I don't think he's going to be finding him anytime soon. But seems to me, especially in stage 5, the circle is going to be a little bit slow. So he's going to wait things out until he pops up, while the rest of his members is going to move on ahead. But it seems like they don't have some space inside the zone. They are going to back off for now and let him live. In this case, Predator will still hold on, while the rest of Wolves are still engaging in pot shots after pot shots.
Do you know what? Looking at the DOA status right now, the narrative just suggests that the Elite Warriors will be the ones who put themselves in a position where a chicken dinner can change their fate. Blitz, they are way up ahead than the rest of the competition. So is Bodul and Rising. You look at Error Esports, you look at Swag Esports, potentially they might also have a chance, but Swag do not have that manpower. Who does it? It is going to be Error or DEW. But for now, Bro is Pro from the top lines, of course. We always knew he's going to rain down hellfire in trying to make life difficult for Borderland Rising as another one of their players almost about to fall. There is nothing that you can do about it because the gates are shut, the shop is closed. Blitz Gaming have an enormous control over the circle. Look at from the vantage point, this man can see everything.
Exactly, and while prone as well, the recall practically does not exist for all these guns, and they have enough ammunition to just take them all out. But with that being said, Borderland does have only one player left. We are down towards the final 5 team. And Team Error still outside the zone. Blitz Virus still surviving as well, but again, they have taken so much space, and Virus is looking to try and pincer their members coming from Error and TEW, who's right in the middle of that compound right now.
Lovely placement from Virus. I love this formation, to be honest. Still scouting out the south edge of the circle itself. He knows that a couple of teams still trying to make their move inside. Error Esports can be caught because of being in the mix. I still feel that the Elite Warriors, Lady Luck is still favoring them because of the compounds that they control on that southwest side of the circle. But apart from that, there are a couple of outliers who are involved in as well, I see. I'm talking about the Supari gang. I'm talking about Borderland Rising. Baz is still standing tall and he can create problems. But, of course, the leaders, the absolute mammoths inside the circle will have to be Blitz Gaming. I wouldn't be surprised if they walk away with the chicken.
For some reason, Blitz has been dominating in Sanhok in both days, and this time they've got 12 finishes in the bag. And the only one that needs points here is got to be Team Elite Warrior, who's currently got 0 finishes. And even if they got the chicken dinner, it's not going to be enough to qualify to the top 7. So
Yeah.
they need all these hits in order to qualify. And same can be said for Team Subari gang as well, who's narrowly at the edge. But they all have to play the placements, and we're getting found out. That's going to be the first knock in. And he's going to try and push into the next phase, and everyone is going to be shooting at every spot right now. Look at this Neo. He's trying to juke his way through, but he's going to go down as well. Graves will be the only one that survived this, but he's going to be pinned, and the vehicle is about to explode. The rush coming from Virus will take him out from out of downtown, but Blitz, they shut him all down.
And that was expected, right? TEW, they focused fire on those two lads from Error Esports. Blitz Gaming saw an advantage, saw an opening, but we'll talk all about that later on because Borderland Rising, they certainly keep on rising high as Baz clears down both the players from the Supari gang, potentially marking their exit from round 2 itself. But Borderland Rising, they are in a phenomenal position. Not in this game though, with a single man surviving. But talk about this fight. You've got the Goliath up top the hill. That is going to be Blitz Esports. TEW trying to make their mark, but Shadow from the distance does find Shiva. He is being made to fall. The numbers has been neutralized. And of course, the high ground advantage should give them everything that they want. But TEW, they're still trying to fight it out. They're not giving up as of yet, I see.
Exactly, they've got 3 finishes. They are in the top 3 position, but the nades coming from Blitz Gaming seems to be a little bit too far off. But they do have those high grounds. And oh, Shadow, my boy, they're denying the dreams from TEW. And now top 2, Blitz Gaming, gonna be going out with a bang this game.
17 eliminations for Blitz Gaming. What is this team made up of? Every single time they step up on the map of Sanhok, they just shake open the world. It's not just the lobby, even the highlight channels, they are shaking right now with the kind of performance that Blitz Gaming have put up in front of us. Bro is pro, Bro is confident, Bro knows how to shut down the opposition, and the Elite Warriors not so elite in this final fight. What a game.
What a game indeed, and Blitz Gaming came in with a bang, trying to show absolute domination in their performance. And guess what? They came in swinging. They showed their debut yesterday. No one expected who they were. Nobody knew who they were. Came in swinging. Bro is pro with 16 finishes. And now, same thing to end the entire journey here for Group 2. They are the top dogs.
You know, it kind of feels like Bro just felt, Bro, it felt good the first time. Let me try it again. Maybe it was not a fluke. Maybe their performance on Sanhok is not a fluke because this is domination outright. It has to be some sort of special ability that you are able to predict where the circle is going to land. They knew it. Alpha circle, always the high grounds will be of top priority. Finding that position right from the get-go and holding down till the death. Finding eliminations, it's not an easy feat. It's not as easy as it sounds.
You know what's really interesting? interesting enough is that Blitz Gaming is from the same hometown as you, and both times in Sanhok, we were both casting this. It seems like your curse of buffing them up was just insane. Like whenever Salty is playing, you know what? I got your back, boy. I'm gonna perform, and guess what? They've got your back, Salty. They've got your back.
All right, I mean, good for me, right? I'm going to get myself some highlight reels as well, So everyone gets a piece of the pie. Even I'm pretty sure Bro is Pro, who's kind of been uploading his clips, made a social media account after his performance yesterday because he knew he was going to get that love from the audience as well, and he deservedly. So this match as well, I believe he's the man who takes most amount of responsibility for the team, but also the man who is the sharpest shooter, because every single time he's just confident, he plunges himself into battle but comes out on the right end of it, and that is not an easy feat, I see.
I think consistency is a big factor coming from Pro is Pro. Like
Yeah.
he is a little bit inconsistent with some of his maps.
Yes,
but
yes.
his teammates does have a very, very good consistency. I like how Shadow is playing as well. He does make the right moves a lot of time and makes a lot of very, very good decision, which results in allowing Bro is Pro to do his own things. But all things considered, that's only round 2. So I want to see how they fare off in round 3.
You know what? We've seen this happen in the past quite a lot. Teams who actually get the ball rolling early on in the tournament, they keep on that momentum high, and that just cruises them through round 3, round 4, quarterfinals, whatever you bring at them. It's still going to be calling long shots if I say that this team potentially has the caliber to actually make it to the LAN finals. But these are the teams, these are the surprises that we want to see from round 2, isn't it?
Expect the unexpected, right? Like in this case, we were expecting maybe one of the Grime teams not qualifying from round 2. Aerobots was actually sent down to round 1, making round 2, and now did they narrowly qualify to round 3 is gonna be my question.
I'm not sure.
It seems very, very close.
It seems very close, and the fact that they were eliminated early on in this one, they needed those 4 to 5 points desperately to keep themselves alive, even if they're not inside the top 7, but at least for that 8-point contentation. I felt like they needed those points, but they did not come through. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we're going to be heading to the highlights, which potentially might look a Blitz Gaming show reel, but why not bring it on? Ocean Rivals as well, kicking things off on that Temple region. BTE was shut down brilliantly, but Ocean Rivals, in spite of this brilliant fight, in spite of this valiant battle, they could not hold their ground because there was someone else who just charged in and shut them down. It was Vipex in that corner. We kind of expected him to hold down the fort, but it did not really happen. Blitz Gaming, this is where their onslaught began. Look at that. 3 finishes in stage 2, but once they get the ball rolling, they just never really stop.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, I feel like Terror Esports was in a very awkward situation, right? Like, they needed to prove themselves to try and qualify their way through, but in the Miramar match early on, where they bowed out rather early, it just put them in this very awkward spot where they could no longer stand a chance to actually qualify to the top 7 here. But I might be wrong. We haven't seen the official scores later on, but we do see a lot of big grinds here coming from Arch also to try and make a potential comeback in this scenario. But in the end, all these teams, if they wanted to qualify, they needed the chicken dinner, which unfortunately was stolen away by Blitz Gaming.
It certainly was, right? And you have to feel bad for the likes of Elite Warriors, because I believe their approach was to keep their men alive until the final circle, did not go into any battle, made sure that they kind of stock up on those replenishments, stock up on those utilities, so when the time comes, they can actually use it. But then, when fate does not go your way, you cannot do anything. TAW were outshined by Blitz Gaming and their position in this fight, and there was absolutely nothing could have done. Making the climb was nigh impossible, and to try and break open from that much of a distance, rather not happening ever again. Talk about the MVP though, Shadow from Blitz Gaming, 7 eliminations, 790 points of damage. Love the way he maintained his composure throughout this entire match.
That was a very big need as well, coming from Shadow in the final
Yeah.
one, actually, well, like all the way to the edge from all the top. But at the same time, let's talk about the top 5 players. Guess what? All 4 players from the side of Blitz Gaming are in this top 5. We've got Shadow with 7, Bro is Pro with 4, Virus with 4, and God Mode with 4 himself. Lyrex on 4 finishes here. But our checks do they qualify? That's going to be my question. That is going to be a very, very tough one. We know Blitz is number one. For
Yeah.
sure, 100%.
Absolutely. I mean, we have been talking about them for a while now. Everybody knows their performance has been phenomenal. 36 points after the first game. What do you expect? They're always going to qualify. Talk about the match summary, of course. The longest finish, 311 meters coming in from Shu. 3 grenade finishes. Majority of them, I believe, were from Blitz Gaming and not a lot of smokes used. Talking about smokes,
Oh, boy.
look at that Blitz Gaming smoking the rest of the lobby. 29 points acquired and the big gap. 9 points on Elite Warriors, 9 points on Borderland Rising. But for Elite Warriors, I believe this can actually do the job. I'm not sure if they get inside top 7, but top 8, 100% almost.
Maybe. We gotta see. We really have to see this as well. But Ocean Rivals, they are still solidified in the top 4 for sure. Swag Esports 2 points, 2 Foreman. Legacy 4 points. Aerobots 2 points. Veteran 2 points. Rival Apex with 1 point. And before this match, Aerobots Esports and Rival Apex was tied. So maybe Aerobots Esports escapes this. But as of now, overall standings comes in. Aerobots and Rival Apex survives this. But Renaissance will not do so. They are only 5 points away. But
Wow.
that is so close.
That is close, right? Rivals Apex, if I'm not mistaken, coming in from that 11th, 12th spot of the overall rankings, making that big climb. Consistency today was a big factor for Aerobots. Of course, that big chicken that they got today was also a big factor. But it does feel bad for Renaissance Esports, who have been so consistent. They do drop out, but they still have a chance with 33 points. Look at that. Elite Warriors, ever so close. They have the chicken on them as well. It's just the consistency and the fact that they completely shut themselves down yesterday will be responsible for the demise.
Agreed. And the bottom half here as well. Veterans Esports, Terror Esports, D4T, Official, Subari Gang, ArchX, Team 4Man Legacy, NK4C. All these teams are pretty much eliminated from the competition. It's a little bit unfortunate there. But all things considered, Renaissance is not completely out yet, but they will have to wait for the official decisions after every round 2 match has been concluded, whether or not are they one of those 16 that actually qualify the next phase.
Well, Sadaji and myself, Swag Esports, not really going our way. Ocean Rivals, that is such a comfortable pick.
That
does not even
not
make
even
any
fair.
sense. That's not even fair, to be honest. Ravan Games or Cribs with Ocean Rivals, of course you're going to qualify. What are you expecting? Consistent throughout the day. Today, though, you went with Aerobots Esports, and that turned out to be true. Surprisingly, Maisie went up with Rivals Apex, and possibly one of those rare historic phenomenons where Maisie's prediction is right.
Long story short, out of all the casters here, everybody got it right except for Crips, Game Tech, and Rawan because they played cheat. We were expecting teams from the bottom 8 to sneak in the top 8, right? As the prediction.
Yeah.
We call foul here for Game Tech, Crips, and Rawan. That is not even fair.
So what are we awaiting? A yellow card or straight up red card? Because,
Yellow.
I would suggest when it comes to Crips, I'm going to show him a red card, but then I don't have any. But never mind, that was not a foul that bad. Talking about a foul as bad, it will be Blitz Gaming and their performance so far. They've set up the hype already.
Yeah.
Inside of round 2, they've showcased who they truly are. Now it's time to shine the diamonds and make them even more perfect for round 3.
I think that's insane. What's insane from Blitz Gaming is that before round 1, we didn't really have a little bit of a replay because none of them was broadcast. Right?
Yeah.
They came in towards the match here being the top contenders with 50 over finishes. And guess what? In round 2, after 6 games, they still maintained 50 over finishes.
So my question to you right now is, we'll close out the half with this. Do we have found the new Jonathan?
Maybe. Just maybe. Maybe.
Maybe. Well, Icy keeps it hanging over there, and we are going to keep you hanging for just a few seconds before we come back after this very short break.
Temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay. Let's go. Temperatures hot, but it make way. We came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है। AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है। मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार। तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस।
भाई ये देख नया फोन, इसका पंप देख रहा है, पंप, उसके कट्स देख, एकदम प्लेटिनियम प्रो मैक्स।
बकवास है।
अरे वो छोड़, इसकी बैटरी लाइफ इतनी लंबी है ना कि तू चार्जर भी भूल जाएगा।
क्या फेंकता है रे तू? बकवास है।
ओ प्लीज, इसके कैमरा में ना इनबिल्ट स्नैप फिल्टर्स है। क्या ग्लो अप आने वाला है यार।
ग्लो आने वाला है, ड्रामा क्वीन। बकवास है। अच्छा तुम लोग के फोन में BGMI है क्या? फोन में नहीं है BGMI, तो फोन नहीं डब्बा है ये। जल्दी से BGMI डाउनलोड करो और अपने फोन को अपग्रेड करो।
अब तो इसको भी अपग्रेड करना पड़ेगा।
हाँ तो गाने के बोले, तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं।
टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट, हेडशॉट, हेडशॉट।
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ, मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा, नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
TPP पे जा। FPP, TPP, FPP।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
एक काम कर, TPP पे जा।
कौन? लूंड्री ना सर, विनर विनर चिकन डिनर। कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
That was a fun commercial, but before that we had an extremely fun end to Group 2. But of course with a small change on the panel, Mr. Cripps is back joining alongside with me, Salty of course. Group 1 also has a similar storyline as we continue the journey. Before we actually talk about Group 1, I want to know your thoughts about that entire game. Blitz Gaming, Blitzkrieg, the lobby in itself inside of Sanhok. What are your thoughts?
I do feel that these guys might have been the only team who were able to get like 80-something points on the back of just two massive Sanhok performances. Of course, Blitz Gaming, they are close to a record. I mean, 80 points in just 6 games. Realistically, only 2 games of them mattered.
Yeah.
So yeah, Blitzkrieg really a force to be reckoned with when it comes to Sanhok. Of course, some of the other contenders like Ocean Rising, I was pretty good. I was pretty on point when I predicted that. I don't know why you guys are just so salty.
Where's my red card, bro? I'm not really
You have a blue card, you don't have anything else.
Alright, the blue card will let you speak for the next group itself. The red card would have thrown you out of the desk. But I'm going to show you the blue card and I'm going to ask you your thoughts about Group 1 because yesterday we saw some amazing performances. But before we actually do that conversation, ladies and gentlemen, amazing performances await for your gaming journey as well. But that will happen only if you get this beautiful device, the Realme P3 Pro 5G. Amazing, power-packed with features. And let me tell you, it provides the segment's fastest and the most stable 90 FPS performance. So if you want to enjoy your game, you can pick a budget-friendly option and rest assured you're going to have a fun time, a gala time inside of the game. Of course, how does that happen? Because of the touch sampling rate, 2500 Hz. It is one of the fastest that I've actually seen. Compare that with the AI motion control that we saw in the commercials, which Jonathan vouches for. Your performance is going to be absolutely crazy. Cripps, you should get one because I believe with time, your gaming skills have not sharpened enough, so you might actually need a couple of these devices.
Yeah, I'm sure the devices will help me out quite a lot, but my predictions are still better than yours. So does the device really matter for that case? We'll see. I mean, let's talk about the matchups, right? You wanna go head on against all of these guys. Let's see who all are gonna be playing in Group 1. To start things off, we have Team LOLs, obviously one of the highest talked about teams in this entire circuit. And we also have 1IQ, who are currently leading the charge. I'm personally a big fan of the rotations that we see from MDN. But on the other hand, I really think teams like 2OP have a lot of potential. They didn't really live up to it this time.
And to be honest, 2OP were actually my predictions from this group itself. Because you look at their overall standings, you'll figure out how their finish points were not amplified by their position points. They barely have any when it comes to positioning. The overall standings, of course, from Group 1 on our screens, 1IQ at the top, 41 points. And of course, that performance from Aztec that we've been comparing it with Broish Pro, 12 finishes all by himself on the map of Sanhok. And the fun part is, we begin our journey on the map of Sanhok for this group, so it's going to be fun. 7C 36 points, MDN 33, TCL 26, but the competition lies between 6th and 8th, where there's barely a difference of 4 points, 15 points for Rising Above Esports.
Yeah, Rising Above Esports in quite a lot of danger. Same goes with Ulike. They were quite aggressive, but will they be able to keep up the ante today? We'll find out. Creed Esports on the verge of greatness. They just need 4 more points to get into the top 7, assuming none of the other teams get anything else. So the bar doesn't raise any higher. But Team Sign to God and Team Godsons, both of them in quite a lot of danger. I guess they do need to pray really hard today.
I mean, speaking of praying hard, I mean, we did get to see that the cutoff for now was around that 15-16 point marker. One good game today can actually catapult them inside of the playing 7 that we are basically seeing. The top 7 qualified to group to round 3 that we've always talked about. And speaking of the predictions, once again, this time around, you've got the 7 lads in front of your screens. Crips, you go ahead with 7C. Again, a safe pick. It seems like you barely like taking risks, but that's okay.
I guess I misunderstood the assignment. I thought the predictions were to make sure which teams get to the absolute number 1 spot. I picked 7C to get to the number 1 spot. If I knew that this is a whole thing about figuring out which unsafe team will qualify, then I would have picked someone completely else.
Well, if I give you another chance, right, you've got multiple picks in front of your screens. Maisie went ahead with Creed Esports. A lot of these people, they went ahead with Ulike Esports as well. So now that you understand the assignment, give me a prediction, because you said you were actually pretty good at them. So, teams who are struggling currently, be it Alpha Esports, 2OP officials, even Flux officials, as a matter of fact, they had decent gameplay and showdowns yesterday. Which one of these teams do you think actually has the potential to make it up top?
Kind of conflicted between Ulike and 2OP. So you know what? I'm going to make an even bolder prediction just to satiate you. I think both of them will make it through.
Oh, I mean, this is not wrong. In fact, we saw 2 teams from the grind actually make it inside of Group 2.
And they were not anywhere close.
They were not anywhere close. Like, it was Rivals Apex as well as Aerobots. Both of them were struggling yesterday. But then we kind of knew, with the kind of experience that they have, they will be able to adjust themselves up to the pace of the lobby pretty quick. And that is exactly that happened. But today, I feel like adjusting to the lobby will be a little tough, because you don't really have those grind teams. I mean, amongst the grind teams, there's just one that is going to be Team LOLs, who have the experience, and they kind of showcased it yesterday.
Yes.
The first map of Erangel not going their way, the other 2, they justified it very comfortably.
Yeah, Team LOL's currently sitting at the 4th spot. They have a good chance to make it to the top 3 and get some bragging rights. But this group is currently ruled by 1IQ, who had the highest number of finishes all throughout.
Yep.
Aztec had a lovely 1 versus the world performance on Sanhok yesterday. I can't wait to witness that yet again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's jump into Sanhok right away.
The map of Sanhok, the end of one, the start of another. It is always the tropical islands that is here to seal the fate of the 16 gladiators. But this time, the squadron has been changed, the group has been changed, the teams have been changed, but the map remains the same, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be flying in from Lakawi to Hatin, and your co-pilot, Solly and Crips, on the panel, of course. Right from the get-go, I'm going to throw this at you. Any drop collisions, that
Yes.
might brew up, I believe it is going to be
Yes.
around that boot camp region.
Oh yes, there's plenty of drop collisions in boot camp, but the one that I am really interested in is the one that happens in Hatin. Yesterday we saw Team 7C and Team LOLs clash each other in Hatin. Today that is absolutely not the case. Both of them avoid that area like the plague. So already the drop locations have changed for these teams. I think the outcome will also change soon.
Talk about how there are two teams, one of them signed to gods, the other one we'll have to wait and find out who is going to
I think
be
it's 7Cs.
7C and signed to gods on towards cow. Well, you get the fight right. 7C's out of the frying pan into the fire.
The second highest team versus the second lowest team. I do not think this is going to be a good matchup. Not at least head to head.
Not on the basis of stats, but here we're going to be talking on the basis of performance itself.
Wow.
What is happening to Sanhok and its circles? My word, this time though, on towards another half. 30% or 20% of the circle completely outside the boundary of the map
50.
and 50% of it in water.
So there's, I mean, Sanhok is a tiny enough map in the first place to begin with. You put half of that in the water, there's no landmass available. So much of the circle is just water. I better hope that these guys got their snorkeling masks.
You know what? That is new zone meta for you. I love it. I believe the audience loves it as well. And like you said, right, barely enough landmass to play with and play around. But here in boot camp, there is a lot of coverage. You've got the sea contested by multiple teams right now. You've got Team LOLs. Along with them, there is U-Like present in the backlines. And to form the trifecta, it's Flux Esports. Everyone in scattered position and everyone just holding themselves still, not moving a muscle. Here we go. We break open. Reaction takes a couple of shots. Needs to be pushed back from that edge of the window. But U-Like Esports, I love the way they're creating angles. I love the way they're creating those vantage points, take those spot shots and catch their opposition off guard.
Three-way battle.
Yep.
Boot camp. Right off the bat, it's exactly the kind of game I signed up for. MDN have already lost one of their players, and that's going to be a very difficult thing for them to hold on to. But Flux Esports have regrouped inside the horseshoe building, and they are almost within firing distance with TGL. Team LOLs have multiple angles. On one hand, you have Joesh on the ground floor, just about to come up on these staircases. Meanwhile, his teammates have just got a pick. Sai, he gets one knock, and that's Joesh's cue to start sending it full in. He can hear the revive happening right across the walls. He's just trying to make sure that the third team doesn't third party them, so he's gonna wait just a little bit more. His opportunity will come. His moment to strike will be here soon.
Absolutely. For Team LOLs, it seems like they would rather be patient than plunging themselves into battle, at least for now. Flux Esports, they find themselves a reset. Revive on reaction is complete, and this man will patch himself up. But what this trifecta does to every single one of these players is hold them down in one corner of their compounds. Will not have the freedom to move about, will not have the freedom to loot around as well. And I believe that might be the result of their demise in the ending stages of the game. As of now, we do have the finish feed popping off, and that is one of those players from U-Like Esports. It seems like the periphery of bootcamp is under fire, where U-Like had their fortress build.
Yeah, after U-Like Esports decided to leave bootcamp, they knew that they do not want any part of this three-way battle.
Yeah.
So they decided to exit the northern edge of bootcamp, but they run into Alpha Esports. At least a res can come through. This was a long-distance knock, so it's not a complete finish just yet, but U-Like better tread carefully.
Talking about treading carefully, they are on the offense. Retaliation fire is already there. U-Like Esports, they've brought down one of the players of Alpha Esports, Savage, if I'm not mistaken, to barely breathable HP. U-Like Esports, I love the way they make the right call to fall back from that fight. They had the exit strategy set. But it's not just about finding the exit points. Where do you go ahead? I believe U-Like had no idea, because of which they completely ran into an obstacle. Alpha Esports will be holding this beautiful territory for a while. They've got themselves the hard covers. They've got themselves a vantage point as well. For U-Like, the ball is going to be in their court right now to try and make a longer rotation. And speaking of longer rotation, we switch camera angles to far long northern front of this map where 7 sees. Look at the cavalry that is chasing. It's going to be Zeus in the front lines. So he jawed, tries to close in the distance, tries to move in towards his opponent, but it does not pay off. The shotgun strikes 7C. They are going in hot.
Two hot finishes for 7C. They want to cover up their mistakes from yesterday. They had a very early drop flash against LOLs, but this time they want to fix their mistakes. Barek trying to pre-fire in that narrow doorway will be clobbered instantly, and 7C get the first finish of the game. 4 points in the bag for this team, and they are already off to a good start. Like I said, 7Cs is one of those teams that have amazing performances in Erangel and Miramar yesterday, but yesterday they lost that early drop clash in Hatin against LOLs, which kind of put them at the second spot. Now that they're winning their early drop clashes and they're off to a good start in Sanhok, I feel really good about 7Cs, not just staying, but also getting the #1 spot.
True that. 40 points acquired already, 1 point shy of 1 IQ, but we are yet to see 1 IQ in battle. And
Yes.
surprisingly enough, 1 IQ, they've actually chosen a territory of the map that is completely uninhabited. The far south side of the map itself, they're very far away from the circle, will have to traverse a long rotation to enter inside here. Meanwhile, 2 OP officials going in around the circumference. They're finding the tough way, the tough route inside, but I believe this is the safest way possible. Finding no one along the way so far, and they themselves are well kitted up. They've got themselves a level 2 vest, the helmet, the weapons, the utility, the throwables, everything seems to be sorted, but I believe now there's gonna be some sort of disturbance in this rotation because Team Godsons all of a sudden they just come into picture.
Just off of the coast of Mongai, these guys are on the western edge, and while 2OP were trying to go for a very long, very safe rotation, they wouldn't shy away from a fight. They will obviously try to get some picks, especially when Team Godsons is one of those teams that have been cannon fodder for some of these top ones.
Absolutely. And talking about cannon fodder, it seems like TGS, the ones who was thinking the same thing as 2OP officials, their rotation has been cut down right now. Will have to cut down on their losses, pause it for a while. Being halted in the far end of the map, it makes things so much more difficult. Look at that, 7C is also in position in towards Cow. So this means TGS, it might just be a suicide mission to try and capture and invade that territory on towards Bootcamp. Yet again, Flux Esports against Team LOLs. Crimson, their main man, their talisman is gonna fall, and possibly this nade might finish him off as well. Flux Esports, yes, they've got the opening, but they're not giving it away.
Oxy has an angle. The rest of the 3 members of Flux Esports are just throwing in nades to buy distraction for Oxy to strike. They are waiting for someone to come in close to Crimson and try to res him. But the moment they touch his body, that will be a trap that's been activated by Flux Esports. This fight has been dragging on for way too long. It started in the first circle, and now 8 minutes into the game, these teams still haven't moved. That's a massive red flag for them because it might just spoil the entire game for them. They don't have enough time to loot. They don't have enough time to rotate. And the longer this fight drags on, more teams might just join into third party. I'm actually surprised Oxy's not making a move. I thought the moment they try to go for the res on Crimson, Flux Esports will collapse upon them. But they're being extremely cautious, extremely careful. Perhaps it's because they don't have information on the third player of TGL yet. They know for a fact that Sai is not with the rest of the team and he might just have a flank angle, so that's why they're not sending it in.
Not just the lack of intel, but also the lack of throwables as well.
Yes.
To break open a fight, especially in close quarters of the bootcamp region, you need those throwables, you need those grenades to flush out your opponents from very tight angles and tight corners. But on towards the other side, we move towards the southwest corner of the circle itself, or rather the southeast corner of the circle, old school for themselves. They find a small pocket of space where they can still stay alive, but right up front, it seems like one team has just leapfrogged away from them, and that will be the likes of 1IQ.
1IQ are actually going for a very bold 1-1-2 split. You've got 2 of those players extremely close to old school, the other 2 players more closer towards Paradise Resort, but those guys are not in as much danger. Aztec and Monster decide to get into a vehicle and get away from there, but now the remaining 3 members of Team Godlike have all grouped up together, and they might just try to push the envelope. They might just try to isolate Reaction and get a frag onto him. Tronics, though, he's been waiting, anticipating these fights, and he's ready for the battle.
Will the floodgates break open is going to be my question. Team LOL's in position, no throwables as of yet. It's going to be an absolute brawl fest. Street fights left, right and center. Look at the way the players are sprinted across the front lines. You've got Reaction, you've got Tronix as well. As the opportunity came to him, the stun was there, but he found the opening. Players have been brought down to quite low HP in Team LOL's. They are hurt, but they keep on pushing.
They're in the same building now. Finally, they're closing in the distance. No more waiting for nades. No more waiting for openings. It's time to strike. They both try to clear the top floor, but behind them is Tronix. They both are chasing Reaction, but he jumped down from the window to join his teammates so that they're tradable. Kunal has an angle, but he can't really get the shots. He conveys the information that there's one player on the staircase, and he gets the pre-fire across. First knock in the bag. What's going to be the reaction? Joyesh also goes in from the ground floor and finishes off that player. So it's just down to a two-man roster for Flux now.
Flux Esports, they have been slowed down for a while. Team LOL's beautiful recovery in that fight, and it feels like Oxy and Adi will have to make that painful decision of disengaging. But will that be allowed? Adi, oh, he has different plans. He makes sure that Kunal falls. He's still finding those movements, but finally he gets caught off guard at the high turf, and now it's just one player who stays alive for Flux Esports, holding down the mantle. Like I said, recovery from Team LOL's every single time has been brilliant. That experience always coming into the picture. And well, with that being said, Oxy will have to bow out of this fight. What a duel that we witnessed inside of Bootcamp Cribs.
Crimson living up to his name, painting the walls of Bootcamp red with the blood of his enemies, making sure they have to cower in fear. And now poor Oxy will just have to live out the rest of his time in Sanhok as a sneaky, lowly snake.
We're talking about snakes. You've got Rising Above Esports, and we saw brilliances in glimpses yesterday. Today, though, they find themselves in a comfortable spot inside of the circle, but especially after that bootcamp brawl, I believe that in fact, not just them, every single team out there are going to be in a real world of trouble. You look at the cluster that is forming towards the center. You've got Alpha Esports, you've got YouLike, you've got 2OP, and you've got Osman, kind of scattered in multiple compounds. But the two teams on the other side, for them, it's world of trouble that is waiting. But I'm not going to make predicaments because MD and Esports, yesterday on the map of Miramar, they pulled off a rotation through the shorelines from the edge of the circle in a way which was unexpected. They might do it today on the map of Sanhok as well.
They know for a fact that they will have to move to the main island sometime. They have two options. They can either swim across or they can use the bridge, which is still accessible, by the way. What they don't know is the fact that there's 4 Misfit Esports also waiting on the same island as them. They haven't interacted with each other, but I hope some sort of reconnaissance mission allows MDN to realize the fact that their crossing, their traversal across this channel of water is not completely safe.
Talking about safety, I believe it's Just Kidding. We've kind of been so safe so far inside of this game, but from the backlines now with 4MG coming in the picture, might be the announcement of a little bit of trouble. At least retaliation shots coming from them. Couple of shots taken. Just Kidding, they're going to fall back. They know that this fight aren't really going to help them much on their overall standings. But at least they could have actually gotten themselves a lot of finishes. But instead, they find themselves in a pickle Trips.
Yeah, but 4MG, by virtue of trying to take pot shots at Just Kidding, have now revealed their positions to MDN. And Just Kidding, just like that, have been wiped out. Just Kidding revealed their position so long ago to a team across the island. They forgot that there could be teams in bootcamp. And Team LOLs will happily lap up all of those frags for free.
This was extremely weird because majority of the teams, they know the Team LOLs, they love to go towards this bootcamp territory. It is kind of open on their social medias as well. When you know the bootcamp fight just got over, you can read it on the finish feed. It is an elementary mistake to try and rotate through those warehouses where you know you are going to find yourself a couple of comrades. Now, I understand for Just Kidding, the routes of injection inside of the circle were not there, were not available. This was their best possible route. But again, you've got to weigh down the pros and the cons. And talking about the pros and the cons, it seems like the cluster that we were always talking about might just break open anytime soon. It's Osman, but right behind them, it's Creed Esports lurking in the shadows, Crips.
Creed Esports have a massive split. 3 of their players are very far away from each other. You've got Thor keeping eyes on Old School and 2OP. On the other hand, you've got Ritnix who's keeping eyes on 7Cs all the way in Tatmok. And then finally the last 2 players are still outside the zone. But Thor opens fire onto Ayush. He sees the horse, but he can't really connect the bullets.
A couple of those bullets are connected. A couple of those players will fall. MDN in a world of trouble. Look at that. The bridge turning into their graveyard. Ayush OG on the horseback, of course, not the best way to traverse through the water. Slows you down by a mile. And now even the eternal flames of the blue are going to start engulfing him. 4 first aid kits is all that he has. But it's not just the first aid kits. It's even the oxygen that is going to run out on this lad. As soon as he comes up, there's a couple of players.
Team Lord's in a lot of danger. They're being pressured down by Old School as well as Flux Esports, but Rudra bites the dust. He goes down. Joyesh trying to make sure that nobody from Flux can continue their onslaught, and he will finally dispatch them, having started that fight a year ago. Joyesh surviving with a sliver of HP, uses the smoke of his fallen teammate as cover, but that frag is stolen by Yulai from a mile away. Team Lords finally bites the dust, but they have 8 finishes. I think that's a good enough performance for them.
Opportunistic, you like esports. They are always ever so present, finding themselves in the drop-down dead center of the circle. Now it's time for them to dominate. As soon as I say that, though, the stage 5 comes up. Look at that on the radar. They are barely at the edge, but they know, as a matter of fact, that Team Old School, they have been hunkered down behind these rocks. There's no way they're going to find their exit points from this situation. But for you, like, I believe problems are going to be there with Alpha Esports, 4 Misfits, as well as Osman trying to make their mark. Will they be able to capture? Well, at least they are able to capture the lads from Old School.
Yeah, you like on fire right now. They eliminate Team Lords. They eliminate another team as well. And they've got one more right next to them. Very soon, the likes of Alpha Esports will be clashing into them via the circle. But take a look at this one. 2OP, who initially started a fight with you like, are now trying to clash against Old School as well. And they've got some people from MDN in their crosshairs. So I think this might just be a little too much for 2OP. Yes, they've got a lovely position. Yes, they have all the sightlines and all the information, but I just hope they don't overextend themselves.
Talking about overextending, Creed Esports were lurking in the backlines, not overextending at all, but it's Alpha Esports who crash land into you like and their compounds, and look at the way the shotguns are going. Bambi around the corner.
What?
There is nothing that this lad can do, and of course, he is gonna take the fall. But at least that was the first sacrificial lamb from the distance. A little bit of retaliation fire will be there, but it's almost a child's play for you like Esports to dissipate them, dispatch them, and send them back to the lobby. 2 players stuck behind 2 very minute covers, trying to pray for their lives, Crips.
They are stuck in between a rock and a hard place. Alpha Esports with the zone behind their backs and you like Esports in their front have to use the smokes as cover to close in the distance. But even when they manage to do so, Venom has eyes on Savage. Savage wins the fight. He gets the knock onto Venom. Now it's time for Vampire to come in and strike, but Vampy instead will finish off Alpha Esports. That's the backline clear for you live.
You like Esports, right? They find themselves in comfortable shoes yet again. One of their fallen comrades, Venom, will be quite comfortably brought back to life, but they're still trying to clear out the backlines, fearing someone might be coming through. But at least for them, according to the map feed, there is going to be nobody. But for MDN Esports, they had to suffer so much pain and trauma while crossing over from that bridge. And the only lonesome survivor, the man on the horseback, Ayush, finally making himself presence felt inside of it. Had we had a look at the circle, we would identify that it's one IQ once again who have found themselves the central spots and also the high ground advantages as well. So it seems like the matches of Sanhok are going one-way traffic as of yet.
7C is trying to clash against Rising Above Esports. They try to go in for the full send. They're trying to traverse this road on foot. That's a very risky decision. Yash tries to take a shot, but he's been shoved down to half HP. Evoke crosses the distance. He jumps in and gets one knock with the DBS, and Zeus tries to cover the other exit of the door. He can hear them both inside the mini room. One nade should finish the job. And he has the chance to res his teammates, but that information will be relayed to Evoke. Evoke tries to send in a nade. Hornet dodges it by the skin of his teeth. And now this fight has comes to a standstill. Luckily for them, no third parties on them just yet, but 2 OP, they have another team behind them, and they're trying to take some pot shots as well. This just turned into a third party.
You cursed it, Crips. You
did.
called it, right?
I
No
did.
third parties. As soon as you say that, TGS come into the picture, rising above esports. So they will be struck by lightning out of nowhere. Yash Play still tries to kind of control the situation with the smokes itself, but 7C, they themselves are hunkered down in this corner. Kush, the lonesome survivor, he knows his comrade is barely breathing, barely surviving. Himself had to pop up that energy drink to keep himself alive. Look at that, barely at the edge of the circle, and with Rising Above Esports trying to pressure him down, there is nothing that this man can do. Beautiful recovery from Rising Above Esports, 3 finishes secured. Now they're going in strong. One of the top contenders inside of this group being shut down.
Rising Above Esports quickly finish off 7Cs. They avoid the third party, which was in the form of 2 OP. But luckily for them, 2 OP was fighting their own demons. They managed to eliminate not just MDN, but also the westernmost team on the edge. And right now, there's only one threat to 2 OP. That's going to be Rising Above Esports. Meanwhile, on the top of this hill, 1IQ lies vacant. They are waiting for their opponents to climb up.
Absolutely. 2 OP officials, they know it's going to be a mad dash inside of the circle. They know it's going to be a suicide mission if they just try and blatantly walk inside. Not really a lot of throwables, not really a lot of smokes, but they land the shot. It's Spotfire, whose Spotfire does all the damage. 2 OP officials, they move from strength to strength, but rightfully identified. They know there's a threat lingering on their right side, and that is going to be 1IQ and their presence. It's Nobu as well as Monster. Of course, not the Nobu from South Korea. This one is from India, but this one does just as much of damage that the other one does.
A free pick for Monster. He has more information onto Rising Above Esports, but he doesn't have the firepower to take them on. He's hoping that he baits them into a fight with 2 OP, but Yash is closing in the distance, so Monster has to hold his ground. Plenty of damage with the M4. Can he finish it off with the nade? A nice connection, and that's the opening. Monster now sticking to the low ground and trying to circle the other side. Meanwhile, he gets the finish, and he gets away as well. That's a cold-blooded murder.
I love the guts on 1IQ Esports. In spite of not having the man advantage, they're still pressing the trigger, and they're coming out on the right end of it as Monster finds another one. The numbers has been neutralized. Surprisingly enough, 2 OP, they haven't yet making advantage of it, but they're slowly and steadily creeping out, spreading their wings across the final circle, capturing territory while the rest lie in darkness. The shadows arise. It's 2 OP. They shut down RA, but 1IQ's Monster, will he be able to prevail is the question. The nades do come in the right direction. 1IQ under fire. 2 OP want to make that comeback happen, and it seems like Botfire has spotted the likes of Monster as shots get peppered down from the backlines. Of course, Nobu waiting for his opportunity to pounce as he witnesses his comrade bite the dust. He himself does so as well, following in his footsteps. It is a chicken dinner from 2 OP officials and 1IQ. In spite of having that advantage, Crips, they have just been shut down.
2 OP go from strength to strength, wiping out 3 teams on their way inside the zone. And finally, they are able to get the chicken dinner as well with 2 more team finishes. 1IQ did the right thing over there. They tried to bait 2 OP into a fight with RAE, and 2 OP were like, sure, we'll take up that challenge. We'll eliminate them and you as well.
And I love the way 2 OP used the opportunity that Monster created for them. The distraction was paramount. As soon as Monster was trying to tickle them down, 2 OP, they spread themselves up on the available space, and Nolbur actually could do nothing over there. His position on the back lines was to try and ensure that the other team that is present inside the final circle, he can lock them down in position, but he was failing to do so. That resulted 2 OP officials to just spread themselves out, and of course, when you have map control, there's absolutely nothing that you can do.
Exactly. When there's map control under your bag, there's no way that someone is stealing that from you. So 2 OP, even though they did not have the best position at the start of that last circle, they managed to be very objective about who the real threat is and just make sure that they don't overextend themselves. All of those players were close enough to trade each other out. The moment any one of them took damage, that one player just dipped back in cover, the other players started to fire at them. So that way, none of them will, drop too low in health, and none of them will have to waste time healing. Everyone is available to fight at all the times.
I love the way 2OP were also very aware of 1IQ's position even before the fight had actually begun. You constantly saw the players trying to protect themselves on the right hand side, positioning them behind that rock in a specific way where they can just peek out. They have the opponents right in front, but they're not exposed from their right hand side.
Yes.
That is the map awareness that you need on a map like Sanhok. That was pristine. But having said that, 2OP predicted by, of course, no other than yours faithfully. With a chicken dinner, they make a comeback. And what do you think about my prediction game so far, Crips?
I kind of feel like you were playing it safe this time. We discussed this before the broadcast began. We arrived on 2OP unanimously as a decision. Don't let this guy gaslight you into believing he's some sort of prediction god.
Well, I mean, even if it does happen, right? I
Yeah.
don't believe it's a certain power. I believe it's luck that is going your favor on
Not
a
this
certain day. Well, never mind. At least the gameplay from 2OP
Yes.
officials, they were phenomenal. 1IQ though. They have been stopped. 7Cs had the opportunity to take away that #1 spot, but even they failed. So I believe that battle at the top, unlike Group 2, here there is going to be some sort of heat going on.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you brought up 7Cs as a topic, because they had an amazing position and yet they failed to capitalize on it. Like, there was nobody on their backlines. They just had to focus in front of them. And yet, while they're trying to go inside, they just get peppered down and they just can't win their gunfights.
I think it was Rising Above Esports, if I'm not mistaken, who actually brought them to their demise.
Yes.
7Cs, that fight. Yes, it was an advantage for them, but I believe Rising Above Esports, they have that technicality in them. We've seen them in those 4v4 firefights. They know how to space themselves out. They know how to flush in utility from multiple directions. And when, as a team, when you are hunkered down that just one compound, you know it when the throwables start pouring in. There's absolutely nothing that you can do, right? One or the other will hit on the money and will take you down. But having said that, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving on towards the highlights yet again. Some brilliant action popping off right from the get-go itself. Team LOL's going up against Just Kidding, but you guys are unaware of all the battle that happened between Flux and Team LOL's right from the start. Have a look at this. 2OP officials as well. Liability making sure that he connects some distant shots. On the other side, it's Grade versus OST. Now, Osman have been trying their level best to keep themselves alive, to keep their head up from the water level, but they've been falling every single time. Just get third-partied with their players, getting picked off left, right, and center. And this was the fight that we talked about. The Rising Above Esports versus 7Cs. Just a flush in of information as well as a flush in of throwables. Beautifully done. So was You Like Esports. I thought that they had potentially a chance considering their position is at the circle, but they just got yoinked from the lobby.
Yep, just taken away, stolen right under their noses. I also would like to say that 1IQ had the chance to get a lot more finishes. Yes, they don't really have the chicken dinner,
Yeah.
but all those finish points will keep them nice and afloat on the top of that leaderboard even after this failure. 2OP, on the other hand, I love the way they prioritize their targets. It's just masterclass from 2OP. That shows you that when they have full control of the situation, they can mow anybody down. And we did see some fire shots from Botfire, who is the MVP of this game.
Botfire with the Spotfire gets 5 eliminations for himself, 767 points of damage. 1 headshot was connected, and I believe we actually got that on camera. But talking about the top 5 players, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Botfire up top, of course. But then closely following up, it's going to be Monster, who does miss out on the MVP. But I believe that for 1IQ, missing out on that chicken dinner is going to be paining a little more. Valiant effort came in from Vampy, from You Like. Valiant effort came in from Alone Boy as well. A lot of finishes for You Like. But as we head on towards the match summary, you get to see something which is very uncanny. 350 meters, that of the longest finish. Coming in from Savage, we haven't seen something go beyond the 350 point mark, especially on the map of Sanhok, but these lads, they just have binoculars in their eyes or something like that. They find those connections somehow.
Yeah, and I do believe that longest finish was when Alpha Esports were taking pot shots at MDN from across the island. That's how
Yes.
far it was.
Well, talking about the point standings, 2OP officials right at the top. 21 points to reset them back inside of this lobby. Beautiful stuff coming in from them. 1IQ Esports, 13 points from them. You Like with 11. And that just goes to show, alright, everyone at the bottom of the leaderboard, they can make the plunge. You Like are going to make that plunge. It's going to be your two OP officials as well who are going to make the plunge on towards the second page. Little bit of disappointment, Scripps. I did not expect Just Kidding to go down yet again. They were one of the hotshot teams coming in from round one, failing to make the mark just like you did.
Yeah, but they got wiped out in seconds. They stepped into boot camp and they were instantly destroyed
Exactly.
by a team of Team LOLs who did not even have all their players alive.
Well, talking about the overall standings, 1 IQ at the top, 54.7 C's 42, MDN 36, but the baton is constantly going to be downstairs. Look at that, 2 OP officials break open, 31 points, 5th position. You like 4 Misfit Gods and Rising Above Esports Scripts. Are they making it?
Rising above esports? Yeah, I think they can definitely make it. It's just like 2 points, or not even 2 points, 1 point that separates them. And Rising Above Esports are especially great in Miramar. So I think they can make it in the next match itself.
We have to flip pages and wait for us to find out how close is the competition. Rising Above Esports at 24, Osman at 21. Barely 3 points separating these teams. So you know it as a matter of fact. The 7th position is going to be up for grabs. Creed Esports closely following by 16 points. Alpha Esports 15 points. Flux Esports, we consider this team to be one of the hot shots inside of this group. So far could not showcase their fancy performances. 13 points for them, 12th position. And then of course Just Kidding being ruled to the bottom, 13th position for them as well.
Yeah, not a lot of changes towards the bottom of the scoreboard. But yes, the one team that got the chicken dinner, 2 OP, they made a massive jump. They were in a lot of danger before this, and now they are relatively safe. Even if they somehow maintain themselves in the next 2 maps, I think they should be able to qualify.
Now, courtesy to my short-term memory loss, I do not remember what was the cutoff from the last group was, but I do remember it was somewhere in the high 30s. If that is considered, Team 2 OP officials, they're extremely close with 31 points. But, of course, we have 2 more matches to go, ladies and gentlemen. The basic maps, the maps of Miramar and Erangel, which are ever so important, they are going to be coming next to seal this group's fate, but right after a short break.
Temperatures hot, but it make way. Came here to slay, Came here to slay. Let's go. Temperatures hot, but it make way. Came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
Let's go.
कर क्या रहा है ये? सर लगता है अपना ब्रो वाव मोड में खेल रहा है.
सो नीरज, स्लाइड पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटेजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता. ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है. और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार. नहीं आता. क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सब सही स्ट्रेटेजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह. अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे. यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता।
नहीं आता।
अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाह, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार।
आता है।
नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी बीजीएमआई खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। Oh yes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to realme BGIS 2025. You guys are watching the second round, and we've had some amazing games today. We just concluded Group 2 earlier on in the day, and we have top 7 teams who will definitely move through. Right now, the teams of Group 1 are battling for their lives, battling for survival in the BGIS, and they have 2 games left to prove their worth.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very difficult for some of these teams as well, because we finally found a little bit of cut-off during the earlier stage as well. The cut-off points was somewhere around 32 points on the 8th place. On the 7th position was 38 points. So that's pretty much a safety net for some of these teams going to be eyeing for that spot as of yet. But for today, it seems like we are going to be seeing a little bit of unexpected surprises right now.
Yeah, but the biggest surprise that I found out a few weeks ago was the price and the performance of this lovely device. Like for 21,999, this has the best in segment 90 FPS smooth gameplay. It also has an instant rate of 2500 Hz, which is insane. Accelerated by the AI inside it. Backed by Jonathan, this device is an absolute banger.
Exactly. At the same time as well, this is also built in with a inbuilt chipset, which is the Snapdragon 7S Gen 3 5G chipset for effortless gaming and seamless multitasking. So in case you guys are having a little bit of fun time here, you know, while you're playing games, you're waiting for in between segments here, you can actually check into your Instagram as well. It is very, very smooth. So this is very, very important for some of the players, because I tentatively like to play games, and sometimes when I die off and I'll be like, you know what, I want to scroll Instagram.
Yeah.
I want to open YouTube.
And it can multitask like an absolute champion.
Right? Exactly. That's exactly what I really like to do. But all things considered, and on top of it all, while you're doing all this as well, it does have a very, very interesting Titan battery, which gives you a lot of charges, 6000 mAh, which is a lot of battery charges inside the phone itself. And with advanced CPAC packaging technology, the segment-leading 6000 mAh battery delivers 15% more power, keeping you going for up to 2 days on a single charge. So that means one charge, if you forget to charge today, it's okay. It will last you until the next day.
Yeah. And that's quite useful for people who have less memory, you know, like mental memory. I'm not even talking about the phone memory.
Yeah,
so
just
they
like you
forget. They just
and me.
forget.
We're old. Unlike Salty.
Don't put me in the same category as you, bro. Just speak for yourself. Speaking of the game, though, let's start talking about the next one. It's gonna be a banger, because this game is gonna start very soon. Before we begin, any expectations from the teams who are at the bottom? Do you think they can make it?
It's do or die. Like getting a chicken dinner helps you a little bit more, but you need like 5 to 6 finishes in order to proceed from there. But without further ado, let's jump into the game of Miramar.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th game of the day, rather the 5th one actually, and this one is for Group 1, second last game for them. It's in Miramar. We take off over Impala, going all the way towards Ruins. Now, I see in yesterday's games for this particular group, we saw a lot of good stuff near the Los Leones region, and also a lot of teams getting eliminated in the middle of their rotations. And that was like a problem with 3 to 4 different teams who lost plenty of their members in the middle of rotates.
I think it comes down to just experience, right? Like even the previous map as well, we talked about day 2, you know, the grind teams was able to study the macro aspects of how all these teams kind of drop as well. So that is something that gives all these grind teams that advantage. And as of yet, Team Los is pretty much the only one from grind stages in this lobby itself, and they've been very, very consistent. Even in the previous round as well, they were able to get a rack up a decent amount of points, and they are still okay. I think as of yet, their point standing is somewhere around 30 plus, which is okay. And in this game, if they don't get wiped out, they still have like 5 to 6 points. They're going to be A-okay. The question becomes with the rest of the world, right? In this case, 2OP was able to show up in the previous game, can they pull another big one? Or in this case, try to remain at least in the top 5 for this round.
Yeah. Team LOLs might just have an early clash with Center God, but Los Leones fights, they don't always result in a full send-in, so we might just see only 1 or 2 people lose their lives. The rest might just be able to make it across. Pecado, occupied by ULive, closely contested by 4 Misfit Gods. This could also be a very interesting fight. We saw that fight turn into a stalemate yesterday, but for now, let's head over towards El Pozo. You have Flux fighting off against Old School. Rudra is live. Nice connection with the Car 98 onto Adi. That guy is out.
Well, it seems to me Flux Esports will have a little bit of slight run in. They both lose 1 each side. Do they want to continue this commitment? Reaction going on the hunt, and guess what? Rudra tried to escape that through the window, but he was picked off instead. That's going to be some insane reactions by Reaction himself. Flux Esports also finding another one on the cross as well. Ju OP finds the last one, and what? Oxy cleans out the last member Old Squad. This Old Squad is pretty much prehistoric.
Yeah, living up to their name. Looks like Old School. Yeah, they're not just cool anymore. They're buried. Flux lose only 1 in the process, so that's pretty good. Good trades, but they still have a long way to go if they want to survive in this tournament.
Hey.
They're currently sitting outside of the top 10, so they have a long way to go.
Well, all things considered, they're still in a situation where, they've got 4 finishers, they still have 3 men healthy. I don't think it's end of the world. It's still very possible. We saw how Aerobots did it with 3 men just now. In this case, dodging fight is going to be their important factor, but based on the map right now, Flux is all the way at Far East, and guess what? There's TGS is heading towards Campo Militar. That's just kidding. Also in Torre Ahumada. A little bit too far-fetched, I would say. If they're going the long rotations, hopefully they are going to be able to make it to the next phase of zone, because this zone seems to be the repeat of the earlier Miramar one. Might be Power Grid, might be Monte, might be El Pozo as well. It's going to be something that a lot of these teams has to be a little bit worried about.
I hope it goes towards Crater Fields. That area is going to be very messy to fight in.
I hate Creative Fields, man.
Exactly
really
why I hate
Creative Fields, man. I don't want to watch a Creative Field match.
No. See, it's cool for us since we are just watching them, but even I hate playing around Creative Fields. It's a very tricky area.
Yeah.
So these players will have to use their brain cells at 200% to navigate that area.
And oftentimes, even in classic matches as well, it's so rare that you goes to Creative Fields.
Exactly.
And because of that, people don't really have a lot of experience with it. And
Yeah.
those who are lucky because of Circle Gods will have some experience, but even then, it comes down to a game of luck. But all things considered, 1IQ Esports, the top contenders here, having a little bit of a run in right now. Seems to be they are going to be challenging 7Cs, the top 2 contenders of this lobby, this group. It's going to go for an ego face-off. And Team Lowe's still at the stalemate with Sign to God. Still hasn't even begun yet the fight yet.
Yeah, but Team LOLs, they better tread carefully. Even though Team Sign to God is like one of the bottom-most teams, they can't afford to lose a member while fighting a weaker team. That might just ruin their odds for the rest of the match.
Well, when it comes to the round 2 stages, weaker or not, sometimes we might need to respect the undergods. And in this case, the undergods has been reviewed in this match. Seems to be 1IQ and 7C. No one expected them to be in the lead. Barely even 4 matches thus far. And 2 more to go. Can they continue their domination? Or will we see a new contender? In this case, MDN Esports, one of the teams that we brought up yesterday as well, being one of the low finish points team, but has one of the most consistent in terms of overall placements during their round 1 stages.
Yeah.
And now in round 2 as well, they are also in a decent spot. But again, it comes down to consistency, and with 2 more games to go, MDN Esports may look to try to solidify themselves in the top 7.
MDN had the highest placement points yesterday, 16, best in the segment so far. And they've really shown us some great rotations, because whenever they were playing around any map, they never got sandwiched even once. Yes, sometimes they might have been losing fights, they might not have as much firepower as someone like a 1IQ or a 7Cs, but their rotations are certainly the best in this group.
Well, but at the same time, you say that they do not have the firepower. Player to watch here is going to be nearby, with 6 finishes in the bag so far in total. And he is going to be the in-game leader as well to try and figure things out. But the stalemate just now between Team Low seems to have broken out. Sign to God now in a little bit of trouble. Chobar outside doesn't have the first aids to work with. He's pretty much cornered as well. He's trying to break team lows out in the open, but can they find anyone? Sign to God. They've got everyone on the sides, and now Crimson with the nade. Does it look good? And it looks good because Kunal finds him right at the edge and gets the knock as well.
Just pushed and pulled in different directions. This is like a classic Mongolian execution. He's worried about the left. He gets shot from the right. There's just way too many angles.
Well, at the same time, Joyesh now having a little bit of tricky situation. Sign to God is out in the open. They do get a couple shots in. Joyesh needs to heal himself up, but the rest of Team Lowe's is going to be going on the hunt, and Crimson leading the charge for now. What seems to be Sign to God will back off. Crimson taking a little bit of pit stop here. Try and chip away the damage, but seems to me they will get out to safety as the circle is about to come in, and Sign to God is about to dip out of this fight.
Sign to God dip out of this fight at the cost of one of their teammates. Chobar was absolutely caught in no man's land, and there's no way he could have gotten out of there. At least Sign to God decide to move away from this spot. They're heading into the zone now. Chumasera and Minas del Valle, they're still open for the taking, so if they go via those rotation routes, Sign to God might just be safe. The only person who can harm them is potentially Team Lords, who are in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, on the other end, or rather the center of the circle, you have Alpha Esports just trying to keep an eye on their opponents. But here we go, another fight. 7Cs breaking off against 1IQ. Nobu is already down. Monster trying to get the res. Zeus really wants to send it in, but he just gets up a couple of more utilities, picks it up off the dead box of his fallen teammate. But my God, he finds the angle, finds the opportunity. The timing is perfect. He's getting shot from outside the window. That's brilliant cover fire from Noibu.
What a shot from Nobu. It's 1IQ Esports now going head to against 7C. We've seen this stalemate for a very, very long time, but we saw some action. But as of yet, can they pick them all up? 7Cs will be able to get the regroup here. Aztec looking for the big nade. Coffin seems to be right at the edge. Does it clip him? The nade doesn't seem to be good, and 7Cs will get the full pickup right now. As Aztec, play to watch the man with the highest finishes from this group thus far. Can he continue to do so?
That was a team nade from him. Emu was already knocked, but that nade from Aztec finished off his teammate rather than knocking his enemy. Now it's a massive mistake. Two-man strong, 1IQ are looking for their next opportunity, looking for the next moment of engagement, but 7Cs hold their ground. They know they've got the man advantage. They cannot afford to squander this opportunity.
Seems to me 7Cs has disengaged from this fight, except for Zeus and Coffin is right on top. They still have a lot of room to work with, but seems like they want to try and commit to this fight. They've got the DBS, they've got nades, they've got utilities, and 1IQ seems to be the ones that are low in numbers.
And this low in number situation might just be good for them if they are able to make sure that the two players of 7Cs who are in this building do not get any backup from Hornet, who's across the road. They can potentially isolate these fights, but the staircase is exposed to the building that Hornet is in.
Right.
So they can't even go in just yet.
So
if they have a smoke, they can potentially cover their exit and then move in, but even then it's a very risky thing.
Exactly, they have to inch bit by bit to wait somebody's reaction. And even then, look at Noble, he doesn't even have the helmet. Random shots on the head, he's pretty much done and dusted as well. He's got the UMP, he's got that run and gun mobility. But one good pump in the head, he's done for.
Oh God, this is going to be one of those difficult to watch stalemates.
Exactly, right.
Where you can just feel the tension in the air. You know your enemy is in the same space as you, but you still can't act upon it.
And even then as well, Noble is got to be going all in as well. He doesn't have those first aid kits to work with. Not exactly the best weapon to work with to actually try and push this cover. As you can see, he's trying to check and look if there's any stranded player outside. Like you said as well, Hornet outside holding the angles. 1IQ has no idea where he is. And when he has the confirmation, maybe that's the sign to say, hey, you know what? Let's push up.
Yeah, I mean, Emu did fall prey to Hornet. He conveyed the information to his teammates, but it's been so long, he might have just repositioned. On to the other fight. You have 2OP picking up that fight against 4 Misfit Gods, and one of them has already knocked. Doc on the ground. Freezy, by just a sliver of his health, manages to get away by the skin of his teeth, and Just Kidding could have had another finish. They do have one knock, of course, but 2OP also wants to steal it away. So if they overextend, this might just turn into a 3-team affair.
Exactly, and now Just Kidding, one of those teams who were one of the best performing teams coming from round 1, seems to be struggling in day number 1 here. They had a great debut, but day 2 itself seems to me the journey continues for these guys. They are getting caught out in open. 2OP official getting a little bit of a scuffle there. But meanwhile, on the finish feed, we do see Zeus actually picking off Aztec. So that means Aztec is done for. And same can be said for No Bull, as 1IQ Esports actually getting eliminated.
1IQ, they've been struggling in Sanhok. They managed to somehow find themselves exiting very early in Miramar as well. Not a good sign for the table toppers.
But considering the fact that yesterday Sanhok was the reason that they became the table toppers.
Yeah, such a flip.
What a flip, man. What a flip. But Just Kidding. Now, little scuffle. Let's oh wait, hold that thought for now. MDN. We talk about teams with great placement. This time they are going to go for the gung ho rush. Alpha Esports trying to hold down the fort, but they can't seem to find the opening knock. But Destroyer, he got wrapped around. Alpha was able to push through the middle of the cracks, go in for the flank and get the knock in. What a rush from MDN Esports.
MDN looking to keep the momentum up, finish off tricks. RDX has heard his enemy's footsteps, but he's looking, sniffing out. Where did he go?
Well, they're all gone.
They're all gone.
They're all dead, bro.
Yeah,
They're all dead. That was so fast.
That was actually fast, but he knows for a fact there's going to be more teams nearby. He heard one more. What he doesn't know is that Nazam is all the way on top of this mountain. He was looking for the 4th player. He knew for a fact that they finished off 3 players. Where's the last guy? He's playing hide and seek. Well, I wouldn't even call this hiding. He's on a completely different continent.
Yeah, in this case, this continent is not even inside the zone as well. This information is not going to be very, very helpful here, considering the fact that it's outside the zone. And all by himself with a Vuggy pretty much tells the whole world that, guys, there's someone up here, and if you get knocked, you're on your own. Meanwhile, Just Kidding does scout a couple of vehicles across the other continent as well. They are going to try and take a couple of jab shots in. But aside from that, they're gathering as much information. But despite all this information, all these shots they made has pretty much given themselves to Team Godsons, who's right down below all the information they need. And even in the minimap as well, you can see everyone from Team Godsons is looking at the direction of Just Kidding, but just can't seem to find that little hit to get that headshot in.
Just Kidding have been somewhat careless in the previous game where they just walked into Team LOLs in bootcamp. I really hope they don't step into another one of these traps. And the traps have been laid out for them. You know, they are in kind of a precarious spot. There's 3 other teams near them. 4 Misfit Gods on their west. Team Supari Gang on their top. You also have 2 OP below them. Like, it is such a difficult position for Just Kidding to get out of.
Oh boy, but hopefully the circle is going to favor them as well. It's about to close in 2 seconds as well. Where is it going to be? Is it going to be north? Oh, fortunately for them, it's not a big shift, so it is going to be okay for them. You, like Esports, who were the conquerors on the south side and needs to push further up north, and the big divider of road of no man's land might be the finisher for some of these teams in the south if they do not have those vehicles or utilities to push past that barrier later on.
Godsons. I correct myself, that was not Supari Gang, that was Godsons who were just close to Just Kidding. But these guys are waiting for an opportunity. They can hear the vehicles from this range, but they don't know who's on the other side. Meanwhile, if you take a look at the finish feed, MDN have now started clashing against 7Cs. So while we wait for this one stalemate, there's a fight brewing on towards the western edge of the map.
Speaking of western edge, seems to me Creed hasn't barred their fangs a little bit here. We've only been seeing Just Kidding for now, and here comes a nade coming from Osman. They do want to take this fight against Team Just Kidding. And right now, they do have a little bit of a high ground to work with. But Just Kidding scouts out this information. Nate's chipped away a couple of trades in as Circle is about to close it. They've got a lot of room to work with, which is about 2 minutes before the Circle closes in. And they're taking this approach very, very slowly right now.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those slow games where every team measures their approach. I don't think it's going to be slow enough for 7Cs. They are getting wiped out fast. They already lost a player to MDN. And now they've lost one more. Meanwhile, Just Kidding are just finding chances to break open this fight with Team Ostman. But Ostman are not giving them anything to work with.
Oh, it's tough. It is tough. Like you said as well, Team Godsons has been hearing pot shots after pot shots here. Gunshots coming in. they are keeping tabs, and Osman is so afraid to push in just because of the fact that Team Gonzalez is ready to pounce on them as soon as they collapse onto his Just Kidding. So that is going to be a little bit of a temporary saving grace for Just Kidding. And we did catch a glimpse on the utilities and as well. It's not enough, but as you can see, gunshots from Osman. Luzo getting a lot of shots into his Team Godsons. They narrowly escaped, but their vehicle is pretty much damaged as well. Not looking good for Team Godsons, who needs to break past no man's land. As you can see, Wizard smoking up, and he doesn't even have enough ammunition. That's not looking good for Team Godsons.
Absolutely no vehicles, no ammo. What can they possibly do? The only thing working in the favor of Team Godsons is that they're just barely in the zone. So they don't need to move, they don't need to force this fight. They can wait for the fight to come to them.
Great suppressed fire coming from Team Godsons. They were able to get sneak one in past them. And aside from that, Wizard down to his final 2 mags. And there's still almost 42 people alive. This is going to be long as well. Osman finally decides to make the pounce in. Smokes has been set up, Just Kidding. Looking to gatekeep them. But it is still going to be very, very tough because as of now, the moment Osman overpicks, he is going to be shot from at least 4 different angles and maybe even 2 to 3 teams looking at their direction.
Team Osman, for like the 5th time in the last 5 minutes, are looking to reinitiate onto Just Kidding. And Just Kidding are just taunting them. You've got Zayden trying to play whack-a-mole on the right-hand side. You've got Prime on his buggy trying to get an angle. But the stun might just have given them the opportunity. Just Kidding don't even realize how effective the utility is. They're still waiting for an opportunity, not realizing that so many have passed them already. And now as the circle shifts, this might just force a fight. Team Godsons, who've been waiting in that compound for way too long, will finally have to get out of their hiding holes. And they will run straight into Osman, who will run straight into Just Kidding. And finally their patience will pay off. This stalemate might just have a break open yet.
Yeah, 2 OP officials. They've got a decent amount of compound as well. The moment they push out means they are going to get shot. And that's not really exactly what they want to do right now. And as you can see, Z5 manages to push forward into his next phase zone, and guess what? He has a very, very cheeky angle to punish Osman, and this is going to give a little bit of room for Cyrax to try and apply the pressure. Look at this. They're just keeping Osman in check on the north side while the rest of the team are already inside. Oh boy, Osman not being able to push out of this is so frustrating from side of Osman, and like you said as well, this is the 2nd attempt, might be even the 3rd attempt. If they don't push past this, that means all their resources are going to be drained out.
Yeah, they're just draining out resources, but not getting any value out of them. No knocks, no finishes, no map control either. They're just spending it for no reason. And the more you spend, the less you have later on. Finally, some sort of action. Freezy down on his knees, instantly traded out by Ritnix. But look at that. Even Feed and RA are fighting. Scarls, that was a lovely nade right under his feet. By courtesy of Wizard, looks like Team Godsons might just have a chance in this fight. And they've actually managed to confirm the finish onto Scarless as well. Team Osman lose 1 player permanently. 1 more down on his knees with the possibility of a resurrection out of the picture. Not sus. Looking for revenge. Dives into the low ground with his vehicle, but straight goes down. It's just down to 1 person from Osman, and he will not survive. Wait, he actually finishes them both? What is this? That was a 1v2 clutch against Godsons.
Oh my god, Luzo is all by himself here. He's got 3 finishes, but now the rest of Just Kidding is going to try and pry onto him and finish him off. And here he comes, he's hiding into his vents as well, but he's not have a lot of option, and he's going to be taken out. What a clutch coming from Luzo, but Just Kidding is the one that comes up on top with this pressure. They take out Godsons, they take out Team Osman just by holding them down. And with that being said, they've get all the resources from this.
Lovely clutch from the Osman. Luzo, really applause-worthy. Unfortunately, he doesn't get to live long enough to celebrate that. On the western edge, or rather the southwestern edge, you have U-Live versus Team Logs. Sai gets blown apart by that nade. Joyesh trying to get away, will not be allowed. Just escapes by the skin of his teeth, and he rejoins his teammates who are on the other edge. Sai completely finished off. Crimson was also on his way to res him, but Crimson will go down as well. No resurrections for Team Logs. He gets completely blown apart, his vehicle up in smoke, and so is his life.
Well, speaking of life here, you like esports, currently narrowing at the edge. They don't have a lot of utilities to work with. That's going to be a big problem for them. They get the resurrect in, but they don't have a lot of mats. And guess what? MDN Esports is looking, trying to walk past them, maybe even take a couple of pot shots in. But seeing the circle, guess what? Both of these teams need to get out from the south side before they push past. And in order to do so, they have to commit to this fight. It seems like Ayush dropping a couple nades in. You like Esports doesn't have a lot to work with. The nades does clip onto Vampire. But time is of the essence. MDN Esports needs to clean this up. Either them or you like Esports.
That circle is treacherous for so many of these teams. Queen Esports might just have a little bit of low ground, but they're going to be contested by Rising Above Esports. Meanwhile, teams like 2OP, Sent to Dog, these guys are absolutely screwed by the zone. Nice spray by RDX. He gets the shots onto Venom, but doesn't quite finish him. He knows that Venom is alone. Vampire on his knees right beside him. RDX tries to cross the gap, but he's getting shot from his left-hand side. The movement not really helping him out. And Vampy, amazing cover fire. That's going to be the end of MDN. The team that was the best at rotations now faltering under pressure.
They have to be counting their lucky stars. You like Esports, they somehow held on. They got all 4 men. And with that being said, they still have 2 minutes to spare before the circle closes in. And fortunately for them, they have time to stock up. They were lacking in terms of resources, but now with MDN giving it to them, I think they are ready to take on the world. It seems to me the world is going to be right in front of them. That's going to be Team Lowe's hearing all this action from the side on the south side. Same can be said for Flux as well. But the question here is, will they be able to break past that barrier because they have to push through? It seems to be they finally make their mark. Flux barely sees them. But it seems to me, you like Esports will somehow find some terrain in the next phase of the zone for now.
Yeah, I mean, Flux versus LOLs has been going on for a while, but ULive, by courtesy of finishing off their previous fight, now have the opportunity to move up and pose a massive threat to Rising Above Esports as well. Meanwhile, Creed Esports, the team with the best performance in the entire zone, is raining fire on everyone, onto 4 Misfit Gods, onto Just Kidding. Nothing is left to chance. They are leaving no stone unturned to get as many finishes as possible.
What a play for Misfit Gods. Somehow still holds on. Freezy's the last man standing for now, but the nades!
Oh my god.
From behind takes them apart. 2OP official looking to dominate once more. At the same time as well, Creed Esports, they were the conquerors. They are stuck in between a rock and a hard place. There's 2 teams around them, and who do they fight? It seems like Rising Above Esports is looking to try and pressure Creed Esports, and the name from Yash connects, and Torzol will be the ones to fall. And now, on the other end as well, 2OP official needs to go in for the reset, so that's going to be a little bit of time for them to reset. But Rising Above Esports wants to finish them off, but little they don't know, guess what? In the bush, Nizam is hearing all this commotion, my goodness.
Rising Above Esports, you've got Evoke in the vehicle just trying to look for an opportunity. He knows that Creed and 2OP are going ham at it, and he is just waiting for the perfect opportunity to third party. There's a tiny pocket of space which Creed will try to get their teammates back up, but the nades just keep the pressure on. Amazing Kobe from Awesome, and Ritnix is down as well. Creed Esports, they might have just lost their members, but they are gonna make damn sure that they avenge their fallen comrades.
Well, they get a little bit of resets for now, but the circle forces them to push out in the open once more. None of these 3 teams is inside the zone, and it seems like 2OP is looking hard on committing to Creed Esports. The confirmation has not been sealed yet, and the stalemate from Rising Above Esports is just waiting them out. Awesome overextended his plays, and he's gonna get punished for this as well. As 2OP official once again has to go in for the reset again, and that reset allows them a little bit of breathing room, but they already wiped off Creed Esports alongside with the rest of the world.
Lovely performance by 2OP. I really thought Creed Esports will be able to get the better of them since they had the numbers advantage, but 2OP come out strong. And the fact that Rising Above Esports don't actually third party on them is just beyond my brain.
Wow.
But forget about third party. They can go in for the first interaction itself. Nice nade by Evoke Ajay. He gets the knock onto reaction.
Evoke Ajay with the opening as well. Flux thought they were going for the third party, and guess what? He's going to go in for the pressure, and now he finds another one as well. He's in the center of the zone. He finds 2 pick. Flux only has 1 guy left, and look at this. They managed to pick up reaction, and 2OP official heard all this commotion. The running gun comes in. Rising Above Esports is trying to clean out, and they do get the full confirmation, and 2OP is going to capitalize on this.
Lovely timing by 2OP. They don't allow Rising Above Esports to reset, but most of their players are already healthy. So this advantage for 2OP has just gone. They are late to the third party, and now this will have to be a pure 4v4 battle. We haven't seen such a fair fight for the final chicken dinner in a very long time, I see.
Exactly, and even the nades as well is going to completely whiff, and 2OP official, they've heard the commotions, but the reset comes in, the smoke as well. But the nade, as soon as I said this, Podfire gets the nade, and also on the other end, AimHacks was able to find one more, and it's down towards the last few members, and just like that, the run through, the hit and run comes in, and they do take the chicken once more. 2OP official looking to absolutely smoke out the competition. Wow.
2OP, more like two chicken dinners back to back, baby. What a lovely game from them. And I must say that Rising Above Esports really dropped the ball. They could have easily wiped out 2OP official if they were just a little early. But they give 2OP the chance to not only recompose and reset, but also get back information to spread out across that low ground. So many different angles were available to 2OP. And it's just amazing. What a masterclass.
Well, at the same time as well, you have to blame Flux Esports. Who would have thought that Flux Esports came in, they were sharing the same compound, they had to commit. But all things considered, still a great run for all these three teams here. In this case, Rising Above Esports, Flux Esports, and also 2OP official is looking to break past into the top 7. And who knows, like you said as well, with 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, we might see a new top dog in this entire leaderboard.
Yeah, 1IQ has competition. They've been sitting pretty on top of that leaderboard for a long time now. It's about time someone dethrones them.
Exactly, and considering the fact that this is the 5th match here for round 2 stages, anything can happen. And who is going to be in the top 7 by the end of all 6 matches is going to be the important factor on who's going to be making it to round 3, because right now it seems to be a little bit of uncertainty, but 2OP official, from my experience, I think is pretty much guaranteed right now with today's performance.
Yeah, I mean, 2OP, they were not even in the top 10 before this, and now with 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, they have not just the chance to qualify, but even get to the top of the table. That's not just a comeback, that's dominance.
Exactly, absolute domination. Who would have thought that as well? Yesterday it was just very, very pro performance, and today itself, they just completely topped the charts. And who would have thought this might be the biggest unexpected lead ever? But the question remains here, in the final match, can they repeat it as well? Because we have never seen a triple threat chicken dinner yet. If that happens, well, we are looking for
I think we'll have to bow down and like pray to them. Like, yes, they are the absolute gods of this particular group.
Definitely, 100% for sure for 2OP officials. But now I'm more concerned. Who else is in contention for the top 7 position?
Actually, even I have no idea. With the numbers moving up so much, I think we'll have to wait for the overall standings to come up on the screen before we can finally discuss this. But before we get to the big picture, let's talk about this particular game. We'll take a look at the highlights because there were plenty of moments where you see teams drop the ball, but also plenty of clutches, which kind of led to OP get to the top.
Exactly, and also, as of now here on the screen, we are going to be seeing the highlights here on how things actually broke down here in the map of Miramar for game number 5. And as you can see, to start things off, we saw a little bit of scuffles across the map. Just kidding, was one of the gatekeepers from the north side, which resulted in both Osman as well as Team Godsons forced into a head-to-head collision, which resulted in them to be very, very weak, which allowed them to get that full finish. And on the south side as well, we saw U-Like Esports went head-to-head with MDN, which resulted in U-Like Esports coming up on top before they broke through the south barrier. But the west side is where things got extremely heated here, where Flux, U-Like, and also I think Creed was struggling to actually break through to this next phase of the zone.
Yep. I mean, and because Flux Esports was also one of the teams who was struggling, they took their sweet time, they added into the pandemonium, and that made things difficult for Team LOLs. Surprisingly, Team 2OP had plenty of time and space to make all of these plays. And while these two teams are fighting, Rising Above and 2OP official, they had absolutely no danger at all. Eventually, when it came down to a 4v4 fight, everybody on both the teams was healthy, so you know for a fact that this is a pure fair fight. You know, none of those teams had any sort of advantages when it comes to third-party timing. It was just a pure 4v4 battle, and 2OP comes out on top. But even after all of that, even after dropping the ball and ruining the game for 2OP, Flux has the MVP.
Yeah, Oxy was the guy that actually had 6 finishes in total. He was a very, very annoying menace as well. Even in the final fights, he was the reason the Team Lowe's wasn't able to survive this. You like Esports, also one of the teams that suffered the most. But sharing the sort of top 5 as well, we do have Vampire from side of You Like Esports. We've got Botfire from 2 OP officials and Zeus from 7 Seas. And of course, none other than Luzo with the clutch making play, with him somehow surviving his fight against Godsons with 3 finishes, but in the end, had to bow out to Just Kidding, which is very, very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, I mean, Just Kidding have had some terrible games so far. They always have the advantage, but they still can't make it. Let's take a look at the summary of the matches. Plenty of smokes used, of course, and we have a new longest finish. It's by 2 OP Liability. And of course, it wasn't in the last fight. This has to be somewhere in the middle segments, like 3rd or 4th circle. That's when he was able to get this knock at such a long distance.
Yeah, it's very, very far off as well, considering that they were the ones that had so much space down towards the center, or the mountain terrain on the western shore, right? And it all came down to patience in general. But with that being said, 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, 2 OP official now gets themselves 10 finishes and a total of 20 points. Followed for them is going to be Flux Esports in 2nd place with 13 points, rising above Esports with 11 points, and You Like Esports, who was kind of in the borderline or maybe being kicked down to his top 7, gets themselves 7 points. So that means they will still somehow hold on the top spot for now. Creed Esports with 6 points, 7C with 5 points, Sign to got 4 points, Team Lowe's 4 points. Ooh. Seems to me the top is leading by a big margin here in game number 5.
Indeed, the top is leading by a massive margin, and even though the teams from 9th position to 13th position have almost the same points, it's not anywhere close to safety. They still have to do a lot more in the last game, Erangel, to get into the top 7, and the bar is just getting higher and higher.
Well, it is going to be higher and higher as well, but now with that being said, the overall standings up on screen right now. 2 OP official is going to be on 2nd position with 51 points, 1 IQ with 55 points, but I want to see where the cutoff is, because rising above Esports is 7th place with 34 points. You Like Esports, 37 points. 4 Misfit Gods with 28 points. So that is 6 points difference right now, Crips.
Yeah, I mean, 4 Misfit Gods were in the top 7 early on when we started the day, but 2 OP official have pushed everybody down, and now 4 Misfit Gods is in a lot of danger. Rising above Esports. Imagine what would have happened if they sent it in early.
Yep, at the same time, in the bottom half as well, Flux Esports still shooting themselves up with the top 2 finish. That means 26 points, 24 points for Osman and Creed Esports with 22 points. So technically, the gap between Creed Esports all the way to the 6th position is narrowly about 10 points shy. So 1 chicken dinner and a few finishes for either of these teams means they won't make it into the top 7. So, seems to me the cutoff compared to this group from the previous group seems to be a little bit higher here.
Yeah, the cutoff is higher, the gaps between the team is smaller. That just means the last game is going to be an absolute banger.
I know, right? Like, the previous map was 38 on 7th position, 32 for 8th position. So that means in this final moments, either of these teams gets about 15 points. That means they will make it into the top 7. And Osman, who miraculously was able to hold that position yesterday, might risk being eliminated today after this match.
Exactly, right? In the previous group, we saw that there were like some 2 or 3 teams who were close enough to get to the top 7. The competition was between them. But here, there's like 5 to 6 teams who have the potential to qualify. A lot of uncertainty in the air, and all of those questions will be answered in the last map. We're going to be taking a short break before we get to Erangel.
Got that temperature's hot, but it make way. We came here to slay, Let's go. Temperature's hot, but it make way. We came here to slay.
Yes! Let's go! P3 Pro takes mobile gaming to the next level. So first was the AI motion control. आपके मूवमेंट्स को गेम के साथ सिंक कर देता है. AI अल्ट्रा टच कंट्रोल आपके फिंगर मूवमेंट्स को ट्रैक करके टच कंट्रोल को लाइटनिंग फास्ट और लैग फ्री बना देता है. मतलब बटरी स्मूथ गेम प्ले जो हर गेमर का ड्रीम होता है यार. तो P3 Pro इज द चॉइस.
grind to survive, it's a state of mind. Legendary drive, eyes on the prize. I feel the gears turn, never hesitate. No stopping King Kong, beast is awake. I'm knocking down the walls, pounding at the gates. My hustle don't sleep, let me demonstrate. Got iron in the fire and I want more. I intend to win the battles, yes, in the war. I'm the champ, I'm the champion, I'm the champ, I'm the champion. Boss beast, time while I'm at the time. I'm the champ, I'm the champion.
Welcome back to the realme BGIS 2025 Round 2 stages, day number 2. And now we are back once more to witness Group 1's performance. And this final map in the map of Erangel itself here, it is going to be the decider of who is going to advance to round 3 and who is going to be eliminated. In this case, it is very, very close. Joining us here with me is going to be Salty and myself, IC Baby 12, as we take you through the commentaries of this final match. Now, Salty, I don't know.
Who expected that? First of all, who expected two OP official to come in with a back-to-back?
Okay, fine, Salty. I know you wanna. Okay, go on, Salty. Go on. I know you wanna rub it in my face. Please do.
No. I mean, I don't want to steal their thunder away.
Okay,
but it seems like they came in well prepared, and that is the tactic which every other team who's gonna play round 2 will have to adapt. And speaking of tactics which people can adapt, I think the audience can actually adapt to one very simple tactic which is gonna improve their gameplay. That is, get yourself the Realme P3 Pro 5G. I mean, what are you waiting for? Tell me this. Amazingly budget friendly, 21,999, but on top of that you also get the segment's most stable 90 FPS performance with that Snapdragon 7S Gen 3 5G chipset. It's amazing. It can handle multitasking, it can handle gaming. What more do you want, IC?
Exactly, and of course, when it comes to playing reactions, right? Playing games, most important thing is those reaction speeds. Yes, you want a fast frame rates, but you want those quick response time. The segment's highest 2500 Hertz segment stable 90 FPS performance here. The instantaneous sampling rate is the reason why it makes it so good for value, right? And in this case, getting this reaction, getting this phone is a bang for a buck. And I know for a fact during the heist, we've gotten 2. In this case, Necro and Johnny has gotten themselves 1.
Yeah, we don't venture those territories. It seems like 2 very important devices gone out of the picture, ladies and gentlemen. There are only 2 left. But of course, we do have the devices on the Hindi desk, so we can do something out of that.
Okay.
I mean, why do you even let the Hindi casters fight for the phones when they're already fighting for their spot on the desk?
Whoa. For these guys watching, if you know, you know. But that's pretty deep. That's pretty deep. But without further ado, let's kick things off with the final map for today, as up on screen.
Well, the map of Erangel is live, ladies and gentlemen. The finale for Group 1. This is round 2, of course. Today marks the end of the journey for both Group 1 and 2. And from tomorrow onwards, we're going to witness 2 important groups plunge into action. But for now, of course, like we said, for this final game itself, the narrative has been set. 2 OP officials, they're out of danger. But from IC, baby, I want to know your thoughts on the ones who are. But right off this flight path, which does start off from Milta Power, moves towards shooting range, kind of heavily favoring that northeastern quadrant. And I believe that might result in a couple of those drop clashes happening. But coming back to the conversation, IC, which are the teams we are looking forward to?
I think the teams that are in jeopardy right now is going to be Team Osman, 4 Misfit Gods, just kidding. Team Lowe's a little bit. MDN Esports are going to be some of these teams are looking to contest for the top 7 position. Flux has been doing a very, very good run today from Game 1 and Game 2. But one more big game this game means Flux will be able to make it into the top 7, which requires them about 10 to 14 points.
Tough, especially because when they are in the midst of an initial scuffle, I would say, because look at that, in towards Puchenki, you've got 2 teams landing in on those school buildings. You've got 2 OP officials, along with that another team at Flux Esports moving on towards Puchenki are gonna find their drop spot completely open. Look at that, the circle favoring on towards another part of the map, and especially with that water body, the small little river that cuts across through the middle will cause the problems in the minds of the IGL. We switch focus to a fight, 2 OP officials against 7Cs, and this time 7C will want to get back their domination inside of this lobby.
Oh, this is going to be very important as well. We talk about ego checking and stat checking so far. 2 OP official has a little bit of a room to work with. 7C was able to stat check another team just now. This time they are going to stat check 2 OP official. It seems to me, inside this apartment, 7Cs are going to be holed out once more. Not looking good for them. But seeing the fact that 7C was able to win that fight, but guess what? Here comes Hornet with the jump. He is going to go for a spray, but he misses his opportunity. Drops him down low. Needs to go in for the reset. Hornet needs to reposition, but the rest of 2 OP officials here to flush him out. He needs backup. And as of yet, nades does not connect from 2 OP official, but they do have a lot of shotguns. And that's something that 7C needs to be a little bit careful about.
I see you get one shot. You've got to make that opportunity count, and it seems like they did not. From the top lines, of course, bot fire has been ever so deadly, just reinforcing the strength. 2 OP officials, they don't even need those weaponry. The double barrel doing all the heavy lifting, but this time the trades do come through. 2 OP officials with the numbers advantage, they are going in strong, and it's just down to Zeus, who comes in from outside the compound, completely alienated, and now he's got 3 crosses waiting for him to pounce. He gets 1, he gets 2, the S12K goes berserk. This man has found himself a little bit of breathing time, needs to reset though. He still pops up the S12K, does not heal himself up, wait for the opportunity to pounce. It's an S12K versus an S12K. The battle between the top dogs, 7Cs versus 2 OP official, but there's a breather.
Oh my goodness, he's 1 HP as well. Zeus is baiting out all this reaction. Look at him. He's going to try and bait for this out, but finally, he comes up on top. Zeus looks for the 1 pump, but 2 OP officials still holds the spot. They get 4 finishes, and the team that goes out is going to be 7Cs.
And why not? I mean, look at the way 2 OP made their presence felt, jumping in from one building to another's rooftop to try and make sure that your numbers advantage still remains true. 7C, they never imagined that an absolute debacle would come across when all 4 players of 2 OP official come in the same compound. They were waiting for the opening, and the opening was there. But that man Hornet missed an entirety of his clip from that UMP.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, right? Hornet was able to go for a running gun, and that's the downside of having the hip fire. And oftentimes teams has been, well, in this case, players have to practice between spamming the ADS button in order to kind of get that 100% accuracy while maintaining mobility. Not an easy thing to do, especially in close quarters. But unfortunately to say, a win is still a win. In this case, 2 OP official comes up on top. Meanwhile, we finally get to see the circle on the northwest corner. Sign to God in the middle, Team Lows in the middle. And we do see Just Kidding also prioritizing center circle. These are one of the few teams that wants to solidify their spots into the top 7. Same can be said for Creed and You Like Esports.
You mentioned about Osman before the start of this game so far, and look at that, on towards Severny. They are in an engagement against You Like Esports. Not really sure how well this is panning out so far. It seems like Osman, they are falling. Retaliation fire is there as a Lone Boy and Vampire. They're waiting for the opportunity to pounce.
Yeah, but at the same time, look at this. Old School having a little bit of problem here. You Like Esports getting a couple knock. In this case, they get 1 knock, 1-for-1 trade-off as of yet. And as you can see, Old School, they're going to be going to church praying that someone doesn't get the drop on them. And in this case, will that prayers be answered? Because Devil is on the other end. And sometimes it might be the wrong altar in this case. Wrong church for the prayers. And Devil OP from afar scouts this out. But it seems like it is going to be a tough one here, Salty.
It certainly will be. Look at that. I mean, Rudra is live in the front lines, right? You've got the distractions in the form of Rao OP as well as Devil OP, I believe. But Devil OP from the distance, his angle is going to be of quintessential importance. From the distance, not only he can gather that information, he can also monitor which other players who are trying to create those flanks. And I believe he spotted a Lone Boy as well. This time connection comes in through Rao OP. He builds up that anguish in the hearts of the You Like Esports squad. As of now, Old School, they're still moving in strong, but this, I believe, is going to be an attempt to wrap them from that left-hand flank.
This is something that You Like Esports has had a little bit of run in, right? Ever since they came in towards Erangel. Initial was Osman, now it's going to be a different team, which is pretty much Old School. But while all this fight is about to break it down, guess what? They are expecting company. That's going to be another team that comes in, and that's going to be Creed Esports that says hello. brother. You Like Esports is the team that is holding the borderline, and they might be the ones that get eliminated right here and now if they do not hold down the fort. Because You Like Esports, whew, this is not looking good for them because they are the cutoff for some of these teams. And guess what? Old School now getting picked off from Creed Esports. That means You Like Esports won't be able to hold out for now, but they will have a little bit of saving grace. Wampy steals the finish away from Creed. And Old School loses one member to the point of You Like Esports. And can they hold on? And look at this, double OP. They're getting shot from afar, but the body block comes in. You Like finds another one, and Old School now leaving only JDO all by himself. And he's in a lot of pain. He needs to run for his life. Everyone is dead, and Creed is still taking pot shots at him as well.
And why not? I mean, from the distance, they are just the instigators. They're like, all right, you guys fight it out. I'm not even going to venture into it, but I'm definitely going to make sure that I break the fight open so that I can feast on all your finishes. Talk about Old School, though. They completely faltered. Their formation crashed as Creed Esports started taking their shots, almost assisting You Like Esports to get those finishes, and now they are in this 1v4 situation.
It's funny, right? Like, they were at a stalemate for the longest time, and
Yeah.
it was Creed that saved them, and they reaped out 3 finishes just like that. And not even 3, they even got the boxes!
The chaotic part was the entrance of Creed Esports took Old School so much off guard that they started body blocking each other from the entrances. They were like, where do we even go?
Oh boy, and because of this, Old School might be prehistoric at this point. They might be extinct after this game, with JDO being the last man standing. You Like Esports still holds on, but we have to see the circle. Does this help them? But no, it does not. They have to get out of 70, and this circle seems to be shifting onto shooting range and also North George.
The BGMI gods have certainly woken up to the northern side of their bed today. Every single circle that we have seen either goes in towards the northwest or the northern side, this time once again favoring, centering around that shooting range region. You Like Esports, Creed Esports, they're going to be extremely happy. But I'm very surprised that Creed Esports, in fact, they did not participate in this fight following up that first knock. After initiation, they just kind of let this fight go and they start their merry rotation, I see.
Well, the damage has been done, right? The mental picture has been framed in, and now JDO hears all this rotation. I think they caught a glimpse on him. They know where JDO is, and he is going to be flushed out potentially. And of course, JDO making small steps. And of course, You Like Esports, they are going to clean out everyone. Venom spots him out. They know where he is. He's on top of the roof, and JDO does not have first aid kits. He needs to make a run for it. And Old School might be completely buried now. Back into the 80s in this case. Maybe even the 70s. But the nades continue. JDO refuses to die. Old is gold, they say. But the rest of You Like Esports pushing up forward. Will clip him at the side, and a lone boy will send him down. And that will be the downfall of Old School.
You Like Esports going really strong in this one. They are standing tall at the 41-point mark, quite comfortable inside of the top 7, to be honest. In fact, they're way past that cutoff point as of yet. Especially after this fight, they are going to feel themselves even more comfortable because what follows is just positioning themselves on the circle, which is right next to them barely. So they don't even have to move a muscle to find good spots. But there is another team, that is MDN, who is coming in from their backlines. And there might be a potential chance where they are caught off guard. Talking about 4 Misfits Gods, 28 points. Extremely important to rack up as many points as you can. We switch focus towards Osman. This is the team that you were talking about, ICN. It seems like they certainly are going in strong against TGS.
Exactly, OST, they've got 24 points. They need the chicken, they need to finish these fights. And guess what? They're holding down the fort. Score is going for the push to get one knock in. TGS loses King Honey. That's going to be one. Finish points in the hands of OST. If they want to sneak by in towards the top 7, this is going to be their chance. And that is requiring them to get the chicken dinner on top of that. With 3 finishes, that means 13 points to overtake the 7th place. It is going to be tough, but it is not impossible. But look at this, they've got 2 knocked in, and here comes the push to get one opening. Scars goes in, and Richard going to be finished off, and OST, Osman, they get 4 finishes, but they lose Scars in this process.
Scarless, I really expected this lad to actually stay up alive until the final circle. One of the flag bearers of Team Osman, but he has been shut down. This fight, they did win, but at a massive cost. But now, they will have to bear the consequences. And the consequences come from one of the table toppers. It's one IQ 55 points, standing very tall, and this has always been their strategy to capture those central lines, to capture those central territories, potentially giving them that high ground advantage, and then start open firing on all the outliers. And one of them will be Team Osman right now.
Well, speaking of Osman, it is going to be a temporary ceasefire for them. It is not over yet for Osman. But the question remains for the rest of the world. In this case, just kidding. One of those teams that really needs some points to make it through. And in this case, they are 15 points only. And for them to break past top 8 seems to be a near impossible task here. Of course, 2 OP officials, the team that dominated in today itself in this group stages. Going for a merry-go-round. They've lost 2 players just because of their early collision with 7Cs.
Yeah.
Which, in this case, today itself, 7Cs has stat-checked both 2 OP official as well as 1 IQ Esports. And in this case, 7Cs winning their fight against 1 IQ, but losing their fight against 2 OP officials.
The problem for 2 OP though this time, I believe that position that they found, that Shack, is not going to be their home ground for a while. That is just a temporary pit stop. And especially with multiple teams like you, like Esports, who are hot on their tails, if there's a direct ambush coming through, those players are going to get isolated and pretty easily picked off as well. They need to figure out another way, another position to try and hold themselves inside of the circle. But for now, Creed Esports barely at the edge of the circle. They know that they can hold those tunnels and the entry points of it, of course, which will give them a lot of mobility, but do not want to get trapped within. Majority of these teams, I see they're still hunting for covers, for those positions where they can try and navigate their way towards more finishes. But the sad story is this circle does not have any.
Agreed. And now 7C, they are 49 points. They weren't one of the first teams to eliminate it, like I said as well, but look at the points right now. Everyone that's eyeing for the top 7 position is still alive.
Yeah.
Rising above Esports with 34 points, Lowers at 38. As of yet, if they do not get something done across this map, they are going to be eliminated. Osman, 4 Misfit Gods, Creed, all these teams, they need to somehow survive. And look at this, shots being shot at from the side of Creed. Needs to regroup around the shelters of this shooting range. And it seems to be they have to hunker down like most they are. Maybe even snake their way through. Not exactly the most ideal situation, but guess what? Who's crashing by? You like Esports.
I kind of feel like Creed Esports are completely sandwiched right now. There's no way this team is surviving, especially with Alpha Esports up north, just marking their exit, waiting for these lads to come out of this position. They will not be able to make their way through the tunnels inside of the circle, and I believe this, what they've set themselves up with, is an absolute death trap. You like, though, disengaging from their fight once again, but this time they're going to land directly into the faces of 2 OP officials as Vampy makes his way out. His vehicle spins out of control, and this man falls yet again.
Oh boy, that's not looking good as well, but 2 OP official going to be having a little bit around it. Nice juke coming from Liability, and they've got the pin! 2 OP official, what a clutch from Liability, and now the fight continues. He's going to get taken now. It's all up to Botfire to fight against you like Esports as well. They've got 2, and it's going to be a 2v1. Can they get a little bit more Botfire with his nades? He's going to try and cook him up. Does it look good? It seems to be nice. The Molotovs comes in, but you like Esports, they get the reset in. They Botfire at all on what they can do with 4 finishes thus far. Seems to me you like Esports is very happy that they are able to salvage this fight.
That movement from Liability was so good. It was so crisp. Just embarking on that vehicle, knowing that that is going to dodge him from the vehicle, trying to run him over, and then, of course, the switch. Absolutely brilliant job, but all of that effort was in vain because you like Esports, they knew the numbers was always in their favor, and they come back into this match fighting strong. On the other side, of course, rising above Esports, they did make sure that they rise above the ashes currently against the Ostmen, and one of their players is going to take the dump. Yash OG falls, the nades do come in, Freezy goes down as well. Ostmen, they're in a world of trouble because Alpha Esports, they smirk from the corner of the room.
Exactly, and while this is happening as well, rising above Esports, they're calling in the entire cavalry as well. Evoke RJ seems to be in a little bit of pain. The nade comes in, he's going to get knocked as well. Rising above Esports, they might lose their position if they continue up as well. They've got 2 knock, they need more finishes. Freezy getting finished off. Osman's got 2 men inside their house, and everyone is looking to push into this compound. Rising above esports, looking for the push, but no! The sneaky flank comes in, and guess what? Loser was able to pick him apart, and Ryash finish him off, and now we come towards a 1 versus 1. Yash plays as well as Osman. Last man standing, 1 versus 1, and Alpha Esports comes in for the third party.
It doesn't even make sense, to be honest, because if you are Alpha Esports, if you are at the 19-point position,
Oh, the names!
why would you delay the inevitable for so long? You had the opportunity where two teams were duking it out. The finishes got scattered. Your opportunity was stolen away. And now all you've got left are the leftovers, which are left from the destruction itself. Just 2 points in for Alpha Esports. It's not going to help them qualify. They need a lot more. They need to be a lot more aggressive because this is the last game of the group. You've got to remember that. You've got to do the math. And it seems like Alpha Esports are not doing it, I see.
Agreed. At the same time, Osman, their chances of making it into his round 3 may be very, very slim. They are currently in 8th place. But 4 Misfit Gods are still not out yet to try and push Rising Above Esports. We talked about how Rising Above Esports needed to survive that. They somehow managed to disengage with only 1 player alive. Meanwhile, the rest of the world, as you can see up on screen, 4 Misfit Gods, one of this contention, looking for finishes. Flameboy getting knocked off. They do find Flux in this process. They are right at the edge of the southern side of the zone. But the problem is they need finish points. They need position points. And the one that's gatekeeping them is Rising Above Esports.
And also Flux Esports. Look at that, they're positioning pristine over there. I love with the way 4 Misfits are entering towards the south side of the circle itself. Just spotted the lads from Just Kidding. Nades, we saw them coming. Players are going to fall, and that just is the go call for Frizz as well as he's trying to close in the distance. But he has to be very wary because as soon as he steps out of this ridge, I believe there are multiple outliers in third-party situations.
The Molotov!
Wait, does he actually connect? Or is it someone else from the backlines? 4 Misfits, that was such an awkward fight.
Oh my goodness, MDN and also Just Kidding, they just completely wiped the floor with them. Molotov did connect, and now 4 Misfit Gods, they will get themselves 1 finish. And we're down towards 8th place. That means there's 1 point for 4 Misfit Gods and also 1 point on the placement points. But I don't think it's going to be enough. They've got utilities. They need this chicken dinner if they want to stand a chance to take Rising Above Esports down.
You know, it's not just Rising Above Esports. Out of everyone, there's also Team LOLs who's coming into the picture from that south side. I believe their entrances inside of this circle is going to make it so much more spicy. For 4 Misfits Gods, so they know, as a matter of fact, as soon as they step out this ridge, there are multiple teams who are waiting to pounce on them. The vehicles have to be in prime condition or they have to be blown off as permanent pieces of covers. Sarthak, he lands that vehicle, finds a small little corner for the rest of his combats to try and make their way in. But look at Flux Esports. Lovely compound, lovely positioning.
Oh no, this is not looking good for 4 Misfit as well. Like you said, Flux Esports, they've got the compound, they've got the angles, they can see everything that's coming in from the south side. And guess what? They can completely third party them. Meanwhile, on the west side, Alpha Esports going up against Team Lowe's as well. And Team Lowe's is looking to solidify. And guess what? They take pot shots on 4 Misfit Gods, and they got 1.
And they're always supposed to get 1. This is open terrain, I see. This is a circle where you cannot be safe whatsoever. Plain lands, the only piece of cover are going to be your smokes. That is going to be your soft cover. And then, of course, you've got those small little boulders scattered across the territory. Flux Esports are right at the smack center. They are the ones who've got the massive piece of advantage. 4 Misfits pinned down by these lads. They taking shots, not just from Flux Esports, also from LOLs. Kunal is going to be the man who cleans him up. But now, for Team LOLs, they've got another problem. It is coming in the form of Alpha Esports.
Exactly, and Alpha Esports might play spoilers here. They might need the chicken dinner. Same can be said for Flux. But Team LOLs, they do lose Cyan for now. He's going to get knocked off. As You Like Esports also going to be winning their fight against part of the members coming from MDN. We really don't know who's going to be top 7 right now, but You Like Esports, they will get the reset for now. They are pretty much guaranteed into top 7 here based on this positioning points. But we do not know who's going to be in the 7th place because as of yet, Rising Above Esports is still somewhat alive. But on the finish feed here, You Like Esports, they're getting shot.
They certainly are, but they keep their head up beyond the waters as well. And now they're going in strong. You Like Esports, they're out of trouble, honestly. 47 points on the overall standings. But what remains to be seen is, will Flux Esports be able to rack up the finishes that push them beyond the 35-point mark? Will Alpha Esports make this final circle count? You like though have all the control of the eastern terrain. They've got the control of the high grounds as well. But players from MDN, they managed to sneak through this cloud of smoke, protecting their presence, and now even they have an opportunity.
Oh my goodness, it seems like everybody's trying to solidify here. Team Lows, You Like Esports, MDN, they're pretty much okay, but they will be one of one's place spoilers here for Rival rising above Esports in this case, like you said as well. Alpha as well as Flux looking to try and push past this top 7. They need this chicken, they need to hold the fort, and the ones that's going to be stopping Flux right now is going to be Team Lows, Joyesh. Dropping those nades, Flux gonna be trying to finish them off. They get the knock on Joyesh. That's the opening they need from Flux.
And of course, Saim, the last man who is still surviving, he needs to throw in those smoke grenades to try and disguise his presence, but there's absolutely nothing that he can do. Flux Esports come in on a surgical strike and they destroy Team Lols out of the game. They've got themselves 4 eliminations, but they need a lot more, and their next target is going to be Alpha Esports, who have been trying to linger around their presence for a very long time. Do manage to fall back. Flux Esports find themselves a little bit of a reset, but now up front, the big challenges, making all 4 players push past the circle bounce.
Exactly, and now we're down towards the final 4 team as well. And they finally found rising above Esports, but at the same time, they still need the chicken to barely make it to the top 7. And Flux Esports right now, it's got 4 finishes, and there's 4 teams left alive. And they need to farm up every single finish in order to qualify. And this is going to be a do or die here for Flux Esports. They have done the impossible. 2 very, very consistent runs in day number 2. And this 3rd game for them is going to be the decider, the hit or miss. And standing in front of them is going to be Alpha, You Like Esports, and MDN. That may be the ones that stop them from qualifying into round 3.
They are so close, yet they can be very far. I'm talking about Alpha Esports right now. 2 players surviving on that hilltop, but it seems like information has been passed about You Like Esports and their presence. They've invaded the hill lines. They know that right up top there are going to be a couple of players, but that does not discourage Venom from trying to acquire more information. Look at the way they are spreading. Look at their confidence. Venom does get taken down. Alpha Esports make their presence felt, but that only means that the rest of You Like Esports, they're gonna plunge into battle. One shot from the DBS snaps Nazem back into his senses. This man is going in strong, but from the back lines, it's Flux Esports who capture those finishes.
Perfect.
And the elimination, the fairy tale ending that they wanted, and all the players of You Like Esports are theirs to grab.
They need everything. They need all these finish points, and Flux Esports might be able to just do it as well. They've got 1 knock, and You Like Esports, Alone Boy is there. Anything can happen. They have 2 men left. And Flux, are they going to reset this, or are they going to commit? And seems to me they will get even more finish points from the side of Flux Esports. They might just do it here, Salty. They just might do it. Can they make it into the top 7?
They certainly can. Reaction and Oxy still surviving. 4 players still standing tall. MDN have 2 players who managed to sneak past their way beyond You Like's defenses. But I don't think they're going to change the course of this game so far. You Like Esports, a lone boy, lonesome survivor, 6 eliminations under his belt. This man has done an enormous job so far, but to pull off a 1v4 against these Goliaths is difficult, but it's not impossible. Finds the first one, almost on the verge of finding the second one as well. A lone boy, he was attempting a mammoth clutch, but he gets clutched under those wheels. Flux Esports going so strong, I see.
They even got the pickup as well. 7 finishes in the bag of Flux. And guess what? The only ones left is going to be MDN Esports. 4 versus 2. MDN, they've heard all these commotions. And guess what? MDN, they're driving around. They don't really want to commit. And they might just deny the finish points here, but it seems to me they are going to try and make an attempt right here, right now.
Yeah, MDN Esports, 2 players nearby. IGL does spot the opening, does find the chance. The vehicle crashes in. The drop, saving his day. He finds through as the TBS goes berserk. This man is the lone one surviving. His comrade has been knocked off, and 2 players right up front. Flux Esports and their dreams can get shattered. They are getting a little too close for comfort, trying to spread their wings, trying to spread their fangs. Nearby spots one, he knows the other one will be on that left-hand flank, tries to close in. It's a battle between the DBS and the S12K. Needs to climb up top, he tries to connect, but they're on the corner. Flux Esports are not going to repeat their errors. Winner chicken dinner, and of course, a direct ticket to round 3.
I don't know yet. It might be close. It might be very, very close for Flux Esports to actually get it as well. But we need the official standings later on before we actually call this out, because this is very close. Because Rising Above Esports was the borderline, but they died. He had last man standing, died on 5th place. So it's gotta be very, very close on making it.
This group definitely quite high in terms of the cutoff. Like, we still do not have an idea, just like IC suggests, but Flux Esports, I feel like they've done their heavy lifting. They've done what they wanted to. They've done what was needed out of them to get those eliminations, to get that chicken dinner. Now it's gonna be a wait, a very, very big wait.
Exactly, and on top of it all, today itself, especially this group, the two biggest comebacks here is two OP officials as well as Flux Esports, because they have been top 5 every single map, and even that performance coming from Flux official, their only way they make it is if they get the chicken dinner, and they were somehow able to get every single one. And You Like Esports was one of those bodies that they needed to qualify. But again, like I said as well, it could have been anything as well. We've talked about the cutoff. Rising Above Esports was the ones that are gatekeeping in the 7th place. Same can be said for Osman. And that fight between both of them resulted in them not being able to get more finish points. So technically, Rising Above Esports, we saw the points just now, but it wasn't taken into account that placement points and finish points was on top of that. So we have to wait for that official result, which will be announcing very, very soon, whether or not they make it or not.
You know, we'll let the computers do their talking as well, right? But for now, it does feel like that the fight against Alpha Esports, that could have been so difficult for Flux Esports. I kind of felt like Alpha Esports had the perfect positioning, but it seems like those players, they were not ready to move at all, and I don't know why. You do the math, you're standing at 19 points at the start of the game. You need at least 25 points to push to the next stage itself, right? What do you do? What does your instincts tell you? To try and go all out, take every single fight that you can. But Alpha Esports, surprisingly enough, they were just sitting back waiting for all the action to pan out, and I don't think that is the right approach.
Yeah, it might be the case as well, but we have to see here. But for these guys who miss out on the action here, let's take a look at the highlights on how the final match here for Group 1 actually began here. They've played a total of 6 matches, and this final match is the highlights. We talked about how Osman went up against Team Rising Above Esports, who were the two looking to fight for their top 7 position.
And funnily enough, Alpha Esports was third-partying this fight as well, and yet again, they do not show any sort of presence, just giving away all those frags for free almost. Rising Above and Osman just duking it out between themselves, cutting down each other's losses, and making sure that none of them actually make it to the next stage. For Flux Esports though, the circle was in their favor. You've got to give it to the lads who find the right compound inside the circle and for holding it so well. But as soon as the circle shifted, look at their repositioning and look at the way they pinched down Team LOLs out of existence.
Exactly, and you can see Rival Apex in the corner as well. Yash Plays was pretty much the only one just snaking his way through, got some positioning points, holding down for his dear lives, hoping that maybe they somewhat qualify. But I feel really, really bad and nervous at the same time, but kudos to Flux Esports, because no one expected this, and this play from nearby almost made it impossible for Flux Esports to actually overcome that odds.
You know, I'm gonna blame this guy if my heart actually skipped a beat at that point. That Nirbhay is gonna be a reason, because I almost feel like, oh, well, a vehicle is actually coming on your right, you are gonna die. But no, that man actually had an airdrop right beside him that protected him from actually getting stomped down. He managed to land that first shot. The second player already had closed in to find that reflex to switch targets and hit the right shot. Once again was absolutely brilliant. But then again, his comrade kind of fell, so the 2v2 was completely blown open. None taken away. It was a valiant effort. But ladies and gentlemen, unless and until you have got your true partner with you, I think your efforts aren't valiant enough. I'm talking about the Realme P3 Pro 5G. Unless and until you have this device in your grasp, your games are not going to go as smooth. I'll tell you why. Not only it's budget friendly, 21,999, but it also provides the segment's most stable 90 FPS gameplay. So if you want to enjoy that smooth gameplay, you've got to use this device. That is just point number 1. Point number 2, like IC used to call it, The touch sampling rate, it's 2500 hertz. That is extremely quick, and I've never heard of something which is close to 2000. This device breaks all barriers. I've kind of sold this enough to you, but to be honest, this is actually a good device, and it looks fancy as well with the glow in the dark.
Exactly, and of course, if you guys are forgetful like me, you know, forgetting to charge up your battery
Oh,
or
yeah.
your phones from time to time, the 6000 mAh Titan battery with advanced C-Pack packaging technology will help you out, and it keeps you going for up to 2 days in a single charge. And of course, Realme P3 Pro 5G is the phone to be watching out for here, but now I'm curious to see who the MVP is for that match itself, because this is going to be the moment of truth here. The MVP for that match is... Who do you think
Who's
it
going
is?
to be? I think somebody from Flux, of course, but there were a lot of these players. Alright, fine, it's a lone boy. I had no clue that it was somebody from You Like. I had seen that this lad had 6 eliminations, but compare it to the rest of the lobby. Look at that, 1000 points of damage, bro. That is nuts.
Hey, You Like Esports, if you were we remember that fight inside Severny, right?
Oh,
They were
yeah.
that stalemate between them and the rest of the world was so unfortunate because Creed Esports saved their lives in order to continue with this pursuit here. But now sharing him with along the stage here, the top 5, we have Vampy as well as teammate from that fight, Nerbai, 4 finishes here, Stronix with 4 finishes, and also Reaction with 3 finishes. So technically, Flux is still in the top 5 in general, but the moment of truth, the match summary is coming in. We're just teasing the audience here. We know we want the
Yeah.
overall scores
Yeah.
very soon, but for now, the match summary for that match, Nerbai having the longest amount of finish with 276 meters. But that being said, before we announce the overall standings, let's announce the match point standings for that match right now up on screen.
Flux Esports at the top, 18 points secured, and I think mathematically speaking, it does seem like this is enough for You Like. This was a monumental game. Look at those damage numbers. 17 total points acquired. MDN Esports, even they pulled up a valiant effort. Alpha Esports, I'm not that impressed. Yes, they did get themselves 10 points, but they should have done this quite a long time back. They needed a miracle. The miracle did not come through. As we flip pages though, 1IQ Esports, they know they're quite safe. Creed Esports, they are almost out of the picture. 7Cs. Well, we'll have to find out if this team does make it or no. But drum rolls, I see drum rolls. We
Oh,
are
boy.
awaiting the overall point standings. Who do you think is it going to be?
Oh boy, it is going to be tough. It is going to be close. I know 7C is pretty much in, but I'm curious whether or not Flux makes it because they are the miracle kids thus far. And right now, up on screen,
Oh!
Flux Esports makes it, overtaking, rising above Esports with a total of 6 points. That means Rising Above Esports has set a new benchmark for the top 8, which is 38 points.
This is the highest that we've seen the cutoff go, to be honest. And just like you mentioned, even the 8th place team, their scores are pretty high. It's very tight, to be honest. Look at that. 1IQ Esports, 58, 2OP Official, 55. You Like, MDN, 7C. In a matter of 6 points, they get wrapped up as well. Team LOLs, thankfully, they are going to be making the cut towards round 3 as well. But the ones who miss out, it's sad, but it's a lesson learned as well. Team Osman, so many expectations coming in from this team. 4 Misfit Gods, so many expectations coming in from this team. Completely derailed, I see.
Oh boy, it feels so bad. And even yesterday as well, 4 Misfit Gods, they were the ones at the borderline, barely holding on to the top 7. But even Just Kidding as well, they had a great run towards round 1, but this time in round 2, they just completely dropped the ball. Unfortunately, say every team in the second half will be eliminated here in round number 2, which is ironic. We have a little bit of small love with them, but I want
Yeah.
to see whether or not if our casters were able to predict some of these teams that make it in this top 7 of this group.
I mean, for all the teams who kind of get eliminated, it was a short, it was a sweet journey, and like I always say, a battle lost is a lesson learned, and I believe they're going to be coming back strong next time out. Talking about Group 1 predictions, of course, Maisie going ahead with Creed Esports not going their way. You Like from Ravan Sardarji, absolutely on point. Games with X, 4 Misfit Gods, barely missed by a margin. Just kidding from IC though.
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
that was just a... I believe that was...
Just kidding.
Just kidding, yeah. That is all you could say. Cribs, 7Cs, a very safe pick, but I picked 2OP Officials. And
To be honest, out of everyone who predicted here, everyone disqualified except for you. Because we were supposed to pick a team from the bottom to qualify
Yeah.
the top 8. So we know they are pretty much there. Okay, fine. You know what? Whatever. You guys win. I'm a sore loser. Today I lost every single prediction. Whatever, guys. But Rawan, Sardaji, very, very happy. Crips as well. They've got all the predictions right today. I'm just very salty right now. And I should change my name to Salty and not you.
No, you should not change your name. You should aspire to be like Salty.
Oh, wow.
All right. Never mind.
Whoa.
Never mind. Bring the conversation back once again. One day, I'm pretty sure you will be able to predict 2 back-to-back chicken dinner winners. But 2 OP officials, what a performance it was. Once again, not stealing the limelight away. They were brilliant. And I just hope that next round, this team, you know, they show what we've got for the rest of the competition. What teams from the in-game qualifiers, that teams from round 1, they've had their struggle so far. Now it's a time that the entire nation gets to know them.
Well, in this case, well, the journey begins right now.
Yes,
It's
sir.
going to be a long way for them as well, because tomorrow we have a brand new groups that need to actually
yes.
come in. So we will get a little bit of witness to the rest of the groups here in round 2. We talked about 500 over teams going to be competing in round 2. There is going to be so much more for some of these teams to showcase themselves. We saw a little bit in coming from Blitz Gaming.
Yep.
Bro is Pro gave us a shock for their life. Aztec as well from 1IQ. I want to see how well they do when round 3 comes.
Yeah, I think this is just the round where you unearth the hidden gems. Now it's about time where you brighten them up, when you shine them, you polish them, and you turn them into absolute gems, which will shine, of course, in the course of the nation's BGMI circuit. Well, having said about that, tomorrow 2 exciting groups, groups 3 and 4, are going to be joining the competition. We saw the journey end for few teams, of course, but like I've always said, they get to learn so much, and there will be a lot more eliminations in the future as well. But with that being said, I see it was a fantastic day at the broadcast. Really loved the energy, loved the vibe. And if you guys loved it as well, make sure you come here same place, same time tomorrow as well. But for now, it's time to bid you all goodbye and see you tomorrow. It's good night.